Hello, you've tuned into Second Time Virgins, hosted by Hazel, that's me, and Zoe. This broadcast is by perverted adults for perverted adults and predominantly covers sexploitation films, so listener discretion is advised. And also, don't ask us where to download any of these movies.
Hi everyone. We have watched another randomly selected mystery pink movie for this episode. And I wanted to explain because one or two people commented on Spotify on a couple of episodes saying, like, especially on one of them, I can't find this film anywhere. And it was Anne's Diary, which is one of like the second episode we did or something.
You really don't need to go looking that hard.
Yeah, that's true. You don't need to find that one. And you don't need to find the one that we're talking about today. No. And I just wanted to explain that at some point you received a random folder from a friend full of Nikatsu films.
I was given a folder that I don't know of its origin, and the person who gave it to me did not know of its origin. It just passed its way through the grapevine into my hands.
And it's got a fuck ton of Nikatsu Roman porno films on it. And
I'm not going to share it because it is not my business.
That's right. Yeah. Don't ask Hazel. She can't share it. But also it contains a bunch of films. Some of them are subtitled. Some of them are not subtitled. Some of them are extremely obscure, and a lot of them are not very good.
Yeah.
But we have been choosing a mystery film every once in a while for an episode.
Last time was Anne's Diary.
Right.
This one, it was even more random. You gave me a year and a number. And so I clicked into the folder for 1977, and I picked the 41st title, and that was Shinjuku Midare Machi, Ikumade Mate. From 1997, which I think I already said.
77.
Yeah, that's what 1977. It came out in 1977. It was directed by Chusei Sone. He did Red Violation and Angel Guts Red Classroom. The letterboxed description for this film is pretty lean. It's just the story of a group of artistic people centered around a bar in Shinjuku.
There's a lot of bar in this one.
There's a lot of bar.
There's a lot of people in this one.
There's a lot of people.
And there's very little art in this.
Very little art.
And so in watching this, we were able to determine that by artistic people, really they mean young people who smoke some weed.
Yes. There's a weed smoking scene in this.
There's sort of a reefer madness orgy, if you will, but it ends up it seems like it's shaping up to be an orgy, and then it ends up that one couple is having sex, one dude's passed out, this other couple kind of give up with their clothes halfway off, and that was one of the few highlights in this movie, sort of. I don't think we got a lot out of this film. I'm going to say right off the bat. We
really shouldn't be talking about it.
We probably shouldn't. So this is a challenge to see whether we can be entertaining enough to get away with talking about something that we looked at more than watched, and skipped through.
Anne's Diary
a lot of scenes.
Was, I think, like easy mode for this, because there was a lot going on visually. There was a lot of shit here and there that was just like...
There was also a lot of event. Cause an event.
Yes.
Cause and effect event in that one.
This one is, it's pretty talky.
Yep. It sure is a bunch of people hanging out in an apartment at a bar, and then you have to sort of draw your own conclusions about what's happening in between or during.
Yeah.
There are no subtitles to the one we watched. So, again, we're describing a film that we literally didn't get any of the dialogue for. We don't know the plot.
Yeah, there really was not a lot visually to kind of help us discern what was going on.
Let me run through 3 to 4 bullet points that'll take you from point A to point B with about as much context as we had. Woman works at a bar. A different woman... No, the same woman lives with her boyfriend. At some point, she gets an abortion.
Yes.
And then the film ends with a guy getting stabbed in the leg.
Is that her boyfriend?
I'm
Ex-boyfriend?
not sure.
Ex-boyfriend?
Probably her ex-boyfriend.
Probably her ex-boyfriend.
Getting stabbed in the leg in a park.
Yes.
And then the credits roll.
Really ineffectual.
Yeah.
He seems fine.
Yeah, he limps away, going like, "Ah, fuck."
Yeah, he seems kind of annoyed more than anything.
And the scene, the penultimate scene, the scene just before he gets stabbed in the leg in the park in a white suit, is this woman at her bar with a bunch of patrons, and they're all ripping her clothes off, but like she's laughing, and it's just like a gag, and they're all just like jumping up and down and spraying sake and beer into each other's faces while she gets nude on the top of the bar, and then it cuts to this guy getting stabbed in the leg in the park. So, I mean, she has a happy ending and he has a bad ending, I guess.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. Well, I can't imagine getting an abortion was very fun.
No.
But unless that was a different couple?
Who knows?
Who knows?
So, one thing that I did enjoy about seeing this film with my eyeballs was the set dressing, basically. Just
yeah, the sets were great.
The sets were awesome. They were just crammed with objects.
Yeah.
And in a way that sort of made them just like an I Spy book, like kind of visually like full of texture and so and color. So, I don't know, just these walls plastered with posters, bunch of artifacts to look at, bunch of like glazed pottery in different colors, stuff like that, beaded curtains. There's a lot of, texture happening in the movie.
I just, as a point of reference, I looked up the bar from Cheers, the sitcom that ran for like 1 trillion seasons.
Yeah, that's set in Seattle, isn't it?
No, that's Frasier.
Okay, you're right.
Wait, well, Frasier is a Cheers spinoff.
It is. Isn't it set in Seattle? I don't know. It doesn't matter.
I think that because I think the
somebody tell us
character,
in the Spotify comments for this episode if Cheers is set in Seattle.
Also, somebody told me the easiest way to get this show on other platforms, so people will stop asking me why it isn't on other platforms.
The show being the podcast.
Our podcast. Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, our show. The podcast that you did in the past?
Yeah.
Did you get that distributed to a bunch of different platforms?
It was on at least 3.
Okay. Cool.
Spotify, Apple, and
right.
Podbean.
Okay, got it.
The hosting site. So it did. I think it had an RSS feed.
Okay,
I don't. That was like 10 years ago.
Yeah,
I don't remember how to use RSS.
The last time I set up an RSS feed for a podcast was also like 10 years ago.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, help us out.
Help us out.
Help us help you.
Which is funny because theoretically, the audience that would be helped by this is the audience that isn't going to be listening to this episode because it's not on their podcast platform of choice.
That's true.
Anyway, the bar from Cheers is pretty like bare. The walls are bare. You know, it's an iconic set. I'm sure that it was smart to keep it pretty uncluttered. But it's cool in this film that such a busy, cluttered bar has such a busy, cluttered patronage.
Yes.
Even
it's
the
really
awesome
is hard
seeing
to get a handle on.
Yeah, it's really awesome seeing like just all of these bodies piled into this tiny little room, all kind of bumping up against each other and swaying around. And
you said the cinematographer for this movie also did what films?
The cinematographer was Nobumasa Mizuno, who did also Angel Guts Red Classroom and I Love It From Behind.
Oh, yeah, awesome. Okay.
Which is another movie that I associate with like these like master shots that still feel really tight, but there's just like a lot of people.
Yeah.
Like
sort of like Last Supper style crammed into the frame.
Yeah, kind of like competing for your attention. There's kind of a lot to dart your eyes around the screen to see.
The main movie, as you were talking about that I associate with that is Tampopo.
Yeah,
Which
totally.
you mentioned I think there's just an actress in this film who's also
Yes,
in Supermarket
Woman, yes.
which is another film.
Yes, that actress is
Itami
also
directed.
in Yume no Kyusaku's Girl Hell.
Yeah.
The subject of our first episode.
There you go.
Yeah.
It all comes full circle.
Yep, and that's why this will be our final episode. Thanks for listening.
Not only is there a lot of like texture and like just a lot of objects to look at in this movie, it's also got a sort of a sloppiness that I did find appealing in like the first few episodes when we were like, you know, still figuring out whether we were locking into this. But like, it's set during the summer. It's clearly actually really hot.
Yes,
Everybody's
the
sweaty.
first shot in this film is one of the sweatiest shots I've seen.
Yeah, it's just
in a
like
film.
this couple that lives together in this apartment, and they're like splayed on this mattress on the floor next to each other, and the woman like sits up and her shirt is like pulled up over her breasts, and she's just kind of like fumbling around like with that sort of discoordinated post-sleep
there's a lot of there's a lot of good just woke up acting in this film.
That's true, which is underrated point of acting, or it's a point of failure for even good actors, I'd say.
Right, yes. To not do the
huh?
yeah, exactly.
But she like sits up and she's kind of like pulling her like clearly damp tank top down, and she's like rubbing the comforter to like get the sweat off of her, and like rubbing her hands, and then like she's like pulling up her underwear as she stands up, but then she like doesn't get it over her butt, and her butt's to the camera, and she's kind of like pulling
still
it
trying
up.
to get it the rest of the way up.
And so there's just a lot that's about that's like kind of tactile, kind of sloppy, kind of like really conveys the dampness of all the material that she's interacting with. And it's not precious about like the take, I guess.
Right. Yeah, it almost made me wonder how much of that was kind of baked into what the characters were doing, because it felt very consistent. Like, there were a couple scenes that were kind of like that, just people like being very sweaty and uncomfortable and disoriented.
Yeah. Or even like in a later scene, she's getting some groceries and she's like running home in the rain. And I'm pretty sure some of this was real rain. It wasn't all like false, but she like gets into the bar. But like the way she's just like soaked through and like fumbling with objects and stuff is not the way that I'm like prissy.
Right.
In a lot of contexts. I'm like trying to like take a tissue and like rub my sweaty armpit and then like, you know, not touch anything with it, and or I'm like wet and I'm trying to like cover my groceries, or I don't know, the way she just like bursts in, she's just sopping wet, she just like rips her top off and like squeezes it over the sink and everything's really wet. Sometimes I think that's the kind of abandon that you can only really get on a film set when you're really supposed to just go for it, I guess.
Well, you know, I have to say, what you were describing did you were gesticulating with a very full bottle of Topo Chico. Topo Chico. That's a bad Italian moment on my part, right? I believe Topo Chico is an Italian brand.
That's it? I thought it was...
or am I thinking of Topo Gigio?
Yeah, it's Mexican.
I'm thinking of Topo Gigio.
What's Topo Gigio?
Hold on. Why, well, if it isn't Topo Gigio. the little mouse puppet. The little Italian mouse puppet, Topo Gigio.
With 5 toes.
No, that's 4.
That's 4 toes?
That's okay. 4 toes. You really made me have to evaluate.
Sorry, I wasn't trying to like be didactic about that.
I mean, I was the one that
counted them.
Yes. Anyway, you were gesticulating with that very, very full bottle of Topo Chico, and you did not spill a drop on my nice rug. I was impressed by that.
Yeah, good. I'm glad. I felt pretty haphazard the last week, so I don't know if I can really take credit for that or not, but I'm glad. I'll put that away.
You said that like you're like you're on like your sixth season of an HBO drama. Like you've got nothing left to lose. Like been pretty haphazard this last week. I could slip. Who knows what might happen? Who knows what you're gonna see in the news tomorrow?
Yeah, I forgot to send one email this week. I feel out of control and crazy.
We're gonna have
I think I forgot to take my my iron pill this morning.
Right. Oh my god. Yeah, no, this is terrible. We're gonna have to like get you under like a lamp and see how dilated your pupils are after this.
Yeah. All right. Well, I tried to say some things that I thought were interesting about this movie. Your turn.
Okay.
To bring up a topic.
Well, it was making me think a lot about something or just kind of like a subgenre that I covered in one of my recent YouTube videos, which was the like cohabitation manga of the 70s.
Yeah, Dosei Jidai.
Dosei Jidai. Red Colored Elegy, which also has an adaptation, a film adaptation that we will cover here someday, surely, called I'm No Angel.
Yeah, it's a fantastic manga.
Yeah. The film was adapted by a folk singer, Morio Agata. There's some songs in this film that kind of sound like some of his.
Yeah, we were thinking that this film either fit into the sort of, I guess, zeitgeist of people making media around the sort of acknowledged phenomenon of cohabitation, when it became more common in the cities, in urban places, for young men and women to live together in couples in usually like a small tiny apartment.
Yeah, it's like the phenomenon of like straight U-hauling.
Yeah.
Basically.
Yeah.
So I would assume that it is either fully aware of the fact that is a genre, if not specifically like let's make a pink film that is one of these. Because the main couple have that like really like heightened, really almost like kind of aggressive dynamic with each other. There's this kind of constant screaming and throwing shit around.
Yeah, like cooped up hysteria, like emotional hysteria.
Yeah, the really sweaty summer kind of...
it's not even soap opera-y because it's not grand. It's kind of like petty.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it just really kind of captures this feeling of being like at your wit's end in a scenario where like everything is sensorially unpleasant.
Yeah.
Just screaming, spilling stuff everywhere. It's sweaty as shit. Probably smells like the trash hasn't been taken out in too long.
Suddenly you're puking, and then you realize that you haven't been using protection. Oh, that's what happens at the beginning of the film.
Oh, that's why she picks up the condom and observes that there's no semen in it.
Yeah.
Oh.
There must have been a hole, or the condom they were using broke.
Look
and
at
then
you.
Near the end of the film, she's like, fuck, I'm pregnant.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you have to deal with that.
Yeah. Yeah. I would really like to see this one with subtitles.
Yeah.
It kind of seems like there's like some stuff to it, there's some characters that have some motivations and experiences and values clash, and a lot of sake is spilled.
A lot of sake, yeah. They must have spent most of their budget on actual booze for this movie.
I'm gonna guess that most of the sake was water.
You're probably right. I liked a few shots where they were sort of walking in the alleyways of Shibuya, like between bars, presumably. Yeah, there's some...
As you can tell, dear listener, we have kind of a new audio setup this time, and I'm trying to calibrate it on the spot.
How do I sound now?
Well, you sounded fine either way, but I wanted to make sure that the microphone was a little bit closer to you, because the microphone's close to me. The other one. It's a 2-microphone setup. We're real podcasters.
Yeah. I liked the alleyway tracking shots in
Yeah,
Shinjuku.
with the with the Okama.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you think those were actually on location? That's what I was trying
Oh, almost certainly. Yeah. Well, I don't know. I feel like I really wish I knew more about the like pink film industrial complex, because I wish I could say definitively. In my mind, it is just done guerrilla. I imagine that they probably did hire those actors, but yeah, it must have just been done guerrilla, unless they just have like a lot where they have like recreations of different like neighborhoods around Tokyo.
Yeah, I guess we'll never know unless we actually look into it.
It has, let's see, it's been 21 minutes.
Hey, okay, I have one more thing to say, which
Okay.
is that I think the director of this film is clearly like either just really loves like live music or is sort of adjacent to the music scene. I don't know if we're gonna tape an episode about Red Violation. That one's also kind of messy, but
Yeah.
but it's about a band.
That's one I think about more than a lot of the other ones.
We should then.
Yeah.
We should rewatch that and
Yeah.
do an episode about it. Yeah, so it makes me wonder what the director's relationship to like the music subculture was.
Right.
This one has a scene in a bar. It's very, I guess it's a rock band, but it feels a little bit more like sort of 50s influenced to me, a little bit more
rockabilly kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Someone didn't a reviewer of this describe it as a rockabilly?
Did they? Let's see. Control F. Whoops. Control F. Control F. Rockabilly. As a rockabilly slice of life with a whimsically colorful cast of characters. It's from Letterboxd user Laser Viet Du.
Nice. Well, so that description sold me initially.
Yeah, that was because we were fully expecting to have to do the number game like 8 times before we found one that wasn't like a medieval or like feudal Japan period piece. But this was the first one, so.
Yeah. I don't know that it disappointed. It confounded more than anything.
Yeah.
But, okay, so let's play the game before we close the episode.
Oh, right, yes.
I guess not based on the title as much as the letterboxed description of this
Right.
movie. What film would you make?
Well, I think like the texture of the film is probably pretty spot on, I would say. There's a thick atmosphere that I think I probably will remember from this film when I think back on it. And so I think maybe just kind of like slipping in a plot that I can understand into it would be nice. And also maybe some more art. I feel like for a pink film like this, I'd be satisfied with letting some of the like characters be like a little generic, you know, like, oh, here's the musician who's got like law school in front of him. Is he going to pursue his dream? Is he going to pursue his job? You know, here's the guy whose girlfriend just got a job offer to move away to a bigger city and work.
The Suicidal Girl.
Oh, maybe. Yeah,
You should
there is a suicidal girl.
Describe
yes.
her, yeah.
Yeah. I feel like we really only see her once. Like, the camera really only focuses in on her once, I think. She's literally just got like a gigantic like gauze wrap around her wrist, and she like dramatically like
She's just sitting at the bar.
Yeah, she's sitting by herself, and she's just like unwinding this gauze and kind of like showing it off.
Yeah, and then she like shows like a scalp wound on her head or something, and everybody's like, "Ha ha!"
Yeah. Here's a better question. Actually, you should be the one you're the one that has experience going to bars, spending time in bars, meeting people at bars, having experiences in bars.
Right.
What is your answer? And also, how would you say this film represents the being a regular at a bar experience?
I think it represents the being a regular at a bar experience well, like in the sense that there's a lot of like air of camaraderie. People kind of seem to know each other, and I mean, at least from our point of view, it's not really explained, how anybody's
Right.
related to one another. They just know each other from this location, and then the way they sort of like carelessly treat the bar like it's their
Yeah.
spot, and like are
Right.
really familiar with the
And
bartenders
like the owner and the
everything.
bartenders don't really react like they're doing something they shouldn't be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then they get a little too rowdy and start to trash the place.
Yeah.
I think that's pretty accurate. I think one of the things that makes like Red Elegy so good, or like a good investigation of the phenomenon of Dosei Jidai, is that a lot of it focuses in on the sort of like socioeconomic like pressures that are put on a couple who are trying to like each have their own career, but then they're like smushed together, and then like so then the gender roles kind of aren't working, and so I'd like to kind of like see what was going on with the economic picture with this couple, and like I think that there's insightful drama that can
Right.
come out of that.
Yeah, and I guess similarly, when I think about what makes the like cohabitation subgenre appealing, it's that those are works that kind of like are about the fact that you think everything's chill. I'm an adult. This is cool. I'm an adult now. I have agency. It's scary, and I've got a lot of new responsibilities, but it's cool. I think I can get my hang of this by like 22, 23, and then you hit 22, 23, and like 8 brand new mental illnesses kick in, and you're fucking crazy.
Right.
You're crazy, and you need to be put away.
And you're
like-
starting to burn out at work.
Yeah,
and
and like your
girlfriend has a better job than you.
right,
you're
and she
getting pissed off
kind of
about it.
represents this like life that you've been forced to like eject yourself from, like there's just
Yeah.
like a
Your latent aggression to the women in your family starts to
right,
manifest.
exactly, yeah, it kind of captures that window where you walk the precipice on becoming a much worse person in your early 20s.
Totally. I think if I were writing this film, I would make it take place over the course of one night only.
Ooh, okay.
Because one of the most, I think, evocative things you can do with a bar setting is to really show what the night is like when you close the bar
Yes.
fucking out. And
Yes.
like how much people come and go during that time, and sort of like how many ups and downs you can go through in that single span of hours, and how much the mood can change in a single location based on like who's there. And you go through like your like high energy phase, and then like later people are like confessing their most recent like disappointments or like their fears about their life, and someone's crying quietly in a corner, and then it's playing like soft music, and 2 other people are just kind of slow dancing in the other corner, and like and then like you finally shut the bar down, and like it's just a few stragglers, and the sun starts to come up. Like that's kind of my favorite bar
Right.
sequence. So
Yeah.
that's
How many films have you seen that really represented in?
not that many. There's at least a couple, but the only one that really comes to mind is a pretty recent movie. I want to say it was like 2021 or 22. And it's it's not a documentary, but it's a real bar with real people that is really shutting down. So it's the last night of
Ooh.
service for the bar.
Oh, wow.
But I think they let the bar regulars sort of shape their personas and like decide on what kind of drama was going to play out and stuff. So it's in a space in between documentary and like fictional narrative. And I think it was called something like Empty Pockets, Bloody Noses or something. Maybe you could pull it up really quick.
Right. I think I remember
Letterboxd.
that coming up on my feed when you watched it. Empty Wallets?
Empty Pockets?
Empty Pockets?
Bloody Noses?
uh,
Bloody Knuckles? Maybe a Google search would be better for that one.
Bloody Nose, Empty Pockets.
There we go.
Yes. Yes.
Bloody Nose, Empty Pockets from...
Yeah, 2020.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you gave it 4 stars and a heart.
Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty much how I felt about it.
Yeah. Yeah, that sounds awesome. That sounds like a very American version of Goodbye Dragon Inn. Mm-hmm. Which I watched when I did that Scarecrow charity stream. Cool. Well, I think that's an episode of our podcast.
Yep. Thanks for tuning in.
Hello. You've tuned into Second Time Virgins, hosted by Hazel, that's me, and Zoe. This broadcast is by perverted adults for perverted adults and predominantly covers sexploitation films, so listener discretion is advised. And also, don't ask us where to download any of these movies. Zoe, would you like to tell the people listening at home what it is that we are drinking on tonight's episode?
Yeah, we had to get loaded for this one. So we've got premium Nigori matcha. Kizakura. Kyoto is famous for fine matcha and sake. Enjoy sweet and bitter taste.
Great.
Matcha sake.
Matcha sake. You hear that, folks? All right. This is our first impressions. Live on the air. It's very sweet.
Sweet
very,
and green.
Very sweet.
Sweet and green.
The matcha comes through.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, grassy.
What's the ABV?
10.
10. That's pretty low.
It actually says 9 to 10%.
That's low.
Yeah.
In my mind, most sake is like 14 to 16.
Yeah. I grabbed this other non-matcha, non-nigori sake because I thought that one small thimbleful might be all that was ordered.
That's true. That's true.
Moment.
So on today's episode, we are discussing the 2014 classic Mai-chan's Daily Life, an adaptation of the famous manga of the same name, infamous for its kind of usage in 2000s internet shock culture. You would see stills from that comic proliferated all over places like 4chan. The source material is what we call a Guro manga, that was written by a guy named Waita Uziga, who also did an erotic manga adaptation of the Junko Furuta case, which is a case in which a woman was tortured by some like low-level Yakuza thugs for like a month, and then when they finally killed her, they encased her in concrete. So that's kind of like the surface level that we're working with. But this is the film adaptation, which is, of course, adapted by Sade Sato. Very forthcoming name. All of his other films are like 8 to 14-minute compilations of girls actually cutting themselves.
Wow, okay.
Yeah. Also, he's like a Nazi LARPer.
Wow, yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
He's got a lot of Nazi memorabilia.
Sort of Marquis de Sade sees himself as...
Yeah, trying to sculpt himself into the ultimate edgelord.
Yeah.
So that's what we're working with here today. Mai-chan's Daily Life, of course, the manga in which the United States president erotically puts a baby in a blender. It probably won't surprise you, dear listener. I do all this setup to illustrate. The film adaptation had to tone some things down. This is, of course, an extremely low-budget film. They definitely did not have the budget for real live tigers. And so what do we have?
Well, we've got a looks like it was filmed in 2004, shot in a janitor's closet with
when
real live pig intestines. Sapphic love story.
Yeah, it's a film about cuteness aggression, which is of course the concept of having like a paradoxical like gut instinct to destroy something.
Gut instinct, if you will.
A what?
Parodontal.
Parodontal? Is that what I said?
No, you said paradoxical.
Oh, right. Okay, good. Yeah,
Go on.
I see. That's cute. No, that works. That's good. Now that I understand, I like it.
There's sadistic cannibalism in this movie, is what I'm alluding to.
Yes, there is. That's true.
Is there non-sadistic cannibalism? Is that sort of a redundant combination of words?
Do you think the Donner Party was eating each other
yeah, I guess not. Thanks, yeah. So I'm a little out of sorts.
Yeah. No,
I'm a little out of practice with this
that made perfect sense. You're correct about that. But yeah, of course, cuteness aggression is the paradoxical drive to crush and destroy something very, very cute.
Yeah, poor Mai-chan is just cursed with like ultimate cuteness.
Yeah, and
she's sort of like a Madoka Magica like being, or who's the girl in Madoka Magica that actually gets cursed to
never saw Madoka.
Live over and over again.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Yeah,
I read the comic.
You read it. Interesting. Yeah. Not many people did because
much after the fact.
It was an anime first.
Yeah. Yeah, but the manga was faster.
My audio interface disconnected and reconnected while we were talking about Madoka.
I think we can
which
move
I think
on
is
from
okay.
There.
I think we can move on from that. So yeah, this is the plot that we have here is that a woman becomes a maid at a giant mansion out in the outskirts of Tokyo.
A quote unquote giant mansion.
Yes, which is like a digitally manipulated map painting, basically. Like there's footage of the girls walking up and down like a sidewalk, and then there's this giant like sepia tone mansion that's superimposed off in the distance.
I wish I knew off the top of my head exactly what architectural style it's in. I want to say it's like Dutch or something. It's got kind of like the whitewash with the like brown lattice work over everything.
All those windows.
It's not Victorian for some reason. Like it should have been Victorian, I think, but it's not.
Right.
Anyway.
Yeah. No, you're right about that. A woman answers an internet job listing, which I think we can all relate to in this critical moment in American history we're in.
Yeah, she's on a website like, maybe I'll work at a maid cafe.
Yeah, and then she winds up finding her way to this mansion. And after a full nude body inspection, she is permitted to work as their maid.
It's a live-in position.
Yes.
3 meals a day.
Yes.
Specified.
Now, what those meals are necessarily...
is up for interpretation.
Whether or not they count as meals.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She also leaves there's no explanation of like what she does. She has a room, like she lives in an apartment presumably, and there's no explanation of what she does with it.
You're right.
You're leaves,
completely right about that. I did not piece that together.
She just arrives there.
That's extremely funny.
We were observing in that scene where she's trawling the internet for job postings.
It is the only like shot where you see her bedroom.
Yeah. Well, there's 2 shots where you see her bedroom.
Scene.
Right. And you see in profile behind her the bookshelf that just is full of Guro manga, like faced out, like proudly displayed, which at first, we were sort of speculating this is maybe just the director's room, or, it could even be one of the actresses' rooms if they're sort of fetish AV or pink actresses.
Right. Which I believe they all are. But I think An Koshi, who plays Mai, is kind of the most well-known of the group. In the behind the scenes, we learn that she's very, very busy in the adult entertainment world.
Yeah, she's like, yeah, I'm going to go do the shoot, and then I'm going to go do an enema performance tomorrow, and like, yeah.
Yeah.
She's got a lot going on.
Yeah. The only other films she's been in were all directed by our friend Tomoyuki Naomatsu. Is that his last name? Why do I always forget? I was looking at it like a second ago.
Would you like to be refreshed?
Naoyuki Tomomatsu. Yeah, but I've got like matcha dregs at the bottom of this.
Yeah. Just swirl it up.
But that'll dilute the flavor. I gotta know what the other one tastes like on its own. Okay, thank you. Jeez.
I'll take care of that.
Taking one for the team here. Great. These are tiny shot glasses, dear listener. I did not knock back like a... What are those like dishes that like old dudes in like feudal Japanese media are drinking sake out of?
Yeah. Great question.
It's not one of those.
Yeah, we're switching to a Yeigaki draft sake, which is, it doesn't even list it if it's like a ginjo or what kind of sake it is. It's just
good. Very
not
clear.
Not a dessert sake.
A very clear flavor. What's the ABV on that one?
16.
16. Yeah, it tastes like it.
Take it up a notch.
Yeah. Yeah, so of course she's been in Rape Zombie, Lust of the Dead 4 and 5, Love Zombie, Romance of the Dead, so on and so forth. So.
Which one of those did she wear the kindergartner's
Yes,
uniform
yeah, that
in,
was
I
mentioned.
wonder?
That was mentioned in the behind the scenes, and when I was looking at her filmography, I was like, it's gotta be one of these goddamn Tomomatsu movies. So who knows, maybe in like, several years when we decide to do an episode about all 5 of the Rape of the Dead zombie lust movies, we'll have an answer.
You know what's not dead? Their libido.
You're right. So, it turns out that Mai is incapable of dying. Any injury that she sustains heals very rapidly. And it also turns out that this mansion is home to a depraved sadist who wants to watch his beloved, unkillable maid be killed over and over again by another maid who works there. The film opens with a scene where a maid is tasked with cutting Mai's head off with an axe, but she's unable to do it, and so she's killed. The
sadistic head mistress maid does it.
Yes, Kaede.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's really the beloved one.
She is, yeah. Especially in the behind the scenes. I will say, like, the behind the scenes, like her and Mai's actress are both quite charming. But she's the one that's like, let me in. I want to cut up the guts with the
kitchen scissors and prepare them. Yeah.
Yeah, the like prop crew, and then I want to I'm so excited about this chainsaw. Woo!
Yeah.
It's great.
Good energy.
Yeah, and then of course in the film she's playing like a incredibly stoic, also sadistic head maid.
Yeah, and so, when this initial new maid disappoints in the torture room, they slit her throat, and the movie begins for real.
Yes, yeah.
With the job search by, is Miyako her name?
Yeah.
Yeah, Miyako. And because I didn't know, like, who to focus on at first. I thought that Miyako was going to end up being
played by a woman named Miyako.
Oh.
So I think she was just named after her actress.
Okay. I thought that she was going to be the sort of titular unkillable maid. And then I was surprised by the like I expected the narrative to be from her point of view, like the tortured one, like the
Right.
Joan of Arc of the movie, if you will. But actually, she just arrives and then she finds out that this situation is going on.
Yeah.
And then it turns out that she discovers something inside of herself, which is
Yes.
cuteness aggression.
Yeah, it's a drive to kill Mai for erotic gratification. I will say in the manga, the whole thing is from Mai's perspective. So you're right about that.
Yeah, I just assumed. Oh, also, we forgot to say the subtitle of the movie.
Yes, Mai-chan's daily life, bloody carnal residence.
Residence is a great choice of the
Yeah.
various synonyms that could have been decided upon
Right.
for the title.
Bloody carnal lease.
Bloody carnal
Place
mortgaging. Yeah.
Place of living.
A bloody carnal residence. It's got a cold feel to it.
It
I guess,
does,
is
yeah.
What
which
I'm trying to
which
say.
is vastly different from bloody and carnal.
Right.
These are very, yeah.
Bloody carnal mansion.
Right.
You know.
Yeah.
That immediately just sort of evokes like late night horror.
I agree.
Boring.
But the film itself, the film itself is kind of boring, but it pulls out all the stops as we see.
Yeah, so tell us what
Miyako.
camera this was shot on. Hazel.
Oh, yeah, see, I was trying to figure out. It's a smaller handy cam. I think maybe like one of those Sony 4K ones. Well, 2014, they might not have had 4K by that point. I was thinking maybe it was a larger file size than 1080 because they do some... they're constantly doing these digital zoom ins where they like boost the contrast and add a bunch of like visual noise to the image. The film is constantly doing these like quick like pulses to like the same shot but digitally zoomed in, and some of those they don't look blown up. So I was thinking that maybe they were shooting on a camera at a higher resolution than they were going to be mastering the film at, so they could zoom in or out of the frame as they needed to. But they had it on like a gimbal, so like it looks pretty legit. But it is not a high-end camera. You see some like pretty bad compression artifacting around some of the like dark vignetted edges. Yeah, super low budget thing. You can tell that they're trying to kind of wield it into something stylistic, again, by adding a bunch of visual noise in some shots, cutting to black and white, having these really extreme like shots with contrast, or just like adding a fuck ton of bloom to everything whenever they got a shot that was too overexposed. Like all of the stylistic decisions feel like they are compensating for flaws in the footage that they shot.
Yeah, the color to black and white, for example, in the like opening sequence, the pre-credits sequence, it feels like they are sort of editing it in a like thematic way. So like it switches, it starts in black and white, and then it switches to color with the
Right.
first axe blow or whatever, and then it like switches to color, back from color to black and white when the head maid strikes the maid for failing to cut her head off with her hand.
Right, right.
And so they edit it to that. And then they like very quickly give that up and just sort of start cycling through
Yeah.
color and black and white whenever they feel like it at a certain
really
point.
feels like there's no rhyme and reason to it. Because like even like when they do flashbacks, some of them are in black and white, but not all of them. It's very strange.
Yeah.
But yeah, the film plays out with Miyako doing increasingly depraved things to Mai, and it all culminates in a wonderful chainsaw sequence. And that's our film. So we talked almost not at all about our opinions of the film while watching. Now that we've finished, what did you think of Mai-chan's daily life bloody carnal residence? And how much do you regret starting a podcast with me and being my friend?
I mean, I've already seen Splatter Naked Blood.
Yes, that's true.
Directed by Hisayasu Sato. And so I've seen what this movie can be at its best already.
Right. Yes, very true.
And so, there was nothing... And I've read lots of manga my whole life. In fact, last week, or the week before, I was revisiting a memory in which I was maybe 12 years old, and I went to the local half-price books and up into their little tiny manga section that was relegated upstairs to the side of the stairwell, and would just buy sort of whatever was in there. And I bought this one called
I did that at one of the local bookstores in my hometown too.
Yeah,
just they had this tiny little section that barely had anything.
Yeah, it's volume 15 of Ranma.
Exactly.
Okay, I'll buy it.
I'll buy it.
And I should have looked it up just before I started talking about this. I think it's Hana something made team.
Yes. Yeah, right. This
really early manga translation by the same translating team that did
early Digicarrot.
Early
Studio
Digicarrot.
Iron Cat.
Yes. And, the cover isn't even fully translated.
Yeah, you're showing it to me, and it's literally just the trade paperback.
Yeah.
Or sorry, the tankobon.
Yeah.
With text superimposed over. I'm sorry, embezzlement and departure of co-founders. I'm on their Wikipedia page right now.
Okay. Should we take a pause to investigate
From its
further?
inception until 1999, there were financial issues with Kimura. A report by industry website Anime News Network stated that a company employee reported multiple cases of fraud by Kimura, with the alleged cases of Iron Cat funds being given to friends in Japan, took authorized trips to Thailand, and frequently used company finances for personal expenses. The drain of funds was enough that the company ended up on shaky financial ground and emptied Kanzaki, the primary financial backer's investment in the company.
Oh my God.
Crazy.
Okay. So this is a digression, but I think it's going to wrap back around because that makes perfect sense to me, because this volume of manga that I picked up in the half price books for probably $5 or something, without looking at its contents. And of course my mom was just like, yeah, whatever. It really has the feel of this college club.
Hana Yuko made team.
Hana Yuko made team.
Sorry, Hana Ukyo.
Oh, okay. Hana Ukyo made team.
Yes.
I think only 3 volumes. There was clearly a continuing story, but only 3 volumes or so of it were...
Yeah, there's 14 volumes in Japan.
Yeah, and 3 volumes of it got released before the apparent collapse of this company, or before they abandoned it because it wasn't selling well enough for Digicarrot or something. So this book has it's completely imbued with the energy of a college, a really scuzzy group of college enthusiasts who got into manga in the 90s or early 2000s, and then we're yeah, let's start translating and publishing stuff in the US. It's an emerging market or whatever. And they threw their shit together, and they are not businessmen. They didn't get an accountant, they didn't get a lawyer, and they just started doing this. And of course,
what you're describing is very familiar to career YouTubers, because that is the ultimate cautionary tale. Thinking that just because you have some vague relationship to art means that you can run your own ship.
Right. And so all the things I just said, to be clear, are not things that are in the Wikipedia article. These are just vibes I get from this publication of this book. But I think that really reflects sort of the level at which we're doing professionalism with this content that is basically fetish content, but has been kind of elevated. And so basically the contents of Hana Ukyo Made Team, it's a maid fetish manga.
Right.
There's like a young boy whose grandfather dies or like relative dies and leaves him a fuck ton of money and a mansion with a fully staffed maid team who, you know, did everything from like feed him to like unzip his pants and wipe his ass when he goes to the bathroom erotically. And so he's a young boy and it's like a lot for him to handle. And so there's some really pervy stuff in this comic, and it really formed my sort of early mental geography. Especially around like, just like my understanding of like what was out there in manga and in anime. And sort of, so it wraps back around. So I was thinking about that a lot while we were watching this movie. And I also could go on a tangent about database animals and DigiCarrot, since this is the company that also translated early DigiCarrot.
Right, yeah.
In
Hiroki Azuma's Otaku Japan's Database Animals, there is a diagram of like anime character traits that otaku go crazy for, and it's a diagram of DigiCarrot's Dejiko.
And she has every single element crammed into her. She's got the cat ears, she's got the bell, she's got the maid uniform, she's got the little like hair, what do they call that? Like the hair sprout.
The ahoge.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then they've got like she's got the big mittens and everything.
Yeah. And so anyway, I think we should go back to talking about the movie, but...
Well, you said that this will wrap around.
Yeah, well, I guess come full circle was more what I was thinking.
Sure.
So we've gone from Mai-chan's daily life to Hana Ukyo maid team to Azuma's database animals to DigiCarrot, and then back to... Mai-chan's daily life.
Right.
And I don't know, we'll do some theorizing about maids later, maybe. But
sure.
Essentially, I went into this movie and the first, 15 minutes or so thinking like it would be kind of an interesting historical artifact, or like, I'd watch it and kind of be like, yeah, that was that. But I think it brought it home in the end.
Great.
And I ended up being like, oh, yeah, I'm fond of this now because they introduced a little bit of heart.
Yeah,
literally
right?
at
like
the
there's
end.
There's a cuteness, kind of a perverse sweetness to it that really struck me when I first saw it.
Yeah. So what I think it is, what it sort of on its surface is that once Miyako discovers that she has this sort of sadistic impulse about Mai and like really leans into it, she's like, you're so cute, I want to hurt you, I'm into it, like I want to make out with you and stuff. And at first Mai-chan doesn't know what to do with it, but then they have this like, sort of orgiastic evisceration, disembowelment with a chainsaw in the red room with the sadistic head maid and the master of the household there, and they completely disembowel her. And then at the end, Miyako's like lying there in her viscera and her like dominatrix outfit and stuff. But then like there's a final scene months later or something like that. 1 week later. And Mai-chan has been slowly healing. And so they're in her bedroom, just her and Miyako. And she's got like, some scars and wounds that are healing. Her limbs are bandaged up. And they're sitting on her bed, and Miyako's like taking care of her, doing aftercare, feeding, like giving her water, like being super sweet to her,
being a good top.
And then, she like, she sort of like slips her fingers into one of Mai-chan's wounds and is kind of like, "You're so cute though, but like don't worry, you're gonna heal up." And like, she kisses her, and the movie ends with Mai kind of being like, and my heart started beating again. Like she, like through this like culmination, the climax of the movie, like they have all kind of synthesized in the household.
Right.
So it's no longer this sort of like weird, like hierarchy, exploitative.
You're saying that by the end it gets to be consensual.
Yeah, sort of. or not like even because it's not consensual, but they've sort of like energetically like you know,
it's like three women.
Yeah, they've become one.
Yeah, it's three women.
Everyone in this household has become one, and it's a functioning body.
Yeah, this is Robert Altman's Three Women for idiot.
For gross perverts.
Gross perverts. I really love this movie. It was an early film of its ilk for me. I had seen like Guinea Pig by the time I saw this, but it was definitely like a one where I came away from it and was like, oh shit, these have themes. These are saying things. These are saying interesting things. You know, intentionally or otherwise. Maybe I should kind of delve deeper into these. Also, you know, maybe, you know, that like I think that I maybe have never seen another piece of media depict a functionally lesbian relationship in the exact way this one does. You know, there's so many films out there, and yet this is the only one I've seen that that captures this sort of dynamic. And I think it's beautiful. I think it's beautiful.
Yeah, there's a really explicit allegory right at the very end when she like puts her fingers inside of her wound and then like pulls them out, and they're all sort of like sticky with this like filament and blood.
Right.
And it's very reminiscent of fingering a woman.
Right.
But I'm sure that's not entirely what you meant. Or that's not all that you meant by saying that you've never seen a film that depicts it in this way. What do you mean?
Well, strictly the kind of like this like the way in which I'm like fixated. Well, I guess when I say it that way, a character being so or like being in love with another character in a way that manifests like violently in this specific like preternatural way, this like this like supernatural compulsion toward this act,
right?
I think it is also
so much I need to chop you into pieces.
Yeah,
it's
which I think is also
different.
kind of allegorical, or maybe not allegorical, but it is. Yeah, you know what I'm saying.
I do, yeah. I mean, it's a very different vibe than, say, like a vampire,
right?
Like a sapphic vampire story,
totally.
Where there's this like, I mean, there's this whole element of control, and I think in the relationship between these two, there's kind of no control. Like,
well, they're both being controlled.
Yeah, and Miyako doesn't really have any control over her impulses. She just sort of like is going to do what her impulses tell her to do. For example,
right?
Whereas like in the sapphic vampire dynamic, it's all about one being really exerting full control over another. Yeah.
Are you staying hydrated in addition to your alcohol consumption?
Yeah, I'm doing fine over here. Thank you. Yeah, so one of the things that I was sort of had a question in my mind to ask you during the early parts of the film, to do a callback to our Tokyo Gore Police episode. I was, well, one, there were two things in that episode that I was like, I'm using the word theorize too much, but I think it's kind of funny, like trying to theorize about these movies, which really means I'm just trying to entertain our listener by coming up with ideas with a capital I. But in Tokyo Gore Police, one of the things that stood out to me was that given the amount of like practical effects and gore in the movie, that movie felt really tactile and material, but not visceral to me because, you know, it's so comic booky. It's focused on the effects and not the effect on the viewer. And so I felt like this film is actually quite visceral Like
Right.
like you get the sensation more than you're sort of like looking at, or like maybe secondhand feeling the textures and stuff like that. And the other thing about that movie was the feeling I had that it was sort of like all sadism and no masochism. And so I was like, this film is extremely sadistic, but does it
Right.
have that masochistic element to it? And by the end, I was like, yeah, obviously it does.
Totally.
But-
Yeah. I think the beauty is in the eye of the beholder. The masochism is in the eye of the beholder, but I would definitely say so. And I would say that that same principle applies to the original manga.
Yeah.
And in fact, I'll say that I think something that I find really compelling about Mai-chan, maybe just like as a character or as an idea, is that I don't think you could make a story with her in it that doesn't inherently reek of theme. Like the concept of a woman specifically who cannot die, it like inherently anything you can do with that character is politically loaded in one way or another.
Especially when you bring in the president of the United States.
Yeah, so what I was going to say is, the film adaptation has this kind of like perverse, like, sadistic, like, where do sadism and masochism fit into romance kind of thing going on. The manga is kind of an absolute power corrupts absolutely kind of story, wherein all of these incredibly wealthy, largely men, are renting her out to act out these increasingly violent, increasingly absurd fantasies on her, which, of course, like I said at the top, ends with the President of the United States putting an
unborn fetus,
an unborn
ripped from her
fetus
womb.
that, like Mai, cannot die. Into a
the
blender.
fetus also can't die.
Yes,
Okay.
yeah. Although apparently the blender does the trick, so I don't know.
Okay, well,
But yeah, I have in the past compared Mai-chan's daily life to the Marina Abramovich performance piece where she stood in a room and let the crowd of people do whatever they wanted to her and
didn't
placed...
Yoko Ono also do this?
I think so, yeah. I don't know
yeah.
who came first, but
Okay.
Abramovich famously put like razor blades and knives and a gun with bullets on, like, out on display. And by the end of the demonstration, I think like at least one man had loaded the chamber, cocked the gun, and pointed it directly at her head. It was incredibly demeaning and frightening for her. She was, of course, completely undressed, all of these things. And I think that there's a pretty clear parallel there to what that piece wound up saying about our relationship to control. So does the manga.
Yeah.
Which feels really...
so do all of Lars von Trier's movies.
Yeah, exactly.
Women.
Exactly.
Yeah, I guess I was thinking of, as you were describing that, about sort of the idea of like the woman as the Christ figure in a lot
Right.
of...
we wrote about that for a
media.
Scarecrow Spotlight.
We sure did. And so like, how does it change the dynamic if the woman as Christ figure cannot die?
Right.
And then she can't be resurrected. So I guess it ends. Well, the cycle repeats and it never ends, I guess, is the sort of logical
Right.
conclusion of that.
When you say she isn't resurrected, you mean in kind of a narrative sense. Because she's resurrected, but exclusively in the sense that it starts it sets up the next time she's brutally killed.
Right.
Rather than being to like save somebody else or kind of say something really...
Right. Or if you don't have a finality of your death, I guess. So
Yes, right.
Jesus Christ being resurrected, but like a woman who is martyred is sort of resurrected in spirit, right? So, or like, I guess I'm thinking of like Joan of Arc, right? Who becomes the sort of the spirit of the French Revolution ultimately, or what have you, that kind of thing. Or your Nausicaa, who is resurrected and then like leads the people into, I don't know, a peaceful future or whatever.
The only thing you're saying that the only thing that Mai can do with her resurrection is just to be killed again.
Right.
That makes sense
because she doesn't actually die.
Yes.
So she's not really resurrected.
Right.
She just doesn't die. She's
regenerated. Yeah. Her special constitution is something that they talk about in the film.
Which is so funny because that's really only exclusively used as like someone's sickly constitution.
Yeah, right. I was thinking that.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. Every now and again I hear somebody say, oh yeah, I've got a strong constitution. I think I have a pretty strong constitution. No, that's not right. It's I've got a good immune system. What do they say? It's not constitution, it's something else. Right? Or is that? You know, I don't get sick often. I've got a...
You just get injured very often.
Yeah, and weird things happen to me that I can't predict. Yeah. Yeah. Do you have any other observations about the film?
Yeah, we got a little bit off course there. I guess one of the things that stood out to me when I was watching... So I'm glad that they included panels from the manga in like the opening and closing credits. Yeah, I was wondering
whether or not I should show you some of it beforehand, but then I remembered that was the case.
I mean, I want to read it now.
It's a little bit hard to find. I'll have to hook you up with it.
Please do. One of the things that stood out to me was... So one of my earliest experiences with a live action translation of a manga was something that I actually hadn't seen the source material to at all, but I was at Scarecrow and I was, wanting to rent something Japanese, and so I rented this live action show that was in the live action anime section called, I think, Bloodhound or something like that. Basically, it's like a incredibly low budget show. It's a detective agency. It's got a gothic aesthetic. It was sort of on the heels of like, what's that manga, Kane, that was like really popular, or like, I think it was a little pre-Black Butler, but it was sort of in the same wave. Right. But I rented it, hadn't seen the source material, was extremely confused by it. I kept trying to watch this show. I rented it so many times. I would watch it and would walk away with like no idea what happened. The subtitles were really bad. But basically...
what was it that kept bringing you back to it?
I think it was like sort of the aesthetic, and I like wanted to get it because there's something mysterious about it.
Right.
And I think what that mysteriousness actually was a lack of context from the source material.
Yeah.
But I think I've always just been sort of like really confounded by, and I'm becoming more endeared to the really discordant translation from a drawn medium to a live action medium, because like humans just don't look like that, and it just kind of like creates an uncanny valley.
Yeah, totally.
But like in the opposite direction, because it goes from like what theoretically should be really uncanny images of humans to like realistic humans. But there's something about the divide there that I think is kind of funny, and trying to translate anime aesthetics and like vocabulary and like movements and mannerisms and stuff into live action. And I've never watched any of the really slick stuff, like any of the Netflix stuff.
Gosh,
so I don't really know where we're at now, but I like the low budget version of that.
The last one of those that I watched was well, maybe that isn't true. For my anime Countrysides video, I watched an episode of the TV drama adaptation of Yuru Camp. And it was even in a show like that that's like pretty subdued with a lot of its anime-isms, the acting was so like infantilized and like childish and cloying that I couldn't hang. So yeah, that what you're describing, like, there for me there's like a little bit of that quality of like watching a tiger circling around in its cage at the zoo knowing that it's doing that because it's distressed, you know.
Yeah, I used to find it frustrating because I couldn't translate, the thing that appealed to me into this other version of it.
Yeah.
But now it's starting to appeal to me. I kind of like that.
Did you ever watch the Sailor Moon tokusatsu series?
I hadn't. I actually didn't know it existed until like
Scarecrow didn't have it.
2015 or 16. Not as far as I know.
Bummer.
But I didn't like troll the live action anime section very hard.
Right, or it may have even been in the tokusatsu section.
It's possible.
With all those bootleg Ultraman VHS tapes.
Yeah, it's possible. Yeah. I didn't know about it until like 2015 or 16 when someone that I sort of knew as like a friend of a friend became extremely obsessed with Sailor Moon Crystal or whatever the like remake of Sailor Moon was. And then it got them into like watching every single version of the show and doing these like really like granular analyses of character interactions and stuff. And they started posting stuff from that as well.
They sound like a YouTuber.
Yeah, and they were just on Tumblr in their spare time with like 50 followers.
Yeah, doing this used to be an endeavor solely for the love of the game.
Yeah,
and dickheads like me had to come along and commoditize being a database animal.
Yeah, I really appreciated their analysis. I'm not going to try and name who it was because I think I might get the person wrong. But I really appreciated that. And it sort of like rekindled my love of Sailor Moon in my heart. And I was really surprised about the Tokusatsu show. Still really like just tuned out of a lot of I don't do my research, basically is what I've been watching anime since I was like 4 years old. Tons of it. Don't do my research. Kill me. But
I think that the world needs more people like you. Because your relationship to each one of those pieces of art is singular. You're not getting caught up in all the granular bullshit that I feel obligated to. Oh, so-and-so actually did keyframe animation on episode 11 of this show. When we get to that, I'll be sure to keep an eye out. Worthless. Does not enrich me at all.
Well, it entertains you.
No,
occupies you.
Great. It's
at
great.
The very least.
It's great. I wouldn't. It's just how my brain works. Mm-hmm. Speaking of Sailor Moon, do you think that you should drop your because it's come up a couple times now?
Okay, yeah, sure. Yeah, we're really far off topic now, but for anyone listening, especially if you're listening on Spotify and want to drop a comment, this is a fun little exercise that I came up with a number of years ago on Twitter or whatever. So for astrology bitches, of which I'm not, but I think it is entertaining sometimes.
You know a lot more than certain astrology bitches I've known.
Great.
So
well, I see. That's why I can't do my research, is because I learn too well and too quickly. My brain would be too full.
Yeah, God forbid. You're simply too smart, too based.
For those of you out there who are familiar with the concept of the astrology big three, your sun sign, your moon sign, your rising sign, sun sign kind of being like sort of generally how you are in the world, moon sign being how you are inside, how you perceive the world, rising sign being sort of like initial impressions and things that people get sort of assume about you or immediately get off your vibe. Your Sailor Moon Big Three is a new system that I've come up with. It's not systematic. It's just what you think it should be. But I think it's kind of entertaining to triangulate you or your loved one's personalities based off of your Sailor Moon Big Three. So we pinpointed Hazel's Sailor Moon Big Three, for example, as a
You can go into the detail as you like in order to demonstrate.
Yeah. Okay. So
in case you were worried about roasting me.
Okay. So we've got Hazel's sun sign would be a Mars array character, sort of tsundere, a little traditional, a little bit like rigid, but also, outspoken about certain things. Not always, not shy about your opinions, shall we say. Rising sign, definitely a Pluto. Can't remember what her name is in the show.
Which one is that again?
She's one of the like secondary 3 Sailor Scouts that appear. She's the very tall, long, dark hair.
Oh yeah, that one. Yeah.
She's sort of like elegant and big sisterly, and sort of like she's got her shit together. I think Setsuna is her name. Yeah, I think that's the really like together image you give off initially.
But then beneath that,
your moon sign is Luna, the cat, because she's intelligent and like has her she's just freaking out constantly about what everybody else is doing and how they're doing it wrong.
Yeah, you described that she has like a base need to be in control and have shit locked down, but in reality that just manifests as her freaking out.
It never like works
out.
Never works out.
Yeah. Never works out. Yeah, very true. So yeah, dear listener, go and submit your own and maybe also tell us which of the 3 women in Mai-chan's daily life bloody carnal residence is as your big 3.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. We got to talk about the ceiling.
Yeah. Okay.
In this movie,
if anybody wants to know, I know you all don't know me very well, but my big 3, I'm a Venus sun, and a Uranus rising, and a tuxedo moon. So,
beautiful.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
All right, we can go on.
Great. See, this is how the listeners will get to know you, Zoe.
Yeah, you can also in the comments if you want to sort of interpret what that means.
Right. Yeah. Actually, I now want to see commenters theorizing about what kind of person you are off the record. There's no way that'll get weird. The ceilings in this film. The ceilings.
Yeah, there are no ceilings.
No,
film.
This film was shot on a soundstage, but made to look vaguely like 3 rooms in a mansion. And
by vaguely, we mean they tell you that they're 3 rooms in a mansion, but they don't look like that.
No, in fact, in the behind the scenes, it's revealed that each room is basically 2 halves of 2 different rooms. And the filmmakers are just, they don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck about immersion. So you're seeing where these fake walls cut off constantly. Yeah. And then you're seeing the like
sort of industrial air ducts and stuff above just like
this soundstage ceiling.
Yeah.
That's this
beautiful.
And Maidroid are maid-themed V-Cinema Soundstage Core. V-Cinema Soundstage Core is a list that I have, a letterbox list that I have, but it currently only has 3 films in it.
It really makes me think, like, appreciate how much Maidroid has its shit together, though.
Maidroid?
Like, yeah. Yeah, in
You're
my
right.
mind,
They don't break it. They don't break immersion nearly as much. You're correct about that. Yeah.
It's tight, it's polished, like.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, so when I earlier described this movie as feeling like it came from 2004 and not 2014.
Right.
For example, 2 of the 3 or 4 rooms in this mansion that we see is like it's a bedroom, and then there's like sort of a living room. both of the walls of these rooms is like this sort of mottled yellow color.
Yeah. The whole film looks like it's caked in like 10 years of cigarette smoke.
It looks like second wave coffee shop to me. The sort of like yellow and red colors of the walls.
That is true. Yeah.
Dark iron wrought but not ornate, clearly mass manufactured like furniture and stuff. The like sort of outdoor patio table with this like mosaic top that they put like a fake skull on in the corner. Like all of that to me just like, and also the wardrobe that also feels extremely like early 2000s to me.
There's kind of a cheapness to all of the costumes.
Yeah, she's got like this like cardigan that's like this sort of like white,
right? Yeah,
lace cardigan and like this white and pink striped top that she's wearing, and to me that's like so early 2000s.
And that like pink dress that she's wearing in the behind the scenes as well is also like that. You're right. Maybe 2014 was longer ago than we thought. That's the year I graduated high school.
Yeah, I graduated high school 2 years before you.
Add that to the information Rolodex, dear listener.
Also, yeah, I was in Japan in 2016. I got a fellowship that I applied for from my college to like get some money.
Yeah, it was to be a live-in maid
and travel. Yeah, and so I went to this mansion and I lived there, and I myself took up the axe and.
Right. How was that?
chopped off Mai-chan's limbs. You know what? It clearly wasn't as much for me as it was for Miyako, but you know, it really was an interesting experience, and I really felt more worldly when I returned.
Do you think you could do it in real life?
Do I think I could do it?
Yeah.
No. Could I chop someone to pieces in anger if they're a real piece of shit?
If you know that she's gonna come back alive and happy.
I don't think I could do it unless she really liked it.
She really likes, we don't really...
She doesn't really like it until the end. I'm not sadistic enough to do it to someone that doesn't really like it.
Until she likes it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And maybe if she was like, I love this,
right.
then I'd be like, maybe I could do it.
Yeah.
I know my limits.
I don't think I could do it under any circumstance.
Yeah, anyway, I applied for this fellowship and they were like, cool, yeah, here you can have some money. And I said, cool, I'm going to use that to go to Japan partially. And so I did. And then I met a random New Zealand woman who let me live in her apartment for a month. So I I cleaned it a lot. So I kind of was a live-in maid. Shouts out to Nicola. She was awesome. And she worked in Suntory beverage manufacturing and made flavors as a flavor scientist. She's really cool. Maybe I'll see her again someday. But when I was in Japan in 2016, people were not wearing clothing like they wore in this movie on this film set.
2 years is a long time.
Yeah.
No, I'm kidding. You're totally right.
It is, but also like.
No, you're right. You're right. I buy it.
Yeah. That wardrobe's 10 years late.
Yeah. Probably also pointing toward the film's low budget stature. See, is there anything else to talk about?
I think one of my favorite shots in the movie is when they introduce Mai-chan, and it's through a stairwell, and she's supposed to be like sort of hanging laundry, but it's an upskirt shot, and so you only see the sky and then her upskirt, and she's kind of like supposed to be like hanging a sheet, or like I guess like maybe she's just supposed to be shaking out the sheet, but there's like no clothesline in sight. And in the behind the scenes, you see that shot from far away, and like she's just standing on like some kind of crate and like waving the sheet around. But yeah, they clearly just didn't want you to see that it was on the roof of this building with sound stages in it.
It's sort of the room core.
Yeah. Yeah, they do want you to know that you're on a rooftop in that one, or they want you to think you're on a rooftop in that one.
Yeah.
But you're
I guess they were on the real rooftop in this one, unlike in The Room.
Yeah.
But it's got that same uncanny feeling.
Absolutely. Yeah. I I think it's a really charming movie. I really recommend the behind the scenes too. It is kind of like aftercare.
Yeah, it is.
Because you watch it and it does have a really sleazy feel to it. I guess it's also what I was sort of getting at with the Hanokyo Maid team thing, is that like you can't parse like the actresses want to be there. They do these kinds of movies all the time. You know, this kind of content is whatever. You can't parse the ethics of a piece of art/media like
exploitation cinema.
Exploitation,
especially.
Like this. Yeah. But it's nice to see the behind the scenes in which, at the very least, it seems like there's like this nice camaraderie between the actresses. So it helps you wash away a little bit of that sort of like grimy.
Right. And they've got a rapport with the staff as well, which is nice. Of course, we're just seeing what's being filmed and included, but I got the vibe that it was not like a super grueling shoot. Which, yeah, like it's got a grimy, sleazy feel, not only in the sense that, you know, there's all the fetish shit that goes on in the film. There's multiple pissing scenes, vomit. Mm-hmm. It's got some real kind of grimy...
Cat ears.
Yes,
on
milk
the floor.
drinking. Yes, yeah. It's got all of these kind of perverse elements to it. But then there's also like the apples. There are apples on the trays that have the milk in them, and they're so mealy and so oxidized and brown. They look fucking disgusting. Yeah. So it's like, you know, is this the level of like...
They are fully peeled. For some reason, they fully peeled them.
Yeah. So there's there's that kind of like, what were the conditions of this shoot outside of the contents of the film?
Right.
You know, seemed like it was mostly
oh yeah, do you want to comment on the scene where she where Mai-chan gets like, I don't know, an afternoon off or something, and she like goes and walks in the field? Bring that up.
Yeah. So this is after, while Miyako is sort of forcefully making out with Mai, she bites the tip of her tongue off. So later, Mai-chan gets some time off work, and she's frolicking in like, you know, a field under an overpass. Like, it looks like California, dude. Like, all of the grass that should be green is like gray and brown and shitty and dying. It's ugly as fuck. And she's sitting there and she attempts to eat a crepe, and it's this like kind of long, like meandering scene, very Iyashike.
The crepe is wrapped in this paper that has a heart print on it.
Yeah.
And she opens her mouth to eat it, and this like really viscous or bright red blood just like, or it's supposed to be blood, it looks like jam or something, just spills out onto the crepe, and she's like, oh no. And then she starts eating it, and she's like, it's yummy, but it hurts my tongue. Yeah, that seems
very
crazy.
Very moe.
Yeah, totally.
You can't not feel for her in that moment. Oh, honey, you poor thing.
She just wants to eat her crepe.
Put the crepe in the refrigerator.
I appreciate that scene a lot because that's kind of the scene that really cements the like daily life aspect of it.
Yeah,
like,
definitely.
It's like normal, but it's not normal.
Right. Yeah. There's an air of mundanity that's kind of abruptly cut off by her horrible circumstances. Yeah, I'd say so.
Great.
Is that an episode?
I guess that, yeah. Drop your Sailor Moon Big 3 in the comments.
Yeah, I'll say this is kind of a big one. Like I said, I really adore this movie, and I kind of wasn't expecting to cover it so soon, but I keep seeing these whisperings of attention getting drawn to this film, and I feel like I gotta set the fucking record straight before more, you know, fucking TikTok children or whatever swoop in and decide it's
the most abhorrent piece of media ever created.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's Mai-chan's Daily Life, the movie, Bloody Carnal Residence. We will see you next time, dear listener. Thanks for tuning in. Hello, you've tuned into Second Time Virgins, hosted by Hazel, that's me, and Zoe. This broadcast is by perverted adults for perverted adults and predominantly covers sexploitation films, so listener discretion is advised. And also, don't ask us where to download any of these movies. A haunted Turkish bathhouse, released in 1975 and directed by Kazuhiko Yamaguchi, is the subject of this episode of Second Time Virgins. The film stars Naomi Tani, and Zoe would like to open this episode with some choice quotes from her Wikipedia page.
She says, "The woman's naked body must not only be seen as a sensual object, but must also be able to express emotion. So I did my best to keep Naomi Tani's body as close as possible to perfect condition. She never went to the beach once in the 12 years that she worked as an actress, and she never got a tan so that you could see her white skin turning red while she received whippings."
Right, okay.
She said that to gain sympathy from the audience, I engaged in elaborate discussions with the filmmakers concerning Naomi Tani's torture scenes to ensure that they were both cruel and beautiful.
Is she speaking in the third person?
I think so. I think she sees
sort of a
herself as
persona
an
that
actress, as a third entity. Yeah.
Right.
A third party, second entity, whatever.
It makes sense.
Yeah, anyway, she was kind of a beast. She was the Nikatsu's queen of S&M.
Right,
for her 12 years.
Right.
And yeah, you can see why. She's tall, lithe, beautiful, and she has a very like cold look, but she's also like she has like quite an acting range. In fact, she was like one of the better actresses I think that we've seen in Pink films.
Totally. Yeah. I was impressed. That makes sense. That makes so much sense. She was in Rope Cosmetology. It's the one that has a dog in it. One of several that has a dog in it.
Nice.
If you know what I mean.
Very cool.
We'll get there.
We'll watch that someday.
I will die having seen that film twice. I will die having seen that German Shepherd twice. So the Letterboxd and thus TMDb description of this film is: a sly gangster hatches a plot against his own wife, who works at a brothel cum bathhouse with the help of the bathhouse owner's wife. And I'm actually a little bit torn this time around, because I don't know that I want to spoil everything.
Yeah, that's fair.
Outside of the title, I don't think you would know that this is a supernatural film until like the final act. Right.
Except for the ways that it sets you up to feel like things are supernatural even when they're not.
Yeah,
so there's
definitely.
A lot of we enjoyed this movie.
I liked it, yeah.
It's really entertaining, even though it's kind of a slow burn at the same time.
Definitely.
It felt really the 80 something minutes runtime felt really dense, but it uses
an interesting
a lot.
Thing where, like, as the viewer, you kind of spend the runtime feeling a little bit antsy for the supernatural stuff to start happening, but what's happening before we get to that point, is there's a lot going on, a lot of different plot threads, a lot of characters.
I mean, it's very sort of classic
happens.
Shakespearean tragedy wherein, betrayals and, abuses and all these tragedies occur until all the characters are basically insane. And then that's when the supernatural stuff starts to happen.
So in a sense, this is kind of a spiritual sequel to our episode on Yumeno Kyusaku's Girl Hell. I would say that there's a good amount of similarities between them. This came out, I believe, 2 years before Girl Hell. But it's...
Yeah, I think whether or not, there's any super direct link between the two of them.
I couldn't find any shared stuff.
Yeah, they've certainly got like similar, like mixing together the similar strands of DNA, like a Pink movie, a ghost story, like a sort of like traditional ghost story, and the sort of like violence that was the pinky violence that was popular at the time. Lots of blood sprays.
Yeah, they're great.
And lots of really mood lighting of like purples and greens and reds and sort of Dario Argento style expressionist lighting. Lots of like whip cuts and things that to like, oh, the cat watching in the corner.
Lots of like really dramatic zooms. Yeah.
And then the soundtrack is has a lot going on.
It's like this like avant-garde like
jazz instrumentation and synth score.
Yeah, and the synth is like always like really atonal and doing this like screeching thing. There's a song where it sounds like a cat meowing. Interesting. This composer is only listed for the composer credit for one other film, and it's Wolf Guy, which was directed by the same director, Kazuhiko Yamaguchi.
That is really interesting. I mean,
that one stars Sonny Chiba.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, the score felt pretty. I mean, there's a lot going on, but it felt like pretty well designed for the movie, even though it's also kind of two disparate scores. Like it kind of mixes like what like jazzy 70s exploitation, yakuza drums, and bass and stuff like that, and then the like more sort of sci-fi elements and like horror synth stuff.
Yeah, there's a good synthesis there. What do we say about this one? I'm feeling a little bit stumped.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of great shots that we could describe.
Yeah.
It goes a little bit like Obayashi's house mad at the end with like,
which again, it predates.
Right. The ghost cat woman like disappearing and reappearing between match cuts.
Right.
And
there's a lot of the kind of sensibilities of like Hong Kong action films all over the special effects and choreography in this movie.
I was also thinking about The Boxer's Omen watching it. Would
that be a good one for this show?
It wouldn't really be genre appropriate, but it'd be fun.
Right.
So yeah.
Like Within the Spirit is kind of all I need.
Yeah,
maybe
we should watch
do
it.
that one in like 10 years. You're definitely still doing this show.
Hey, I mean, the podcast that I ran with my mom ended up lasting almost 10 years.
Yes, that's true. But that's also your mom.
Yeah, that's true. There's a great shot where there's a tank full of koi fish. And then he sort of like looks away from it and he looks back and it's been drained, which is sad because there's clearly real fish flopping around in this empty tank. And then the Catwoman appears behind it. But it's still a cool effect.
Right. And then it gets smashed.
Yes.
And those fish are still flopping around.
Yeah. We can't say that no animals were harmed in the making of this film.
I think if you're going to watch these movies, you kind of just need to accept that.
Yeah. Okay, I think I have a starting point.
Okay, great.
So what I really didn't expect from this film was that it would at least be set in such a sort of historical and grounded starting point.
Right. The film is set in 1958 at the exact moment that the 1956 anti-prostitution bill was passed in Japan. So it's as it goes, I think the day it goes into effect.
It's the night before it goes into effect.
Right. We open
in a brothel the night before it goes into effect.
Yeah.
So it was a piece of legislation that was supposed to, and deter prostitution basically. And so it was like not criminalizing prostitution per se, but
it was a weird thing where like the act was not illegal, but the exchange of money for it was. kind of similar actually to Japan's underage drinking laws, which were written all the way back in the, I want to say the 20s or 30s, which the act of drinking alcohol underage is not illegal, but the act of buying it and selling it with the intent for the minor to drink it is illegal. So I think it's one of those weird legal loopholes that crop up in Japanese legislature.
Yeah, overall, I'd say that's more progressive than just straight up criminalizing these things.
Right.
So I guess that's cool.
Although I don't know if that just manifests as them arresting sex workers for engaging in prostitution, but just not the act itself of having the sex. I'm not sure.
I think part of the idea is that most prostitution was like done through a third party, or
Right.
like, there would be a business owner,
yeah,
a brothel
like a
owner,
bathhouse.
a pimp,
brothel.
like whatever,
Yeah.
or the older woman or whatever that sort of like sells the younger woman.
What is the name for that role?
Don't remember. The madam.
Right. Yeah.
And so I think that the law would then target those people in order to try and cut off
right.
the selling of sex. But it came out of like a huge rise in prostitution in Japan post-war, when the military occupation was still active and everything, which makes sense. So it starts with this historical moment, real piece of legislation, and so this brothel is like girls.
One of the things that the bill did legalize, that was like, I think one of their kind of main aims, was that it made it illegal to sell your daughter into prostitution.
Right.
That was like, I saw like a quote from one of the like lawmakers involved who was like, yeah, there were way too many loopholes in that bill, but you can't sell your daughter into sexual slavery anymore. So
there's that.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah.
So the movie opens with it being the day before this law takes full effect. And so the owners of the brothel are like, all right, girls, go out and get them. It's the last day we can be open, but we don't want to throw you out on the street. And so we're opening a Turkish bath, which, I guess I can't make any claims that this was common, but I'm imagining that plot.
Converting brothels into bathhouses.
Yeah, it came out of.
Or hostess bars. I'm sure it wasn't quite so A to B to C, but I imagine that that does kind of, well, I guess not imagine. I think it does kind of connect back to Japan's history of sex work.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that this law sort of incentivized a lot of change into these sort of auxiliary sex work industries where sex was probably still sold quite frequently. And so in this movie, that's what they depict. They decide that we're opening a Turkish bathhouse. They never really explain like what part of it is Turkish, what that means.
I don't really understand the implication.
Yeah, but they're opening this bathhouse and the girls are going to take care of their clientele. They're introducing a lot of special techniques here in terms of, becoming a human loofah and sort of like rubbing yourself all over your customer.
Right.
is sort of the main thing.
So like, they do or do not have sex with them afterward?
It seems like they do.
Because it seemed like they do some of the time, but then our protagonist, Mayumi, is like their top earner, but she talks about losing her virginity kind of late into the film, right?
No,
that wasn't her.
She gets raped by the guy at the very beginning of the film.
Well, sure, but so
but she lost her virginity to him then, and then she comes and then she's like, you should have paid me for that.
Oh, she brings it up. I totally misread that scene. I thought it was more symbolic. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. So, of course, she's fucking these guys.
Yeah.
I was very confused about that.
Yeah, I see. Yeah, no.
I was like, damn, she must be really fucking good with her hands.
Yeah, they provide bath services and happy endings and, whatever else. They don't go into how the women negotiate what services they're providing or anything. Yeah. But there's a woman who works for the brothel and she wants to leave. And then she's manipulated by her shady Yakuza fiance back into sex work in the bathhouse.
Right.
She's mistreated. She's ultimately killed. And her younger sister, Naomi Tani, then has to investigate her death.
Yeah, classic example of like a really beautiful, mature-looking woman, like not being able to be like dressed up like a high school student, maybe even junior high. I'm not sure.
When she arrives from the country originally, all innocent and sweet.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
And she still looks like the queen of BDSM.
Right. There's a shibari scene, which it's a shibari torture scene.
Right.
So not palatable to many, I'm sure. It's pretty brutal.
They ultimately kill her. Mm-hmm. And it's revealed that he does that because why exactly?
Okay. Her Yakuza fiance is fucking around and then he rapes our original protagonist's sister, who is Naomi Tani, takes her innocence, and so they have a loving sisterly bond, and so our other main woman, Yukio,
oh right, yes, that's why I couldn't remember what instigated
goes after him with a knife.
Yes,
and then she left the brothel and left her customers there. And,
well, I wasn't, because there's that whole thing where it's revealed that he secretly staged the Yakuza coming into his house to beat him up
in order to get her back into prostitution. I guess it's sort of, that part is weak. It's a little weak, but there are machinations and there's a lot of plot happening in this movie.
Yeah, it's true.
There's a lot of back and forthing.
Yeah, so after Yukino is slain by the owner and the husband and the madam. Of course she's pregnant. So that's the other reason, is to abort the child. And then they go too far and kill her.
Right.
And then they encase her in the wall, which is
never a good thing to do with a corpse that you have murdered,
right? Because
it's going to turn your building into a ghost establishment.
Is kind of a reverse. It's kind of a reverse Edgar Allan Poe's The Black Cat, where instead of the cat getting sealed inside the wall, it is the cat's owner. So Yukino is sealed in the wall behind concrete. Her husband and the madam are just like basically with their hands like building up this wall with like wet cement, and then that gets them all hot and bothered, and they
and then she puts her cement hands on his neck, and then they have sex, and it's really hard not to think about that. If you're
the sex in this movie
viewer.
Is like particularly gross, right? Or just kind of like gross in like a ew kind of way, not even so much in like a disturbing way.
Yeah,
I mean it's also that, but no more than like any other pink film.
There's a lot of sexual assault in this film. I think it also intentionally makes a lot of the men just like be sort of older and weird looking and like unappealing, and goofy even, which really takes it to another level. Although it doesn't have the kind of long, static, just like body parts slapping quality that a lot of other pink films do.
They're too busy slipping up against each other instead.
Yeah. in the bath with the suds. So, and the sex scenes in this are a lot shorter. So I would say that it's more palatable in a certain way, but the scenarios themselves are grosser, and or like the combination of like these really beautiful young women and these older,
which is a really common trope,
hairy men,
especially in like doujinshi. But there's a lot of lingering shots on these men's bodies, and I'm sure if you're like a certain flavor of gay man, you'll be intrigued by that description, but wasn't for me.
Yeah, I think there's an appeal that certain types of porn go for, which are beautiful young women being
they
sort
call
of
it the ugly bastard trope,
contaminated by these hairy beasts.
I think one thing that I will say about this film is I'm a little bit disappointed that it is ultimately one big crime plot, because the intro, the first night, the night before the law comes into effect, the police raid the brothel, and they're like, hey, you guys have 20 minutes to get everyone out of here. In 20 minutes, what you're doing is illegal. And I was really hoping that would kind of keep weaving its way into the film, and it would kind of be a broader portrait of this specific moment in time as these brothels either shut down or changed course.
Yeah, I feel you. Some more social realism would have been fun, or to keep it more historical rather than just using that as the really initial setup.
Definitely. I do like the direction it went in. I do think it's very similar to Yumeno Kiyosaku's Girl Hell, you'd say. In terms of its structure, at least, and the kind of way it plays with that subjective supernatural element. And I think that the Girl Hell is much, much, much stronger than this. So I'm almost a little bit sad that we didn't watch them in the reverse order, but
it's good to set expectations high.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah,
so
it
we know
keeps
it's out
from
there.
Unnecessarily glazing this movie.
Yeah. You know what I watched recently? This is a tangent because it's more related to Kiyosaku Yumeno's Girl Hell than it is this movie, but I watched the Fatal Frame live action movie. It's pretty fun. It's slow, but it's fun.
Wasn't it directed by a Korean director? Isn't it a Korean adaptation? Am I getting that right? Hold on.
Yeah, so the Fatal Frame live action film, it's set in an all girls Catholic school, and so it's got like a very similar aesthetic to Yumeno Kiyosaku's Girl Hell. And basically, like, just thinking about the sort of like the Class S stuff that those two stories both play out. And I forgot what I was going to say about it. I watched it. It kind of reminds me of Yumeno Kiyosaku's Girl Hell as well.
There's a similar kind of revenge plot.
There's a true crime sort of murder plot and ghostly happenings.
Right.
So
oh,
I think
motherfucker! I know why I thought that it might have been Korean. Is I have to pause because these microphones don't allow us to keep being audible if we're not right in front of them. So you won't be able to hear me say any of this as I get up to go and lock my cat out of my room.
Took him a long time to get up and over here. I thought he'd be active way earlier in the day.
Yeah, he didn't even bother us last episode. Although I guess I've kind of put up a barricade. Anyway, there's a series of... Sorry, you were saying there's a true crime element to it.
Yeah. A murder and
a schoolgirl gets murdered, right?
Yeah, there's an Ophelia motif to also bring it around to Shakespeare. Yeah.
Nice. There's a series of Korean horror movies called Whispering Corridors, And they're kind of classic, like the school system is bearing down on our youths, and it's making them miserable and suicidal, and something has to change. And the spirits of these children whose lives were taken by the abuse intrinsic to Korean schooling, their spirits won't rest. So I want to say there's like 4, maybe even 5 or 6 of these movies. And I think the third entry is a gay all-girls school ghost story, basically.
So common.
Yeah, it really is.
What's up with that?
Yeah. Yeah, and we're like a couple verbs away from having that here as well. Or a couple, of the keywords
nouns
swapped out. Yeah, a couple of the nouns.
And verbs.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah, that's true. Well,
there's no gay action in this
when
movie.
we break it down like that, well, that's kind of true. There's multiple women
servicing one man.
Servicing one man, yes.
Breasts, two separate breasts do touch in this movie, but I wouldn't really constitute that as gay action.
No, I didn't.
Anyway,
No, I'm splitting hairs. I'm splitting hairs. I don't consider that, especially not after our last episode. By comparison,
yeah, no kidding.
Yeah, no, it is very common. Man, what a good movie Yueno Kizaku's Girl Hell is. What a film.
It is a good movie. Yeah, I mean, in contrast, if we're comparing these two, I think like the sexual assaults between the two films are really, really different. Like they just feel really different.
Yeah, they're both very brutal, but they are much different. You're right. How do you think you would characterize that?
I think that Girl Hell taps much more into the emotional impact that something like that has.
Yeah, very true.
Whereas,
and especially like on people outside of just the victim.
Yeah, totally. Sort of the ripple effect as well, and the like lasting trauma of that. Whereas this film is just much more sort of straightforward. It's like, if you do that, I take revenge.
Right.
And it changes my personality to be kind of a badass bitch.
Yeah.
But
then it's focusing much more on the kind of visceral element.
Yeah.
A lot of like lingering scenes of women just being like prodded at over and over with these big like bamboo sticks.
In this one, yeah.
In this one.
Yeah. There's multiple shibari bamboo stick beatings in this one. There's 2.
Yeah.
So.
A pair of sisters.
Yeah. I looked at that and I was like, man, these women are skilled at tying knots.
Yeah. Yeah. You think it was the women, or are you saying the women in the film, the characters?
I'm imagining in the film that the women bound them up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was looking at that and thinking like, man, she would have really had to decided to sit passively while they tied all of these intricate rope knots around her. But
you can't just. You're very right. I actually didn't think about that at the time. That's extremely funny because it is very intricate. It's like the whole torso.
Yeah, which takes some of the fun out of it, probably, but I can't help thinking about these sort of pragmatic things. It's like the cement on someone's hands.
Oh, yeah, no, I also could not
heavy.
stop thinking about that, yeah.
Jean Dielman, hands in the raw meat moment.
With the goddamn wedding ring on. Mm-hmm. Insane. What is she thinking?
I mean, he's not coming back, so I guess it's fine.
Yeah, it's fine.
I think I've run out of... original things to say about this movie.
Yeah, I think so have I. I think we covered it all. Like, again, I think my biggest feeling is just that I wish it was more about the how the law affected the business rather than how like everyone's greed affected the business.
I'm with you.
Yeah. Well, that's an episode.
Don't let your greed affect your business.
Hello, you've tuned into Second Time Virgins, hosted by Hazel, that's me, and Zoe. This broadcast is by perverted adults for perverted adults and predominantly covers sexploitation films, so listener discretion is advised. And also, don't ask us where to download any of these movies. Why, Zoe, what's that you're drinking?
Kolschan Pilsner. I'm addicted to drinking beer on this podcast only. It's the only time I ever drink beer.
I am drinking water.
Congratulations.
Now, if I do that, I'll have to brush my teeth.
Do you want to explain to the audience why?
Well, because I don't want to go to bed with beer particles in my teeth.
All right, fair enough.
We watched a film that is unconcerned with such trivial matters. The film Muscle from 1989, directed by, I believe, our first returning filmmaker on this show, Hisayasu Sato. I feel like it was pretty inevitable that he would be the guy that we go back to first.
Yeah, everything I've seen from him so far has just impressed me and intrigued me.
In like totally different ways too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I had seen this movie already, but it was your first time. So for those who have never heard of this film, it is one of not very many comparatively gay pink films featuring and aimed at gay men. Sato's got at least one other. I believe it's called The Fetist. We'll have to check that out sometime. It might be one of his other movies. So I've seen this film before. I saw it a couple years ago, and it is your first time. So why don't you tell the audience what you thought? And also me, because we didn't really talk about it before we sat in front of microphones.
Yeah, we didn't. I enjoyed this one a lot, obviously. Sato's really good at keeping a coherent enough story while imbuing what he's got with, like, you know, motifs like little doggy treats for a viewer to, like, sniff along.
Right.
And snuffle up off the floor. And yeah, I don't know that there's anything in this one especially that like would shock modern viewers, for example, but it still feels pretty transgressive and like viscerally shot. And my preferred brand of exploring masculinity is like weird old dudes, but every now and then a dose of hot oiled brand of masculinity can also be a good time.
Totally. So this is one of those.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was thinking of obviously Pumping Iron, the Arnold Schwarzenegger documentary.
Yes, of course.
And
it feels like I'm with a woman and I'm coming.
Right.
Yeah. Classic Arnold quote.
He's really good in that documentary.
Is that the same?
That's a funny thing to say about someone in a documentary, but
it's probably somewhere different, but there's that interview clip with him where he's like
because I'm a stud, I'm ballsy, I don't take no shit from anyone, I smoke my stogie anywhere I want, I don't have to find a hideout place like you.
Yeah, he was your governor for a while.
He was, it's true. Yeah, I'm from California. He was the governor when I was in, I think, middle school.
How did you feel about that at the time?
I thought it was really funny because he had a funny voice. He talked funny. So I thought it was funny. It's a really easy to do an impression of him.
And what was the first time that you saw him in a movie and you went, that's my governor?
No, I think it was maybe the other way around, or like, it's possible that when he was elected, my family was kind of like, what the fuck is this shit? He's this goddamn movie star. Yeah, I don't really remember. I think it just kind of felt like, it is what it is.
You haven't seen The Terminator, though, have you?
No, I haven't. I've
Yeah.
actually probably seen very, very few of his movies.
What's the one, Mrs. Mom, or like the one where he has to
Where he
work
the
in a
MPEG
daycare?
movie?
Yeah, that one.
What's that movie called? It doesn't. Yeah, I know the one you're talking about.
Have you seen that one?
No, I
Okay.
have not seen the Arnold Schwarzenegger.
All right. I thought it
MPEG
would be
movie.
funny if you'd seen that one, but not The Terminator.
Right. Well,
Anyway.
I mean, it is possible. Wait, no. Oh my God, Jingle All the Way.
Right.
I watched that one over and over as not a tiny child, as you would assume, but as a 12-ish year old.
That one really hit.
The Nostalgia Critic reviewed it, and I thought it seemed really funny. And so I kind of like arbitrarily decided, like, this is a Christmas tradition I'm setting for myself because I do not have any already. I will watch this film once a year around Christmas. I think I did that for maybe 3, maybe even 4 years. And then I became an adult.
That's some staying power for like a
Yeah.
13, 14,
Yeah.
12-year-old.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, well, that digression aside, yeah, I thought that this was a interesting in that it's a love story, and it really focuses on these two men throughout, and then yeah, it's about sadomasochism.
Yeah. So the premise is a man who already some of the details are like he's kind of speeding through them.
Okay,
the film Muscle revolves around the gay magazine Muscle, of which our protagonist is the editor.
He says the editor.
Okay, yeah, he is.
He wields a camera a few
Yes.
times too.
Yes. And he meets this man because he was a model, right? Am I getting
Yeah.
that right?
So there's a scene at maybe the first scene in the film in which they get a lot of use out of this one setting in the film, which is like a theater room
Right.
with like a big projection screen. But I think in this first scene, it's supposed to be either some kind of audition or just a photo shoot for
Yeah.
the magazine.
Right.
And there's, but it's a little bit surreal because it's pretty dark. There's 2 spotlights and like several men lined up on the stage in front of the
Right.
projection screen.
And there's like no establishing shot, no sense of place. It almost feels like it's supposed to be like a montage.
Yeah, and you've got clearly a bodybuilder in there, and then there's a man with a very different body type, but he's also muscled. A buto dancer. Do you think that's the type of dance he does? Anyway, he's painted fully white from
Yes.
head to
Oh,
toe.
yeah, that guy. Yeah,
and
yeah, yeah.
contorting his body.
Mm-hmm.
And then we have Kitami, who is I think he's a martial artist. He's doing some
Right.
like martial arts flow
Yes.
up on the stage, and the camera like moves around in between them and creates this sort of collage of flesh. And then our protagonist is like watching all of them. I wasn't sure if it was an audition too. That was another thing that crossed my mind.
Right.
But basically, they meet each other and they start a relationship. And in voiceover, he gives us the details, which is they start a relationship and it's great, and then it becomes a little bit too rough for him.
Right, because his partner is introducing increasingly sadistic activities to. Why does the word activity feel?
It's a little clinical.
It's a little clinical.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's introducing kinkier and kinkier shit. and it becomes clear that his sadism knows no bounds,
And he's not practicing proper consent or aftercare.
or probably
Let's just
knife
get that out of the way.
usage,
Yeah.
you know. He's exercising improper butter usage.
Yeah, you are not supposed to put that stuff up your any hole.
Yeah. So that culminates in our protagonist, who is up to this point been mostly submissive to his partner. He cuts his arm off.
Yeah, with a sharp blade.
Yes. And then gets sent to jail for a couple years.
1 year.
1 year, yes. It's not drawn attention to, so I wasn't really sure how like how significant that was, that it was only a year for cutting a man's arm off. I was kind of wondering how much of it was the fact that these men were gay, and that it was like a gay crime of passion. So it's like, he cut a gay man's arm off, let's just give him a year.
I was thinking about that too, and I really, I don't know anything about Japan's criminal court or sentencing, but I was also sort of wondering, I mean, he could have made some kind of like self-defense or like domestic violence charge.
Right. It was making me think of Jeffrey Dahmer, who got really close to getting busted at least once, and the cops were like, I don't know what this gay shit is. Get these homos out of here.
We're just, gonna be hands off. Yeah. Interesting.
Obviously, totally different culture, totally different time frame, but yeah.
Anyway, he only went away to the slammer for 1 year, and then he's
It just
released.
so happened to be the most unfortunate year he could have gone to the slammer, because within that year, Pier Paolo Pasolini, the director of most famously Salo, 120 Days of Sodom, is that the full title?
Yes.
Both released that film and then died. I don't think I knew that he died.
He said the subtitle
he was killed.
Killed.
Is that like I should have
Let's look that up right now. Also, I looked up the release date of Salo. It was released in 1975. So canonically, our characters committed an arm chopping in 74, went away for some of 75, and was presumably released in 76.
But the tape, the tape medium is such a big part of it. I wonder if. No, yeah, because he died in 75 as well.
Yeah, so I think we've got I think we've honed in on a little anachronistic element of this movie here.
Right.
That is, if you were going to take it to like an absurd level of pretentious criticism, then you'd pretend that was like super intentional on the part of the filmmaker. You'd say he's creating some kind of space out of time in which both VHS simultaneously exist and Pier Paolo Pasolini dies.
Yeah, I mean VHS did. I think it was like starting to be a thing, but it was like so niche. You probably needed to be somebody who like worked, who co-engineered the VHS in order to own one at the time. But now that I'm thinking about it, all of the covers of Muscle magazine that they were showing did look like they were from the 70s. They definitely didn't look like they were from the late 80s.
That's true.
They've got that kind of like there's just like a certain style of painting. A painting style on those covers that's very 70s. So yeah, he gets out of jail. Salo has had its theatrical run in Japan. Pasolini has died. And the film has yet to be released on tape. But Pasolini is this guy's favorite director. And so he's going to do anything he can to get a hold of that film, while also becoming, so he's like singularly obsessed with that, but then he's also singularly obsessed with returning the arm to the man that he cut it off of.
Yeah, he's got two motivations, not
Yes.
just one.
Yes, that's a complex character.
I was looking up what date PAL codes were introduced or / invented. For those listening who might not know, a PAL code is a encoding system for television that can be region locked, essentially. So you can make sure that people can't just bootleg things all over the globe.
So that's it. Part of it is a bootlegging thing, and part of it is that in Europe they use a 50 hertz standard, whereas we use a 60 hertz standard for like televised content. Maybe just like power in general. I'm not really sure. Famously, video games released in the PAL format are 1/6 slower than games released in the NTSC region, or NTSC regions, I should say, because Japan uses an NTSC format. Although certain parts of Japan in the 60s and maybe into the 70s did use a PAL format. So unfortunately, Sato has failed to create a convincing story, and I was unimmersed the entire time. No, I'm kidding, obviously. So PAL is a format that you need specialized tools to convert. So over the course of the film, he manages to write to a friend in Italy who's able to acquire a PAL region VHS of the film that then needs to be transferred. But of course, he's gone through all this trouble. He's finally got the tape. He's going to get it transferred, but you cannot transfer stuff that is super explicit. Like these services won't do it because of Japan's nudity laws. So he's like still shit out of luck. And that process of him, like the trial and error of like trying to just see a fucking film, is, I mean, obviously it's I don't want to say relatable because in the digital age, it's like such a fucking privilege that like, I can click once and be watching Solo, a film neither of us have seen, I should say. But given my line of work, I literally had to do that today. I had to buy a DVD that is going to be expensive. It was kind of expensive to purchase. It will be expensive to import, and then I will have to manually rip it so that I can talk about the contents of it in one of my YouTube videos. So, like, it hits close to home there. But then this kind of other thread.
Yeah, so we've got the quest for this VHS tape, and then when he's released from prison, apparently his editor-in-chief sends him back this arm that has been preserved in a glass jar. I've been holding on to this for you. Here you go. And so, sorry, I'm going to quickly look at what his name is, so hopefully I can say the character's name so it's less confusing.
Yeah,
I think it's Ryuzaki or something like that.
Ryuzaki.
Yeah.
And Kitami.
Yeah. Yeah, so Ryuzaki has, I guess, a former friend from prison that's there, and he's asked this guy to help him track down Kitami. And we don't exactly know what his intentions are, but it turns out it seems like he wants to give the arm back. And so he has his former prison buddy, like, looking for him. He's going to shady bars and, loading docks and stuff, and asking about him. He's making posters.
The loading dock is such an interesting set piece. Obviously, I love it. It's very beautiful. You get to see a couple shipping containers.
And and all the while he's haunted by memories of his hot, sexy, scary sex with his ex-lover.
Yeah.
When he gets to the loading dock, that's kind of where those two threads converge.
Yes.
So he runs into a leather-clad
queen,
quote unquote,
say.
Who sort of solicits him, but also he shows the poster and is like, have you seen this one-armed guy? And he's like, the other guy's like, no, I haven't seen him, but he used to come into the bar that I was at and like hang out and be sexy, but we all thought he was creepy, but I haven't seen him. Do you want to have sex with me? And when he refuses, he's holding onto the package that contains his VHS tape in it. And the leather jacketed guy grabs the tape, takes it away from him, and eventually smashes it. And so that is, I guess, where the two threads like meet in the film.
And perhaps where Rizaki's persona fully shifts from the M to the S, because he then beats the guy to death.
Right. Yeah, when you were describing the tribulations with the tape and getting it transferred and everything, I was thinking about like, yeah, that's like an allegory for like, for legal representation and legal rights, like gay rights. Sacho's really gotten something with this. Not really, but
I'm gonna guess that that just happened to him. Maybe with Salo. No less.
It's possible.
He's Yasu Salo.
He just had a grievance because he couldn't watch this fucking movie.
Exactly.
He needed to pad out this other story with some stuff.
But it's such a... I have to imagine that there were probably not a lot of other movies in 1989 about really wanting to see a movie and not being able to.
Yeah. And then, I mean, so much of the film takes place in a movie theater that never shows any projections. So what do you think about that?
Very true.
There's a theater that I think he gets a job at and works at the ticket booth, and they call it the Lunatic Theater.
Yes.
It seems to be kind of a repertory theater because they show foreign films and stuff like that. So
Could you explain what that is to the audience? A repertory theater? A
theater that shows like rotating films that are not new releases.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like basically every theater in like a major city. Right, you'd say.
Yeah. That's become increasingly the case at like Regal and Landmark theaters and stuff.
Right, yeah.
I've been seeing them play like
G-Kids is constantly getting all the Ghibli movies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a trend in movie theaters that I'm seeing more and more. Like,
right, because old things that hold more value than new things.
Yeah, and turns out
finally.
Yeah, and nostalgia, you can only commercialize nostalgia so much, and just until you get to the point where just showing the old thing again is going to make you more money than a shitty sequel or whatever.
And the old thing is always going to be better. Yeah.
So there you go.
Yeah. So he's working at this theater
called the Lunatic Theater.
Which
is clearly, I don't know, significant in some way.
Well, their gimmick is pretty loony. If you don't like the movie, you don't have to pay.
True.
God, can what a utopia. Oh my God. I just say I hate everything. Come on.
There's a scene where a woman that we're introduced to at one point who demonstrates that she is a practicing sadist looking for a masochist. She comes to watch a movie.
She's awesome.
Yeah. She comes to watch a movie at the theater, and they're showing a movie called Pigpen. You should look and see if that's a real movie.
You're right.
Okay, I'll talk about the woman who's a sadist. I should probably look up who this actress is because I bet that she's been in a lot of stuff and probably does S&M films a lot. But she comes and visits Ryuzaki's room with his former prison buddy, and his buddy's she's
it's
hot.
It's another Pasolini movie. The title that we know it as is Pigsty. But its Japanese title, I'm guessing, is Pigpen.
There we go. Almost the movie that he wanted to see, but not quite. Just another layer of humiliation.
Tragic, cosmic irony.
So this woman comes to his room at some point, and they're hanging out, and his prison buddy's like prison was more fun than this. Everybody out here is so normal. At least there were some freaks there. And then he and this woman just fuck while Ryazaki hangs out on his bed, kind of unsure about what he wants to be doing there. But she is a sadist, and so she steps on this man. That's her thing, I think, is her signature move is stepping on guys.
Yeah. In high heels, of course.
Right.
Yeah, it's awesome. There's that's one sex scene in this Pink film. The majority of them take place in either fantasy or flashback in Ryazaki's memory of being with Kitami. And so
it's pretty light on the sex scenes, I would say, overall.
It is. Although the ones that are there are like pretty you see a lot of dick
action
through Speedo.
Yeah, totally. Yeah. Sato knows that people are here for the bulge, and he gives it to you.
Yeah. It's worth saying, I think that we would know if this wasn't the case. Sato's presumably, almost surely, a straight man working in a predominantly straight industry, making predominantly straight films. But I'm guessing that probably whatever there are, I believe that most gay Pink films were coming out of a particular production house. So I'm guessing he was just finding work wherever he could, and that happened to be gay stuff sometimes. But he's not fucking phoning it in at all. Like the film is totally in line with the erotic sensibilities of all the gay men in my life. And it's the guy's putting his fucking money where his mouth is. It's like the filmmaking equivalent of covering a song written by a woman and not changing the pronouns.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, I think he does a great job. He
as two gay men.
Yes.
We here at Second Time Virgins.
My opinion is that at least from an outsider perspective, I think he really captures like sort of this like animalistic sexuality that is a power struggle, and is touching on like this sort of no offense to gay men, but like sort of the grosser aspects, or like the like sort of more like bodily and like gross aspects of
just really
sex
visceral.
That can be very erotic. Yeah. Like I'm thinking of the butter scene.
We gotta
obviously.
talk about the butter scene.
Aside from there being sort of a lot of like sweat and oiled muscle, there's also buttered muscle
and buttered butt.
Yeah. At one point in one flashback, they're on Ryazaki's bed, and there's like a tray nearby that has some things on it, including a tureen of butter, and Kitami's being creative, so he grabs it with the butter knife and just slathers it all over his body, down to the jock strap and like over the jock strap, and like he's going in there with his mouth and stuff too, and the butter's starting to melt and just like become a sheen, and it's kind of a lot. He's fingering his asshole. Like it's pretty, like obviously it's not hardcore, but like it's one of the more hardcore looking scenes I think I've seen in Pink film.
It was making me think about how uncreative every like straight Pink film sex scene is.
Yeah.
By comparison.
Yeah. Unless you're the blind beast, but we'll talk about that one some other time.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, that is the exception. Yeah. And that's also another one about, I joked while we were watching, like so many movies about S&M are like secretly just about what happens when those roles invert. I brought up the film The Duke of Burgundy, which is kind of a lesbian spin on that, by which I mean it's a lot slower and more boring. I'm being flippant. I liked that movie, but it's obviously it's going for something pretty drastically different.
When I watched it with my mom it was too boring to continue for us. But I feel like part of that might have been watching it with my mom. So.
Right. I watched it with a friend who really loved it, and I had a good time with that. So I'm sorry that happened to you.
That's okay. That's okay. My mother is a queen, and her taste trumps everything.
Yes.
And
yeah,
so
we
sometimes
need to
I have to go
defer
and
to
watch
her
things outside of
ultimately.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the movie's boring then. That's the conclusion we've come to.
No.
No, it's yeah, anyway, that's just
It's
another
also gorgeous. It's a beautiful
Duke of
film.
Burgundy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. The color palettes, I remember it's like all like olive and like
Deep red.
Deep
ox
red.
blood, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
It feels very expensive in leather.
Totally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like sofa leather, not like leather dyke leather.
Yeah. No, I know exactly what you meant. Yeah. So needless to say, by being the one that's like that's desperately hunting down Kitami, and having such like an insatiable drive to find him, you kind of start to see that he's almost kind of like the arm is kind of like, how do I put this? It's like he's like absorbed some of Kitami's traits, some of his sadistic impulses. But ultimately, when he does track Kitami down, that dynamic inverts again, and they kind of return to their initial role.
Yeah. He receives a invite to a quote unquote masquerade on red paper, sort of out of nowhere, and then he goes there, and it is held at the Lunatic Theater again. Yes. So before he goes in, they tell him to put on the stocking that he received with
that's the mask
the invite.
for the masquerade.
Yeah. I think they are wearing suits, like he's wearing like a tux kind of. So. Yeah. But he puts the stocking on over his head and goes in, and then because they didn't have the budget to have any extras whatsoever, it's only the members of the cast that we've seen so far who all have stockings over their heads. But he comes in and he's led up to the stage area, which again has that like blank projection screen, which can be symbolic or not symbolic. But the other characters in their stocking caps that are different colors and stuff, not stocking caps, stockings. Kind of like reel into the frame and grab him, and they all kind of like waltz around crazily until it's revealed that Kitami is there finally. So he's tracked him down, and then they have their confrontation.
Yeah, and that confrontation culminates in Ryuzaki cutting his own eyes out. Right? It is him that does it to himself, right?
Okay, I couldn't, my eyeballs were not tracking all of the motion on the screen, especially because there was a kitten like climbing over me. But I believe he said, let me do this on the, okay, so Kitami is pissed at him. He knocks over the jar with his own arm, and he's going to torture Ryuzaki and or cut off one of his limbs
he
to
says,
make it equal.
Hold your arm out.
And Ryuzaki says, no, let me do it my own way. And then he either takes the blade and cuts his own eyes out, or lets Kitami, like makes Kitami slash his eyes out.
But ultimately, is there a difference if we're looking at it as speaking to this dynamic between them? Who's to say?
Right.
And then they go out back to the dock.
They sort of
locations.
Stagger out to the dock in the starlight.
Yes.
And slowly dance together as the camera sort of pans up and then the movie ends.
Yeah. Really incredible. A textbook example of wow, I'm in the end and you've got a movie. Really, really stellar. Yeah, I think this film is like so like, this is one of those movies where like it feels good to explain like the ground, like the floor pitch to somebody.
Like it's fun to go to someone and say, listen.
Listen, you gotta. There's this movie. It's got a bunch of gay sex in it. It's about a guy who really, really wants to watch Solo but can't, and then it ends in him cutting his own eyes out and dancing with his sadistic lover under the moonlight. I don't know that I would spoil the ending, but you know. Yeah, so that's the plot in, I wouldn't even say in broad strokes.
Right.
I'd say that's the plot.
In fine strokes.
Yes. So of course with Sato, like, he's so gestural with his theming, and imagery and everything. So like, how, like, I feel like almost like a resistance to pinpointing anything in particular, but what would you say struck you on like a more thematic or like sub if we go one layer deeper?
I mean, well, so one thing you said while we were watching it was, yeah, at this point in time, all these filmmakers out here are just making gay films. Or making... this is a Letterboxd review that I read. Oh, okay. Making allegories about the AIDS crisis, and then Sato is making whatever this movie is.
Yeah.
Thank you to whoever wrote that on Letterboxd. But I thought that was interesting, in so much as I was like, yeah, geez, what was the AIDS crisis like in Japan, right, if there was one?
Yeah.
And there is a Wikipedia page called HIV/AIDS in Japan.
Okay.
And
it would be awesome if we did research for this show.
I know.
We finished watching this film maybe like 5-10 minutes before we got in front of the microphones.
Yeah. So, you know, you get our fresh reactions, but you might be missing out on some more informed content.
Yes.
So bear that in mind. But
if we sought out to make informed content, though, the show wouldn't exist. You know?
Right. So, I mean, I think what I was able to glean from this page on a quick review is that, of course, the AIDS crisis, or like AIDS, is significant in Japan, especially for the homosexual population. And a lot of that, like, numbers kind of seeming high, or people getting diagnosis and treatment like late in the progression, is stigmas right around homosexuality. Totally. And I mean, probably just like getting something like that checked out in the first place. But the first wave of like infections in Japan in the 70s and 80s had to do with a tainted blood that was, or, you know, quote unquote tainted, infected blood that was brought over and given to like hemophiliacs and stuff as transfusion blood. Right. So that infected people and started the spread, and then it sort of like picked up through sexual transmission and and stuff. And so, like, yeah, I mean, I thought that was really interesting, but I don't know that it was a conversation at any point, especially at this point in time in Japan or anything.
Right.
So
probably much less in the film itself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that is to say, yeah, I don't necessarily see anything allegorical related to that in this movie.
Right. And I think ultimately the like core of that relationship between those two characters does kind of like transcend the fact that they're gay men, right? Like there are plenty of movies, there's plenty of art that explores the specific relationship dynamics that come with being gay. But like the aesthetics of this film and like the content of it but like the yeah, I don't know, like the dynamic is a little more universal, which I guess is maybe where Sato's straightness factors in. Maybe,
yeah. Okay, I will say that, like, so so often when the subject of homosexuality, especially at a certain point in time in film, comes up, then you have to sort of deal with the looming presence of the HIV/AIDS crisis, and that in turn, like a lot of filmmakers brought in like sort of the idea of the death drive, right?
Totally.
Into play, especially in exploring like homosexuality, eroticism, death. So like Greg Araki is someone that I'm very much thinking of when I say that.
Right.
And then in this film, the combination of homosexuality and sadomasochism also sort of brings up the question of like a death drive in a romantic erotic relationship, but in a different way.
I do think that from what I've observed, that does seem to be something that is not necessarily unique or exclusive to, but more prominent in gay men.
Yukio Mishima.
Yeah, exactly. Or even like Kenneth Anger. I was thinking about Scorpio Rising, which is from all the way back in like 63, I think. I wish I could figure out where this quote was. It was something I heard somebody paraphrase in passing that was like the only thing hotter to gay men than fucking each other is beating each other to death, or something like that. Obviously we're talking way out of our fucking lanes here, so take all of this with a grain of salt. But I think that is something that is in this movie.
Yeah. So as we've talked about it, I think ultimately like my major takeaway or the major thread that I will conceptualize for this film is that it is a masochist coming into his own.
Totally.
Which so the character of Ryuzaki at the beginning, the part where he's like, I was in this beautiful relationship and then it started to become sadistic, and then I couldn't take it and I cut his arm off and I went to jail and I came back. That happens pretty quickly.
Yeah.
And then throughout the course of the movie, he's remembering these instances of like really intimate, intense connection they had, which was painful to him and everything, but obviously he can't stop thinking about it. And at the point that he's like reunited with Kitami, he says like something like I couldn't handle it then, like I had a nervous breakdown basically, or I was so nervous all the time, and like but like now I can take it, or I like, I want to make it right and be with you essentially. And so like over the course of his time in prison, something happened through remembering these memories and just like coming to terms with the fact that he's really, really, really drawn to this dynamic.
Right. Totally fixated.
Yeah. He comes to term with it and he's able to like take charge in it.
Right.
I guess is what I see. There's that S&M role reversal throughout the film, but I think at the end he's firmly come to terms with being a masochist, and the fact that taking charge of that is part of a role as a masochist.
Absolutely.
It's not just about being a passive object.
Yeah.
So I really like that, and I think that's a very like sort of not positive, but like sort of a feel good, like it truly is sort of like a sweet thread
right
in this film.
Yeah, totally. I agree.
Yeah. I guess, and that's where the death drive comes in, is that like in this world where there are kind of like where everything includes its ultimate conclusion, in this like sort of like world outside of our real world where you can cut someone's arm off or cut out your own eyeballs, then the ultimate conclusion of sadomasochism is death, right?
Right.
So he's like accepting and committing to his own ultimate death whenever that comes too.
Totally.
Yeah.
Absolutely. What did you think of the dancing?
I thought that it was really bad and they needed dancing coaches.
Yeah.
And like there's something charming about the way everybody's kind of staggering around and like clearly, especially in that very final scene, Ryuzaki, I mean, I guess it's not unrealistic because he can't see and he's got blood pouring out of his eyeballs. It would make sense that he's staggering around. But at the same time, you know, I feel like Kitami at least should be a good lead because he's such a strong, sadistic, dominant partner. So he should have gotten some ballroom dancing lessons at the very least. And I do think that would have helped really give the scene that extra.
Right. The presence of dancing as a motif, I thought was interesting.
Okay, I guess it stood out to me so much because they're because the emphasis is on their beautiful muscular bodies and everything. So then when they're dancing around and being kind of like ungainly, yeah.
Totally, yeah. As a motif, I think it's very interesting.
But you know what? It could also kind of represent the way that they're both still figuring their relationship out together. And they don't have it all figured out. So, you think it's an interesting motif?
Because it's a very delicate, very tender kind of intimacy. It stands in such intense contrast to the sadomasochism. And at the start of the film, when he's like, you know, our relationship was heaven initially, you see the two of them dancing in Ryuzaki's room, and then we just see the sadomasochism that causes him to cut his arm off. But then at the end of the film, those two things are united.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yeah. Totally.
Yes.
Good observation.
Do you have any particular closing thoughts? Have we reached the more or less end of the episode?
The ultimate conclusion of this episode.
The ultimate conclusion of this episode is our death?
Yeah, I think that's it, maybe.
Cool. Hello, you've tuned into Second Time Virgins, hosted by Hazel, that's me, and Zoe. This broadcast is by perverted adults for perverted adults and predominantly covers sexploitation films, so listener discretion is advised. And also, don't ask us where to download any of these movies. So I initially thought that we were doing an episode on this film kind of superfluously, you know, like it doesn't really fit, but it's a movie we both want to talk about. So I thought, reading about the production of 1972's Season of the Witch, also known as, because this is the era of 70s genre film where every single movie had like 3 titles. It was originally shown under the name Jack's Wife, and then Hungry Wives. Romero's title from the get-go was Season of the Witch, and it wasn't until way later it was given that title in a recut. I'm literally just going to read from Wikipedia, because my summary is going to be a summary of the Wikipedia page, so at that rate, I might as well just read directly from Wikipedia. The film originally began production under the title of Jack's Wife. Romero got the idea for the film after reading about witchcraft for a different project. While working with public television in Pittsburgh, Romero became aware of the feminist movement, which also influenced his script. The film was shot with a small crew in 1972 on 16mm film in the North Hills suburb of Pittsburgh. It suffered from production problems when the original budget of $250,000 was lowered to $100,000. Romero was pressured by the distributor to make 2 sex scenes between the characters of Joan and Greg pornographic, but refused. It was, the producers were trying to market it as a softcore film.
Huh.
And apparently that original cut leaned a little, or probably a lot more into that, into that direction. So the version that we watched was probably the truer version. So I guess we've kind of got an inverse of this situation that we watched Seeds under, where we went out of our way to find the contractually obligated pornographic version.
Right. And in this case, it saw the auteur vision
right.
of the film. That's interesting.
Yeah, and clearly it wasn't even shot to be sexploitation. Like, it's very clear that the people making that film really just wanted, like, the producers just wanted there to be sex injected into it anywhere there could be.
Yeah, I mean, the setup, housewives burdened with the ennui of, like, their mundane lives and everything, and trying to feel empowered in any possible avenue, I guess, is the like cliched version of that is they go and have sexy affairs with younger men. Right.
Which, I mean, you do get in this film, but the circumstances are wildly different. Yeah, so do you want to be the one to do the general plot setup?
Sure, I'll give it a shot. Okay, so is her name actually Mrs. Robinson?
No. It's Joan Mitchell.
Okay.
Not to be confused with Joni Mitchell.
Right. Okay, so Joan Mitchell is a housewife to a husband. Presumably they've been married quite a while. He's involved in some kind of generic stocks and business, and he contributes a lot to the business. We never really find out what he does. I think that's fine because clearly she has no idea what he does. And so he's kind of a workaholic and he's often out of the house on business trips. And then in general, he's very inattentive, neglectful and kind of shitty.
Yeah, he knocks her around a couple times.
Yeah. And so...
And is constantly threatening to knock around his 18-year-old daughter.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, he's kind of like violent and abusive in an extremely mundane way.
Right. Yeah. Like in the way that like dads in the era just kind of were.
Yeah.
So it was interesting and kind of almost cathartic in a weird way to see a film treat that level of like mundanely shitty masculinity, spoiler alert, treated as worthy of murder.
Yeah.
Or as that makes his murder justifiable, which frankly is awesome.
It's woke. This movie's woke.
John Romero working on public television, learning what feminism is. That's awesome.
I love that detail. It's
I know,
so
me too.
Cute.
It's so cute.
He's like, second wave feminism, what's this? This is what all the women are talking about. I better put it in my script. Like, they're talking about domestic labor or some shit.
And I think that does really go to show that you can kind of feel when a filmmaker has a public television background, because public television at the time was very, like, the stuff that wasn't just, like, pastors giving sermons, a lot of it was pretty countercultural. Or just otherwise, like, very, like, left. I guess public is right there in the name.
Yeah, it is. That piece of history is interesting, and I haven't really refreshed myself on it, so I can't talk about it too much, but there's the British director who did, I think it was Danger Park, or...
Harmful Park?
Not Harmful
No,
Park.
that's the PlayStation game. Fuck.
There's a PlayStation game called Harmful Park.
Yeah. Hold on.
Hilarious.
We've got a Harmful Park. The internet's down. I'm an idiot. I forgot that the internet is down. I always want to call it Action Park and Harmful Park. Painful Park. Is that it?
Nope. And there's Paranoid Park.
Which is the Gus Van Sant film where the main character's little brother recites the plot of Napoleon Dynamite for like 3 minutes. That movie is awesome.
I need to see that again. No. Fuck. All right. Hang on. I'm going to find out. Tell me.
Dangerous Park. Hurtful Park. Mean Park.
I think it's also kind of like ill-advisedly alliterative.
I think it's Painful Park.
No.
It's not Painful Park?
No.
Nothing's coming up when you search Painful Park?
No, it's just inching along. It's being so slow.
If you disconnect from the Wi-Fi, it'll just bypass trying to connect to it.
Ah, right. Okay.
I'm not cutting any of this.
You're... yeah. Okay.
No, this is great.
All right. There was sort of a... I'm not going to say that this film was mumblecore, although I almost made that joke at one point. But there are a lot of scenes of sort of overlapping conversation that sort of...
Yeah, very naturalistic.
Peter along.
Yeah.
The scene, like, again, this movie has some beautiful, like, specificity in it. Like, the scene where Joan kind of, like, is talking about the dentist with her daughter, and the daughter's like,
right.
I'm not going to start using an electric toothbrush, or my teeth aren't going to fall out just because I don't use one.
She's talking about how her dad was threatening to kick her off of their dental plan because he thinks that she's going to be too expensive to have on the plan because she doesn't use an electric toothbrush. And so her teeth are going to rot. And she's like, there's no way that's going to happen. And Joan, the mother, is like, come on. He's not actually going to follow through with that. He's just making an empty threat at you. Really, really, like, specific detail that I really loved.
Fuck, I'm not going to be able to find
Painful...
I'll try it.
Painful Park. Pissed Off Park. Mean Old Fucker Park. Kick You in the Balls Park. Go Fuck Yourself Park. What is this goddamn movie called? It's not Painful Park?
It's not Painful Park.
What the fuck is this goddamn movie called?
I wish I could remember the director's name. It could be Mitchell, but... Predator Park?
No. It's definitely not Predator Park.
I wish Letterboxd had sort of like a little bit of more of a robust search feature,
right,
where it could account for some synonym,
It's a 70s movie, right?
It is.
It's not the Punishment Park.
Punishment
Park. Punishment Park.
That's the movie.
I'm keeping all of this in.
the genre of slow podcasting. Okay, Punishment Park from the year before, 1971.
Okay.
Anyway, this is a really tangential aside. It's just Peter Watkins, the director, was involved in public programming in Britain, and so he was able to make things like this, which is a movie in which U.S. prisons are at capacity, so President Nixon allows them to start taking convicts to a park to train the military and the police, and so they just go, it's kind of like Battle Royale, where they're just like there to like, or like The Most Dangerous Game or whatever, where they're there to just like shoot prisoners and train themselves with like real human targets. It's just true.
That just happens.
Yeah. So I mean, in 1971, that was was that pretty searing.
Right.
Yeah.
It's pretty awesome that it is literally just Nixon.
Yeah.
And not like abstracted, not like, President.
Yeah, he could do it because he was British.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah.
So I guess all of that is case in point for public access programming, especially at that time, having more of a left-leaning bent, and because your funding is secure, then there was a little bit more room to insert your leftist values into it.
Yeah, I've been thinking a lot about what is what literally being a Canadian allows you as a filmmaker, because their funding for the arts is so strong. By the way, really quick aside, because we brought up Gus Van Sant's Paranoid Park earlier, I remembered in like the second fucking episode of this show, in the Violated Angels episode, I accidentally called Alan Clark Larry Clark. Alan Clark is the director of Elephant, the original Elephant, the Irish Elephant, and I think it's called Pendus Fen. Larry Clark is the guy who used to work with Harmony Korine, who made Kids. I got them mixed up, and I've been embarrassed about it ever since.
Well, now's the time to clear the air about.
I just gotta get this off
later.
I gotta get this off my fucking chest.
Cool. Well, it took me that long to remember Peter Watkins' name, even though I started telling a story about him. So we're even. This is equal opportunity being lame, even though we're into film.
Yeah.
So Joan is a housewife, shitty husband, teenage or 19-year-old or whatever daughter who's like ready to leave home and is not into her at this point in time. She's being nagged by younger men. She has friends who are all also sort of repressed suburban women. And she starts having these like scary fucked up dreams.
The film opens with a dream that is really not unlike the opening of Belle de Jour, where she's being like led through the woods and these like branches are hitting her face and they're like, cutting her face up. And
Can I just stop you there for a second? In this era of filmmaking, I love it when you can just tell something is being shot in a public park.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, 100%.
Go on.
Well, there's a lot of stuff like that in the film. I think that Romero, being such an aggressively Pennsylvanian filmmaker, all of his films, even, like, there's not even too many externals in this film. A lot of it just takes place indoors. Probably part of that was because of the budget cuts. But it's still got like a very clear sense of place to it. It really feels like we are in a very specific pocket of suburban America. But anyway, she's got these kind of psychosexual, kind of questionably sadomasochistic dreams. There's like a scene where she's getting
home invaded.
Yeah, well, I think in the first dream sequence, she's getting like pulled out of a car, and like one of the two men that's there is her therapist, and the other one is her husband, and like they put like a leash on and a collar on her. And then there's a series of home invasion dreams that she has later on in the film become a motif.
Yeah, and so, her psyche's already disturbed from the beginning of the film.
Right. Like I said, she's seeing a therapist.
Right.
Right from the onset.
Yeah, which immediately made us think of The Brood.
Yes. But also, like, I think that drawing comparisons to the Brood is pretty interesting because this feels like it has kind of the opposite gaze. Like, this doesn't feel like a divorce guide movie in the slightest.
No, it does. Ultimately, it feels like the film is totally aligned and allied with
Joan.
Yeah. Her therapist, she has that dream sequence, and then it comes out of it into his office. You sort of realize that she's been describing her dream to him, and he's like, "Oh, dreams, they hold the like he basically says some 1970s psychobabble.
The last person that's capable of understanding a dream is the dreamer."
Yeah. Awesome. Searing as well. And so one of the things that I appreciate about this film is that I do think the dream sequences are not so often they feel kind of unnecessary, just a way for a film to insert some more visuals or try and play with a surreal tone or something like that. But in this film they feel very relevant to the plot, and like they express very evocatively her inner emotional state. So then she sort of like goes about her life, her day in her life. And then I think it's a slow moving movie. which also then made me say like, this is John Dielman-esque. And you know it's a good film when you just start spitting out other films that you've seen, like A Ticket Machine or something.
Right, yeah. Me, when I'm a cinephile, sees a middle-aged woman, whoa, that's like Jean Dielman. I call myself the Jean Dielman of talking about anime on the internet in the video I'm working on right now. Mm-hmm.
That's great. Happy for that to be the case. So I guess like the next sort of plot relevant thing that happens is that she and her friend are at her home with her daughter, who brings her boyfriend over.
Yeah, well, boyfriend it's a casual on and off friends. Sort of a thing.
Yeah.
This free love bullshit.
Yeah, he's her college professor, of course.
Yes, of course.
And they're all
But he's a pretty young guy as well. I think he's maybe right between the daughter and the mom's age.
30 or so.
Yeah.
They're hanging out, and at one point, this guy, he's such a fucking shit. He's so, like, unpleasant and combative, and he's the total epitome of, like, nega woman with utter confidence until she thinks she wants to sleep with you of her own volition.
I was trying to think of, like, the modern day equivalent of that kind of guy, and it's like, there's a specific kind of white boy who, like, well, I don't know. I don't know if that's actually an accurate comparison.
I think it's more tech bro and like sort of jockey tech bro now.
Right. Where it's like,
whereas in the 1970s that was the era of the intellectual.
Yes. Yeah.
And so, you know, you could be like a glasses wearing college professor, and that would be the, you know, perfectly poised to seduce older women.
And also, like, I think the kind of main bend to it is that, like, I can logic my way out of being wrong no matter what. Mm-hmm. I'm always going to be right because I can always 3D chess myself into being correct.
Right. Yeah, very much the prototype for pickup artist era.
Totally.
As well. So, yeah, he's this boyfriend is there. His name is Greg.
2 G's.
Yeah.
Well, I guess 3 G's.
I feel like that's really important.
Yeah.
And basically he convinces Joan and her sister. He doesn't really convince them, but he sort of beats them into submission verbally around playing this joke on Joan's middle-aged friend. Shirley, who's there. And so she leaves the room and he's like, we're going to make her think she smoked pot. Like, this woman is ready to crack, basically. Like, she's drunk and already, and like, it's going to be really funny, I think is pretty much what he's
trying to insist that this is to expand her mind.
Right.
So he's kind of being elusive about whether or not he is doing this to make fun of her or to, you know, get her to crack open some of her repression or something. Right, exactly.
But I think it's very clear that he's sadistic, and this is just him being sadistic. He, you know, sort of blasts past Joan and her daughters, like, you know, reservations, and does it, and then this entire sequence is incredibly long, and it's sort of
this entire scene is 10 minutes in total. I took note of my clock when it started because I remembered it being pretty beefy.
Yeah,
I think the film is like I think it's sub 90 minutes. I think it's like 80 something, so it's a pretty big chunk of the film, all things considered.
It's a really incredible scene. It starts with him, you know, Shirley being all like giggly and having fun, and then him being like, try this pot, and she's like, oh my god, you have pot? That's crazy. And then she smokes like a puff and is suddenly like, oh boy, I'm tripping balls.
Right. And I don't know if we specified, but basically he takes the filter off of a cigarette and twists the end to make it look like it's a joint.
Yeah, and so thank you. Yeah, so it's just nicotine, just tobacco, and whatever other additives cigarette companies of the 70s were putting in their cigarettes.
Gunpowder.
Cayenne pepper.
Asbestos.
And so and then it quickly devolves because he starts like asking her kind of like probing psychotherapy-esque questions, and she starts
doing that
down.
thing where you're giving somebody, you're feeding somebody exactly what you want them to have a breakthrough about, you know, like with these really leading questions.
Yeah.
That are
you sure that your father never
Yeah,
blanked?
exactly,
You know?
exactly.
And so she's suddenly in the chair, like thrashing back and forth, and he's got his hands on the arms, like looming over her, asking her these questions, and it does to me evoke the psychotherapy techniques of the time that were very popular about like descended from Freud. You've got a exposure therapy, like break someone's mind in order to get past their trauma and stuff like that.
Yeah, I occasionally see people who watch films from this era calling them like anti-therapy.
Yeah.
But given the kind of therapy that was in at the time, I kind of see why they were all anti-therapy.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Romero's like clearly sort of on the right side of the critique of this. I don't know what his experiences were, but I think it's more like just anti-psychotherapy would be maybe more accurate.
Yeah, like this was the thing in The Brood as well.
Yeah.
You look at it and it's like, this is what this guy thinks therapy is like. No, it's what he thinks experimental 70s ass therapy is like. Like, I think I've seen people kind of posit that for all the ways in which The Brood is an undeniably misogynistic film, I don't think that it is insinuating that because the ex-wife is in therapy, that's like a signal to the audience that she's crazy.
I think that there's layers of misogyny to that film, and one of them is my wife is being taken advantage of by a psychotherapist that's filling her head with all of these sort of empowered trad wifey cult leader ideas or whatever.
Right.
So it's an interesting kind of two sides of the coin, because I think on the one hand, at the time, just sort of like in reality, there was a lot of like abuse, like psychotherapy abuses, and like there's a power imbalance, especially between men and women, that was like not really being ethically observed in a lot of therapy situations at the time. And then on the other hand, I think a lot of men just had anxiety about women going to therapy, because then they'd come back and be like, actually, fuck you, and I don't want to like be treated this way, or I do all the domestic labor, why is it like this? So there's like critiques on coming from multiple angles of therapy at the time, but it's interesting that it's so present then. And then maybe like, I guess the 90s had a little bit of a resurgence of an interest in therapy in film with like The Sopranos and not Seinfeld, there was some other like TV series where the characters would attend therapy, and then Donnie Darko, and like but then in these dynamics, it's interesting because it's almost always a female therapist and a male client. So, I don't know. There's probably a paper out there about that.
Right.
Anyway.
This was the age where, as men were getting more sensitive, it was becoming increasingly clear that it was just a byproduct of their mommy complexes.
Right.
Is that what we here at Second Time Virgins are staking our claim on?
I think so.
Psychoanalyzing a generation of male filmmakers?
Pretty much.
Cool. Let's lock it in.
All right. Put that up on the leaderboard of our opinions,
of
our stances,
crack takes.
So this scene plays out. I think this scene is like really intense. It's fantastic. And then Greg, at some point they're like, get out of here, and he leaves. The daughter leaves, and it's just the two women again. And then they have more of a conversation, and I don't think I need to add any more plot details. I'm getting lost in how much to include here. But I think it was during sort of the tail end of that scene where I was like, I've never seen a scene with two middle-aged women having this long of a conversation before.
Totally.
Ever. And
Alison Bechdel is rolling in her grave. She's alive.
Yeah.
But
she's spinning in bed like she's possessed by the
right
spirit from The Exorcist.
Yes. Speaking of, you alluded to it earlier. This movie's got some very like direct references to films of the era. Like they literally say a character quotes Rosemary's Baby, and another character is like, "What are you talking about?" And then the character's like, "Oh, it's that bit from Rosemary's Baby."
Right. The cutting edge of intertextual reference.
Right.
And then at a certain point, Greg calls Joan
Mrs. Robinson,
an
which
obvious
is
reference to The Graduate.
so skeezy of a guy who's
Yeah.
already a fully grown adult man.
Totally.
But yeah, exactly.
And yeah, so I think basically after that, Joan and her friend go to visit another friend who they're like, they've been discussing this whole time and being like, she's a witch now, hoo-hoo. And so you show up and this woman is like all up in her new age business. She's got tarot, she's got astrology, she's got probably Aleister Crowley's manual somewhere. Like, they hang out with her and Joan is like she's like not into it, but she's also intrigued. And
it's like her fear is the signifier that she's truly intrigued.
Yes, that she has the capacity to be a true believer. And after that, I don't exactly remember the precise order of events, but she continues to have dreams. She actually does call Greg up. Sorry, I missed a big one. She returns home and hears Greg and her daughter having sex, and this sort of awakens something in her. She ultimately calls Greg over and sleeps with him a couple of times. She starts investigating Wicca.
Well, there's a really interesting thing about that scene where she comes home where it's treated as her doing something wrong, mm-hmm. both to her daughter, who I guess feels like
that her mom was spying on her.
Right,
probably.
Even though she was just coming into her own home and not saying anything.
Yeah.
And then her husband is like, I can't believe you let our daughter have sex in my home. If she does that again and you don't knock her around, I'm gonna knock you around.
And then he
keeps saying kick some ass.
Yeah. There's the slang, the use of slang in this film is pretty funny. They call, instead of saying like fucking, they say balling.
Yeah.
Like, I fucked you. He was like, I balled you. This is just balling. Yeah, so there's that incident where she comes home and hears them having sex. And then she ends up calling Greg up a couple of times. He comes over. They have sex a couple of times. She's getting into Wicca. There's a shopping montage. There's a witch's shopping montage, which I love.
Yeah, the montage is like super long.
Yeah.
It's like it kind of fast forwards through her getting to getting proficient with witchcraft. She goes and buys a bunch of witch paraphernalia and then starts practicing with it, and you see her go through all these steps and then pack everything up very procedurally and put it away. And that whole time Donovan's Season of the Witch is playing.
Yeah.
It's like maybe like a 4-minute montage. Does that sound excessive?
No, that sounds about right. I don't know if we should come back and talk about this more, or I'll just talk about it now. I love that scene a lot, and I love it in part. It's so long, and it's literally her walking through a shop, like, fondling candles and, like, picking up jars and vases, and then she goes home and she's, like, arranging them, and she has, her ritual knife and just, like, stuff like that. But basically, to me, it's, like, sort of a perfect layered visual representation of, like, one, just that style or that like niche of Wicca where I might be misusing witch terms here, so I apologize to any witches listening to this podcast. I just had deja vu saying that. Anyway,
one of them's already got you.
Yeah.
One of them's already fucking with you. Please,
she
no
heard it
hexes
in
on
the
our
future.
podcast. No hexes on our podcast, please.
she heard us talking in the future and then retroactively cast a spell on me in the past. In this sort of like, to me, I could be wrong, but it feels very heavily like Aleister Crowley, Order of the Golden Dawn or whatever, like style Wicca, with all the sort of astrology and stuff incorporated into it. But that style
it's
of
all
Wicca
about
being
intent
and being completely about objects. Like the whole thing is like, I mean, you have to have like maybe a strong will or whatever, but it's all about the form. It's so dogmatic. It's like dogmatic witchcraft where it's like, have all the precise objects, align them in this way, say these words, move them this way. Like that's the spell. It doesn't have anything to do with like innate magical power or anything that we like love in fantasy and shit like that. And so it's like this sort of very materialistic type of conception of magic.
Right.
Paired with the very materialistic conception of like suburban life, where that's kind of all you have access to in a white suburban culture is to go and buy things.
Right.
And the fact that just like that's such a stereotypical women's activity that appeals to women is to go shopping, and the fact that the shopping montage, I don't know about that being like codified in the 70s, but the shopping montage being really codified at this point in time in like, you know, through rom-coms and like just other women's
chick
flicks. Thank you. It's been so long since I've used that term.
Yeah, seriously.
Yeah, so I loved see the echo of that in this movie. So that's what I got excited about that scene.
Yeah.
Moving on, can you take it from there? I mean, I know how
with the
things
plot
turn out ultimately, but I can't remember if there's any other important details.
Well, after she's done with that, she calls Greg over one more time, and he sees the witch stuff and has the gall to dismiss it and call her crazy. They fuck, and then...
She's conducting a ritual. She's basically called him over to participate in it.
Yeah.
But
it's like unwitting, isn't it? Or no, you're right. It's not.
She asks him to, and then he makes fun of it, and then she basically has him participate in it anyway, because the like completing of the ritual is them having sex.
Right.
She's basically summoned a demon to possess him and to like cement their patronage relationship or what have you. And I think Romero does a great job with his budget, not trying to incorporate special effects, but still making it feel like things are happening. He has this cat come in through the basement and like come up through the house. And then, you know, Greg doesn't have any kind of like transformation or makeup or anything. It's just like when she does the incantation, he like, his physicality changes and he like grabs her in this aggressive way where you can tell that he's like possessed by the demon that's gonna have sex with her. And so she's like completed this big ritual, and then that's kind of it, right? Like she has continued to have these fucked up dreams. She's paranoid in her daily life, and then at a certain point, she's home alone, and she starts to hear the intruder outside the house.
This is her recurring dream. Her house gets broken into, and each time she's able to apply the things that she observed about this recurring dream the next time she has it. But the dream is adapting to what she knows. So the first time, she like drops a knife and isn't able to cut through.
So let me set this
up. Okay.
All right.
Okay.
So she's having to describe the dreams she's been having, the home intruder ones. She wakes up as if she's woken up, but she's woken up into the dream. She hears some noises, so she goes down the stairs. There's rattling at the door and like shadows over the windows, or like moving across the windows. And she gets freaked out and then sees a face that's like the intruder in the dream is like a fully black clothed, tall, like slender male figure, wearing this like mask I don't even really know how to describe the mask.
It's like kind of like like a scary, demented old person, goblin, ghoul kind of mask.
Yeah, it's like got some grays and reds in it.
Yeah.
And he in each dream he like breaks in through the back door. She runs for the front door and tries to open it and escape. And then the first time she has this dream, he's already attached his belt to the door in order to keep it shut. So when she tries to open it, she can't. And that's when he grabs her and like sort of it's shot kind of disorientingly, but like presumably this home intruder like rapes her. And then in the second time she has this dream,
and I think you can't quite I think it's supposed to be ambiguous, but she kind of pulls it the mask, and it looks like it might be Greg's actor, but I don't think we know for sure.
I think in another shot it also looks like it might be her husband,
right?
So maybe they're even switching out actors to sort of evoke all of the male oppressors in her life,
right?
And in the second dream, there was a knife that she had picked up and then dropped again. So she picks up this knife and runs to the front door to cut through the belt that's keeping the front door closed. But as she opens it and tries to cut it, it's a chain this time instead. So the dreams she's adapting to the dream and the dream's adapting to her. And then in this, at the end of the film, she wakes up, she's not dreaming, but she hears the intruder noises. She goes downstairs, there's someone at the front door. She picks up a shotgun that she's found in the basement, or like realized was in the basement per a previous dream, and just blasts through the front door, and it turns out it was just her husband trying to come home.
He was returning early from like a business trip or whatever.
Yeah, and then that's there's you hear a voiceover of like some various police sort of talking about the crime scene. They say things like, "Oh yeah, he was a hunter. He had some like duck traps in the basement. It was probably intentional, but like she's gonna get away with it,
Yeah, and then we cut to the Marion is the woman who has been
the original witch.
Yeah, the original witch, the one that she got in it through. We see her finally initiated into the coven, and then from there they're all at a party and everybody's commenting on how beautiful and young she looks, and she kind of like ambiguously jokes or says, well, it's because I'm a witch, and then that's the end of the film.
This film kind of zooms in on her blank stare. Yeah, it was awesome. I loved it.
I'm glad. I watched this for the first time a couple, maybe month or two ago, and I was totally floored. The whole reason it caught my eye was because I was like, I've never even heard of this movie. Like, I haven't seen a ton of Romero's movies or anything, but like, I thought I knew what his filmography looked like. I kind of assumed that Martin, his vampire movie, which we'll have to watch, was kind of was like his outlier, like the outlier in his filmography. So when I saw this one and I hadn't even fucking heard of it, I put it on like right away, and again I was totally floored. And so I thought it would be good for the show. So I'm glad that you enjoyed it. Sometimes like a film will really catch me off guard, and I'm not 100% sure if that's like, if it floors me for that reason or because it is just something that has really resonated with me. So
yeah, this is my first Romero. I haven't seen any.
Oh wow, that's awesome.
Night of the Living Dead.
Right.
Day of the Living Dead?
Sorry.
Night of the Living Dead. Okay. So I mean, my perception was that he's sort of like the low budget auteur horror guy.
Right.
And so I had an idea in my head of maybe this movie would be like more Suspiria adjacent or something like that. And for it to be this like sort of like slow burn suburban melodrama with melodrama shot as a horror film.
Right.
Really surprised me, and I loved it. Apparently I've been on like a melodrama kick this year and last year where I've been sort of reevaluating what that means, and what it could be as a genre.
Speak more on this.
I didn't like melodrama growing up because anything that even vaguely smacked melodramatic was kind of emotionally incomprehensible to me. I've always had like a very toned down, sort of stable emotional, like practical emotional register, and there was no like heightened, you know, emotion in my upbringing, except from my mom who had like high anxiety and stuff. And so to me, like that kind of emotionality is really irrational. Sorry, Mom. I think it's awesome
Women.
now. But like, it never made sense to me. And in those kinds of films and contexts, people would make toxic relationship choices. They would make choices that, you know, it drives people to make choices that are unreasonable and like, detrimental often to the character. So overall, it just made no sense to me why everyone was like acting against their own interests all the time in these films. And it, you know, only later in adulthood can I really sort of understand that melodrama is like almost an exorcism of like repressed emotion and like cultural dynamics of oppression, specifically against women, in a way that I think is awesome. And also just like I've gotten older. I'm less like emotionally suppressed myself now, so I can understand why and when people have irrational emotional reactions that cause people to act in ways that are against their own interests sometimes. So that's a maturity thing on my part, but also I started to see this sort of genre of melodrama as a lot more progressive than I thought it was, right? Like I originally thought that it was sort of like a soapy,
right?
You know, hysterical women, like why are we still doing this? But now I can see it as a lot more interested in women and women's experience. And so I think that a lot of melodrama can actually be incredibly progressive and investigating experiences that are not centered on the television screen very often. So I think that's the short and long of my pitch, but like, I think I saw it in this movie, David Lynch, you know, even Lars von Trier. I think that they all understand that like there's this sort of confluence of like existential horror. I've seen some YouTubers drop the phrase social anxiety horror, which is, you know, a nouveau category. But still, like, there is like a horror, an existential horror within feelings of social anxiety because of the way things in our society are like so sublimated beneath layers and layers of like social mores and everything that particularly impact women. So
I need to go deliver a large Pikachu to a friend of mine. I need you to filibuster.
Okay, I'll go back to what I was talking about originally.
Yeah, do that.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to filibuster while Hazel is delivering a large Pikachu to a friend. I am just going to remain quiet and let her cut out the gaps in the audio. So, drink some coffee over here. All right, welcome back to our session. So yeah,
like it's a therapy session.
Well, I was just talking about my my emotional issues in this episode, right?
Right.
So
is it my turn now?
Yeah, go ahead. So tell me about how you feel about melodrama, or if you ever had any feelings about it. Like it strikes me that you and I might have been a little bit more similar when we were younger in terms of being very like sort of having the more avoidant bent and being very much like those like messy adult emotions and all of that heightened shit does not appeal to me.
I got really uncomfortable whenever movies would get like really emotional or like kind of like whatever registered to me as like intense. Like I couldn't handle it. I would kind of like resent movies for doing that. Whenever I would see a movie in the theater with my mom and it would make her cry, I'd think like, oh God, no, I don't know how to deal with this.
Oh, that's kind of sweet.
Well, it was less like, I'm mad at this movie for making my mom sad, and more just like, I don't understand this.
Yeah, that's extremely... That's relatable.
Yeah, I don't know though. I don't know.
How do you feel about melodrama now, though? Are you kind of in line with my perception of it as being a very, like, exploratory category for
I think that
women
I
in
see it a
particular?
little bit more as a byproduct of what appeals to its audience. You know, like clearly that is a tone and a format that's very successful with women especially. But I also think, depending on the way that you look at it, I think a lot more media is melodrama than maybe we are kind of honing in on.
Yeah, I think there's sort of a misogynist rejection of
Right.
anything that has
Breaking Bad is melodrama.
emotion or like a focus on human relationships. Yeah.
Yeah.
And so I think the idea of a character driven, like you can have, there's a lot of cheap melodrama and there's a lot of like, you know, soapy trash that really doesn't make any emotional sense because it's not written with like sort of a care to character motivation and psychology and stuff like that. But yeah, I don't know. This movie isn't even that melodramatic. It's more
right, because so much
the-
of it is very, very grounded, like
Yeah.
like from a scene to scene basis.
It's got more like of the sort of like female catatonia in it than it does female melodrama. Although there's this scene with a friend that we described where she has her breakdown. So I think those are two sides of one coin that I'm calling melodrama in this case. But yeah, I thought it was awesome, and I don't remember other thoughts.
I think viewer, this is one of the films that I would definitely out of the episodes that we've done for this show so far, this is one that I would highly recommend seeking out. I think it's really incredible. I've never seen another movie quite like it. And I think that it would make a very fun double feature with The Brood.
Totally.
So, you know, get out there and watch some mentally ill housewives. I think that's our episode. All right, you start it.
Dear listener, for the next 2 months or so of your life, you are going to be subjected to a series of about 5 podcast episodes that we have taped all in a single day because we are behind. In order to spice things up, so to speak, we decided to introduce an added gimmick for your listening pleasure.
Really, it's to amuse ourselves.
Yes. Near, but also not that near to my home, there's a deli where we meet up frequently and eat bagels. And
great bagels.
Delicious bagels with lox and green scallion cream cheese.
Go there with a friend, get one of each, and then share, you swap halves.
Because they cut it in half for you.
You got to figure out what place it
angels
is.
Of bagels.
We're not going to tell you what place it is, but if you think you're in the spot, order a scallion bagel and a lox bagel, and then wife swap.
And sitting there, we realized there's an entire wall of popcorn in this deli, of boxes and boxes of Pop Secret and Act 2 to a degree of excess, because it's not just your like, okay, there's also some kettle corn. Okay, there's also no butter. Okay, there's like some wild flavor combination. This is like buffalo wing and ranch popcorn.
Right.
No, these are just popcorns. You've got butter, you've got your extra butter, you've got double butter, you've got extreme butter, you've got theater movie butter.
Yeah, you've got home. Did you already say home style?
I did. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So
you've got butter lovers.
We have 5 episodes to record, and we've got 6 boxes of popcorn, all on Zoe's dime. So
Do you want to know how much it cost to buy 6 boxes of popcorn from this deli?
from a deli, which means you were paying through your fucking nose.
And they're not the smallest boxes of
No.
popcorn that they come in for the most part.
Yeah, how much was this string of episodes worth?
$26.65.
That's not as much as I thought.
Yeah, it's
actually,
not. Yeah,
for
not
6
actually as
boxes
bad.
of popcorn.
Yeah.
We needed to establish some kind of a baseline here. And we've got 6 boxes and 5 episodes. So we're actually starting with 2 different flavors this time.
Yes, and we roughly arranged them in chromatic order, if you will,
Yeah, and
from
decadence.
palest,
Saturation.
palest to yellowest.
Yes.
Yes, and then the movie that they will be paired. Okay, so to establish our baseline, we've got home style butter,
Yes.
which is the palest.
It is clearly supposed to invoke making stovetop popcorn, which nobody does anymore. Because when you make that, typically you would add your own butter, which you wouldn't be adding as much as they add at the movie theater. So it's incredibly pale looking. We could have looked at like the nutritional info.
We don't need to get that analytical. This isn't a show about numbers. This is
No.
a show about feelings.
Yes.
The second we have, by the way, this is by we arranged these by color on the box, so we'll see if that's actually
Right. Yeah.
indicative of what they look like popped. But the other one we have is extra butter, and indeed, it is yellower than the
yellower.
home style butter. And to pair with this popped treat, we have a film for you.
Yeah. There's like a list of films that we've kind of mythologized here on Second Time Virgins.
A canon, if you will.
A canon, if you would. And today it's time to tap into that vein with 1977's In the Realm of
Sex.
This is not the 1976 Nagisa Oshima film In the Realm of the Senses. Their Japanese titles are very similar, and so even though this film was not released anywhere but Japan, presumably, the like colloquial title is also playing off of that because In the Realm of the Senses did, and that title came when it was distributed over here. This is In the Realm of Sex.
Okay, so what should we do? Should we try the popcorn?
Also, this actually is still a part of the Second Time Virgins canon, because you see, this was directed by Masaru Konuma, the director of the very first episode of this little show, Yumeno Kiyosaku's Girl Hell from 1979. Got some returning actors.
Oh yeah.
We've got the girl who played Utae.
Yes.
She is one of the 2 main characters. And then a lot of it seems like Konuma's got kind of a stable of talent that showed up for that. So,
and TLDR, this was a fun one.
this was really fun. Yeah,
we think he's a good director.
Yeah, I would say that it's really impressive that he's making 90-minute pink films that don't turn me off at the concept of watching a 90-minute pink film.
Yeah.
We'll probably continue to watch his films on here the same way we do Sato. I would say that we found our second truly canonical director.
Yeah,
for the
yeah.
show.
I was thinking a lot about how it's kind of a shame in the Anglosphere we don't have such a tendency to create categories of awesome names like the 4 devils. of
Yeah.
We just don't do that. We don't say like these are the 4 purple zombies of
Grindhouse.
Yeah.
yeah. Will we have seen a film from all 4 devils by the end of the night?
Do you have a list of who those directors are?
I want to say it's Wakamatsu, Adachi, Sato, and
Zeze?
I think so. Yeah,
He is in some kind of posse.
yeah,
That has a fun moniker.
Pink Films, 4 devils. Along with Office Lady Love Juice, the film became something of a symbol of the rift between the older 4 Heavenly Kings or 4 Devils group of Pink Film and the younger 7 Lucky Gods. Okay, for sure.
Right.
This doesn't actually say who the other ones were, but of course, there is a quote from Jasper Sharp, the writer of
Behind the Pink Curtain.
Behind the Pink Curtain, which if we were good little podcast girls, we would have read more of and probably would just know offhand.
I think Zay is part of the 7 lucky gods.
The 7 lucky gods, yeah. Okay.
We'll figure it out later. Or you know what? You love to correct us in the comments, which is awesome. So please go ahead and somebody can call out the 4 devils of pink film in the comments if you want to. We'll probably know by the slew of the end of these 5 episodes we're taping today.
So, I think we now finally taste test, unless you want to give the summary of the film first so that we can completely clear out all of the pretext.
Yeah, let's summarize the film.
It's kind of an ensemble film. We're sort of following 3 narratives that interweave. Those threads follow a suicidal girl, a woman who is kidnapped, and a pervert who always has a rose in his mouth. Shenanigans and slapstick, threesomes, sadism abound. It's got it all.
Enemas.
I think it's time to taste test.
Okay, here we go. Okay, home style butter first.
Yes, okay. Oh, also, I've been thinking about it. 15 episodes is plenty, and I'm going to drop the disclaimer at the start of each episode because I fucking hate clicking on an episode and hearing that disclaimer over and over again.
Okay. All right. Okay, we had our homestyle butter. You know, there's nothing wrong with it. It's popcorn.
It's a little bit, like, bland in the way that you expect, but that's nice.
We might prefer it by the end of this.
Yeah, we might really be...
I think we got to do extra butter
This
now.
is extra butter. And we're positive that that is less butter than movie theater.
Not positive.
Okay.
Just going by the picture on the box.
Right.
That's popcorn with more butter on it.
To me, this is microwave popcorn.
Yeah.
101.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
Yeah. The home style is on the negative side of the scale in terms of your starting point with microwave popcorn, what you expect.
Right. We sort of were picturing that being our 0, but really it's like our -1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
All right.
No complaints.
No complaints.
And I've got some Diet Coke.
I've got some
wash
diet.
that down.
I've got some 0 sugar root beer. A&W. Root beer is like one of those sodas that I feel like you feel a pressure to shed into adulthood.
Yeah, because that's baby shit. But I never did that. Root beer has always been the best soda in my mind.
It was my favorite growing up, and then I became a Diet Coke girl. And like that one's gonna have my heart until I die. But finding my way back to that, and honestly, Dr. Pepper, that was my other favorite as a child.
Yep.
I had better taste than I remembered. So this film may have taken its name from In the Realm of the Senses, but in reality, this is Tompopo. This is Tom Porno. We spent like half the runtime trying to find the perfect Tompopo pink film hybrid, Tompo porn, Tom Porno.
Tom Pussy.
Tom Pussy.
Tom Pee-Pee.
Tom Pee-Pee. There is pee-pee in this movie. There's pee-pee.
Yeah,
There's poo-poo.
This movie has a lot more of the bathroom variety of the sexual transgression than a lot of others that we've watched so far. So there's that. But basically, the idea is that you get sort of a sample platter and a smorgasbord of sexual deviance alongside a sample platter of ranging from like harrowing to like comedic and slapstick. And in these different vignettes, as well as it having a meta element to at least the thread with the vagabond guy.
Yeah. So our 3 main threads are, I think we introduce them in the order that they're introduced to us. Or maybe we save the vagabond for last.
Sure.
The film opens with 2 men, two buds, 2 bros driving to Tokyo.
Lighting each other's cigarettes.
Which
I couldn't really decide how homoerotic that was supposed to be. I think by the end of the movie, not really, but it was sort of hinting.
You know, I don't...
At their compatibility.
Right, yeah. Well, because the moral of their story, as we come to find, is bros before hoes.
Right.
So yeah, they see a beautiful woman at the top of a rocky ocean hill, and she jumps. And so they rush to find her, and they save her life. and she starts living with one of them. Plot thread number 2. Oh, well, and then there's like a love triangle between the three of them. Plot thread number 2, an office lady goes to an aquarium and is kidnapped by the janitor?
The janitor, question mark?
And sexually tormented.
A Maburo Japanese fish
Yes.
tank
This is not the
featured
right
prominently in the room and becomes the central visual metaphor for their...
kind of a recent Pokemon, Aerocuda, totally based on that fish.
Okay.
So whatever fish that's based on, that is the fish that we are talking about. It's long and narrow, and it's got like a long kind of like
snout with
snapper.
teeth in it. Yeah.
So that watches while she's sexually tormented. And then our third plot is a guy in like a goofy looking suit with like a goofy looking hat and a rose hanging out of his mouth at all times.
Capering around and being a general sex and otherwise pest.
Yeah, he's kind of like a Rumiko Takahashi old man, I would say. I wonder how many Pink films Rumiko Takahashi has seen.
That's a great question.
I wonder if she ever saw In the Realm of Sex, directed by Masaru Konima.
Because it feels like it just comes purely from her mind.
Right, yeah.
Somehow.
Definitely.
But
I think like her
of,
only, like she's one of those,
simpatico.
she's from the generation of manga artists where she says that her influences are like every single mangaka from that era, they're like, my favorite mangaka is like, fucking like Osamu Tezuka, and then like the guy who made Ashita no Joe. Or like the only influence that they'll list is the guy who wrote Night of the Galactic Railroad. And then they just seem to have no other influences because they don't have time to experience any other media once they become mangaka. So we were trying to kind of pick like a early like golden age cinema like stock character that he was like.
They have the vagabond be, he doesn't have any speaking lines, so he's...
No, he does.
He does?
Yeah, just a couple, right?
Oh, yeah. No,
yeah.
he does. He's
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
give me the ice cream. Never mind. Sorry. But he's supposed to embody the, like, silent movie, caricature, slapstick humor body,
Right.
comedy guy. And to me, I mean, he's not really Chaplin. I think to me, as far as my references go, he's Stooge-like.
Yeah. But then there is that kind of like roaming singular agent of mishap.
He's the trickster god of the movie.
Right. Yes. Yeah, he's Puck.
And so he does things like he comes into the frame and his rose comes into the frame and like there's a woman like having sex on a blanket in the bushes with her boyfriend, and he starts like stroking her leg and she's like, "Ooh, I like the way you touch me. That feels good." And then in the next scene he's like inserting a straw that's like
a
6
really,
feet long,
really long straw
into the soda that they're both drinking from with 2 straws and like slurping it up.
Yeah.
That kind of
that's
thing.
very, very like slapsticky.
Mm-hmm.
It was pretty awesome that they were willing to go that broad. He's introduced to the film overseeing that a group of junior high school girls are acting scandalized by diagrams of genitalia in their school book, and then he's like, "Do you want to see the real thing?" And then he flashes them. What a character.
Yeah.
What a card. He also gives a cat an enema.
Yeah, so and then it cuts in the middle of all these other things
Yeah.
he's doing, and he has a cat tied up like rope bondage.
Yeah.
And then he pulls out a tiny little like one of those like baby bulbs or those like bulbs that you
Yeah.
use to like pull snot out of a baby's nose.
Yeah.
And he like, theoretically gives this cat an enema, and there's a shot of the cat going meow.
Yeah. The cat is perfectly fine.
Yes, they didn't actually do it to cat in this movie.
The cat was fine. Like Tom Popa, though, there is some wanton aquatic animal violence in this film.
The barracuda gets it.
The barracuda gets it. You see that fucker's head come off. But it did get to eat a lot of goldfish
And goldfish
first.
get it, yeah.
A lot of goldfish die. Which I suppose brings us back to that third plot. The office lady's thing is kind of weird because the film has its, like, the first 2 plots open. And then it's like you're looking at a taping of a TV show of like office ladies talking about their sex lives, right?
Yeah.
More or less.
Yeah. It's comes onto the set of a TV show where she's like, we've got 40 office ladies and we're doing a survey. And then the announcer like asks, who has sexual urges? And then, they all hit like a secret buzzer to say yes or no. And it's like, 90% say yes.
And
then
how many of you masturbate?
Yeah. And then the title flashes across the screen. And I thought that was a great opening.
Yeah.
Yes.
But is one of the women the third woman, the woman who gets kidnapped?
I don't know. We'd have to go back and look.
It was a little unclear. But basically, like, you see that introduction and you're like, oh, this is going to be a film about office ladies, like at its core. So we were thinking like this woman who tried to kill herself must have been like a former office lady or something. But, like,
and you were like, is this going to be the Harry Met Sally of Pink movies?
Yeah, I did joke that when we had
really.
that.
No.
Yeah, because I was like, I wonder how many more of these little vignettes we're going to get where it is just like a group of people like laying bare like, this is my life. This is the realm of sex and love and life.
Modern life.
Yeah, exactly.
So maybe we should talk about how does this sort of compare to Yumi no Saku's Girl
Yeah,
Hell?
I mean, the tone is completely different, but it's like, for some reason, the first guy that's coming to my mind is Sam Raimi, where like he directs horror and comedy with a very similar cinematic language. I would say that like a lot of the kind of like weird signifiers of Konuma's filmmaking from Girl Hell are like present in this film and just mapped onto a comedy.
I mean, there were certainly like strong tonal shifts.
Yeah, definitely.
I think he's a good enough director that it works.
Yeah.
Like he's playing in both sandboxes in terms of mortality and human despair, and then on the other hand, like absurdity.
Yeah, and it's like sometimes he's depicting the mortality and despair in a way that feels like it's also part of the comedy.
There's certainly black humor to a lot of it.
Yeah, I would say that this is not a particularly profound movie, but I did think that was it had a pretty deft hand balancing all of that.
I probably will end up saying this about a lot of movies that we talk about, but I do believe one of the standout features of that Girl Hell to me was like the nouniness of it. There's a lot of nouns.
You're saying like in terms of like...
Well, in terms of like just thinking about and like describing the images.
Yes, yeah,
like,
yeah.
The noun is central rather than like... There's other Pink movies where I'd argue that the verb is more central or something like that.
Right.
And he like really it's like he chooses his nouns or his objects and then kind of like works with that.
Yeah.
Like for example, to jump ahead in the timeline of the movie, the love triangle with the suicidal woman ends poorly in the sense that one of them, they're playing on roller skates and he starts skating down a big hill and then he sees an orange on the ground, like a satsuma or a persimmon on the ground. And that distracts him so much that he then gets like hit and killed by a big rig, like 18-wheeler or whatever.
Yeah. Not the first Pink film we've seen that abruptly ends in that
car crash death. Yeah.
Somebody going down a hill and then getting hit by a car.
Or hit and run death or whatever.
Hit and run death. Yeah.
Well, he doesn't run. Never mind. Okay. Sorry. Getting hit by a car death.
Yes.
Anyway, so there's like a string of nouns that leads you to the ultimate conclusion rather than like plot and motivation or
that
verb
is very true.
Or emotion or whatever.
It's a funny observation.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah. Let's talk about something else you loved in this movie or that.
Like overall, before we do the thing where we just start describing scenes.
Yeah.
Well, do you think we should quickly get into how some of these other threads wind up resolving just super quickly so we can establish where all of this shit takes place in the movie?
Yeah.
So the love triangle, eventually she decides, wait, I can just have two boyfriends, and starts dating both of them. And then like they get kind of close to having like a sort of throuple-y thing going on. There's some touching between the two men.
They certainly have a threesome where they both fuck her at the same time. Yeah. And they're like giggling, and the three of them frolic a lot.
Yeah, they're like, their legs are brushing up against each other and shit.
And you're like, I imagine this is what it's like.
Yeah. Yeah. Then he dies suddenly. One of them dies suddenly. And she's like, I was suicidal, but watching him die kind of like scared like a fear of death back in me. So like I'm normal now, and I'm not gonna try to kill myself. So I kind of don't really feel anything about the fact that he's dead now. And that makes the survivor go, oh my God, you're a cold-hearted bitch. And then he drives away crying about his dead friend, who he's like put a photo of in his passenger seat. It's crazy.
But then it intersects because he runs into the woman from the other plot line, the office lady. And she is kidnapped by the aquarium janitor, who, cuffs her to his bed and kind of torments her. One of the things he does is that he goes to her apartment and gets some of her things, including a fish tank where she keeps goldfish.
Way too many goldfish for a tank that small.
It's true. And he brings them back and he feeds them to his barracuda while, raping her. And she's like, my fish.
There's a really incredible scene. And, like, I kind of am a person of the mindset that, like, it's impossible for me to fully like a film that has, like, real animal death in it. I think I've got a popcorn kernel at the back of my throat.
Yeah, it's going to be like this. We probably need to stop snacking during the rest of the
I was doing a good job, and then you peer pressured me. That was one of the things that made it really difficult for me to like Tampopo, is that a very endangered species gets gutted on screen.
The sea turtle?
Yeah.
It's not a sea turtle, but...
Soft shell crab. Or soft shell turtle, excuse me.
Yeah.
But it's like, then it raises the question, like, people eat that as a delicacy. At least that one got to, like, be in a movie that, like, people really love. Like, that turtle didn't know it, but it probably did die a more dignified death than it would have if it wasn't on screen. But, like...
And I'm not saying it didn't feel pain, but I do feel like they got a highly competent, like, master.
They got somebody who does
the
that.
craft.
Yes,
to do that.
Yeah. Not quite so much in this film. They just kind of got a bunch of goldfish and dropped them in a tank and then let that fish chomp on all of them. It was a fucking feast.
It was a massacre.
That dude was on the buffet
coming
table.
off in the water. Yeah.
Yeah, no, the scales like shimmering off of them when they get bit is like harrowing.
Yeah.
It's so sad.
Yeah, so
you're like watching it swallow them and shit.
Right. Yeah, I was kind of laughing when I described that in a way because it is, again, absurd and it's an old movie. But I do think it's not like powerful is too strong of a word in the context of the film, but I think it is really well done to be like a visual metaphor that she's being just completely ripped to shreds, both physically and emotionally by this experience. And so then they have this like wider shot where they have the apartment in the frame and the bed that she's chained to is sort of on the left side of the screen behind the tank, which is on the right side of the screen.
The fish tank is covering most of her body throughout it, or at least like her lower half, as she's being raped by this guy. And every time she starts to kind of like look away from the goldfish or like almost like pass out, like her eyes kind of roll back into her head, he kind of like shakes her conscious again so that she's watching it the whole time. So then there is this like, like more than a minute long shot that you're describing where there are 4 goldfish and this other fish in the tank.
And the 2 actors are acting like going at it.
Yeah.
And then... yeah, the fish is just circling around.
Yeah.
And
I was watching that, like, on behalf of the filmmakers, thinking, like, they want one of these things to get eaten the fuck up while this shot is happening. Are they going to get it?
And I think you described it as, like, waiting for the screensaver to hit the corner, like, the bouncing.
the DVD screensaver to hit the corner perfectly, yeah.
And it does. And
it does.
You said that the actors weren't aware of, like, weren't watching the tank and probably weren't aware of what's going on. But I almost find that hard to believe because they do this amazing thing where he kind of like picks her up at the same moment that the fish or that the barracuda like snaps at the goldfish.
But there's no way they could have timed that. Like, that had to have just been miraculous. And probably if that fish had done that at a different moment, our brains would have seen something else that synced with it.
Yeah.
But it is an incredible moment. Sorry about those goldfish, but it is a really incredible shot.
It is. And after, he's broken her spirit, he like uncuffs her and kind of like lets her be alone in the apartment for the day. I guess maybe this is a test to see if he really has
because he's following her the whole time.
Fully. And so she goes out and she like gets her hair done and gets dressed and like in some new clothes and like goes grocery shopping, and then she goes back to the apartment.
And you're like, oh my God, she's got Stockholm syndrome.
Right. She takes off her clothes. She cooks him this like amazing meal in an apron in the nude.
Yeah, just an apron. Nothing else. They call that Hadaka apron because Hadaka is the word for nude.
Nice.
Yeah.
And he comes in and he starts eating and he's like, wow, this is delicious. This fish, it tastes so good. And then he's like, wait a second.
Wait a minute. My tank is empty.
And she's like, yeah, I fucking cooked your fish for you.
Yeah.
And he's like, whoa, what the fuck? And then he loses it and holds a knife to her neck. They hate fuck. But then at the end, he's like, not into you anymore. You can leave. And
yeah, it's that classic, like, oh, you like it now?
Yeah.
Now I don't want it.
And so she does. She goes back to work, but she is a changed woman now because it has awoken a deep perversion in her.
So she returns to work where she has been fucking her boss. He's like, where the fuck have you been? Why didn't you go to me? Like, job, whatever. Why weren't you...
Tell me
what's going on. And so he kind of demonstrates this by waiting until she goes into the ladies' room to urinate, and
he pushes into the stall behind her as she's peeing. And then he kind of like... He like grabs her and she's like, like she has like a turned on reaction. And he's like, something's different. Like, you've changed. You're a pervert now. And then he reaches under her and puts his hand in her pee stream, which is something
like,
that I didn't expect to see.
Not even like cupping.
Yeah.
He kind of like, like turns his wrist over like.
And both of us are like, and then what does he do?
He removes
brings his hand up to her hair.
And then like uses his pee hand to brush her hair back over her ear.
God. Yeah.
And by somehow this is like the pee stuff in this movie is grosser than the poop stuff.
Yeah.
Because the poop stuff is like completely separate from the eroticism.
Right.
That's supposed to be going on.
Yeah, and so then that bathroom scene culminates in the trickster god vagabond guy having put goldfish into all the water tanks and then getting flushed into the toilets, and this woman is like, what the fuck, I'm going crazy, but she's not.
Yeah. And then a cavalcade of women rush into the bathroom because women constantly need to be using the bathroom. And then the junior high girls have developed like a friendship with the wandering rose man. And so when the police get this close to catching him, they're like trying to stop the officer from getting to him, and he escapes and like throws a big red paint bucket.
He like falls out the window, lands on a plank with a red paint bucket on it, sends the red paint bucket up into the police officer's face.
It's so awesome.
Like falls down into an awning or some shit.
Do we talk about how that plot resolves?
Yes.
It's so awesome.
Let's talk through it more, because there's also some other good stuff happening.
Yeah.
Where this is where the sort of meta commentary question mark of the movie is. Because while he's capering in the park and climbing up a tree and then like jumping out as a gorilla onto the police officer who fired into the tree.
Yeah, no, there's a gorilla costume in this movie. It's fucking awesome.
It also flashes to a couple of random scenes, one of which is where the vagabond like runs into a room that has like kind of stained glass windows and stuff, and then there's a girl in a sailor suit tied up.
Yeah, and the room is covered in pink film posters.
Right, that's right. They say the name of some Pink movie actress.
I didn't recognize her name.
That we didn't
But there's
recognize.
a cameo from a famous Pink film actress.
Yeah, and he's like, they did a terrible job tying you up. Let me do it. And so then he gives her this like beautiful shibari bondage, and she's like, wait a second, this is hot. I'm turned on now. And he's like, no, that's enough. And he starts to leave, and she's like, no, my pussy's on fire. And he like peers under her skirt. He has a cigarette or a cigar in his mouth, and he comes back up and it's lit. And he's like, you're telling the truth.
It's so awesome.
And that's the end of the whole bit.
Such a good gag. It's fucking awesome.
So like, to me, in part, the gag is that in a Pink movie, no one's ever like, no, I'm not going to fuck you.
Yeah.
So there's that.
But also he's like kind of like being like an AD.
Yeah.
But then this we have another one of these scenes significantly later in the film with star of A Haunted Turkish Bathhouse and many, many Pink S&M films, Naomi Tani.
Yeah, and she's gorgeous. She's super pale.
At the end of her career.
Yes, yeah. And she plays a lot of roles, I think, where she wears like traditional robes. So in this scene, he's being pursued by the police officers, and he runs across like a wooden bridge, and she's there in kimono and like with
she's
a
got the
parasol.
big umbrella.
Yeah. And traditionally, she plays masochists in films, and that was like her whole thing. And the fact that she would go super far with it, take a literal beating for a film and everything. And so he runs up to her and he's like, oh my God. And she throws the police officer off the bridge into the water. And he's like, oh my God, please let me tie you up. And it's Naomi Tani. You're amazing. And then she's like, no, I'm not going to get tied up. I'm going to tie you up. And so it switches to the scene where she's in a full leather catsuit and she's wrapped this guy up in ropes and is beating him with a wooden
suspending
stick.
Him
and she's like, even I like to be on top sometimes.
It's awesome.
Yeah, it rules.
But then the police officer has a golden idea that unlocks something deep inside.
He goes into a clothing shop.
Yeah.
And then exits
dressed like a woman
in a dress with a clutch
and a wig, which I don't know why a store would be selling like a clothing store would be selling a wig, but like
and so the police officer who's like, I didn't think this when he was dressed in his police officer uniform, but I guess he's in his 30s or something. He's not that old. He's got kind of he doesn't look bad as a woman.
No, yeah, he makes her a cute woman.
Yeah, and so he walks through the park kind of like swinging his ass, and this entices the vagabond to jump upon him and paw him and go for the ass rims him. Yeah. He
presumably not realizing throughout all of this that this is a man because he is just going straight for the asshole.
Right.
Yeah.
And then the cop pulls his pistol out of his purse and shoves it in the vagabond's face, and then the vagabond proceeds to suck on it.
Yeah, he fillets it. Yeah.
But this does give the cop enough time to handcuff the both of them.
Yeah.
And then the final scene with the vagabond is that he shows up in the jail, and the police officer is in there. The other on-duty guard leaves. And
they're like romantically, like their fingers are intertwined.
Yes, he turns towards the cell and then gives the camera like this big blink, blink, blink action, and then walks towards him. And and then they proceed to make out through the bars of the cell, and his pants are down, and it was a beautiful homosexual moment that I did not expect.
Of a beautiful, beautiful love between cop and robber. Between cop and chaser. Oh, no, fuck, god damn it. The album is Cop and Speeder. Fuck. I thought I just had like the perfect gag. Although we're in Seattle and not Portland, so it's not like it wouldn't have even been as perfect as it could have been.
Heat miser?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you have anything else to say about this film? I thought it was a great time. I thought it was oodles of fun.
Yeah. There's a very funny scene where in the triad threesome, they
I don't know. Is that
throuple?
Yeah, sure. Okay.
They go out and eat at a restaurant, and they're arguing over who's going to pay.
Yes, this, of course. I knew you were forgetting this.
And the dude goes to the bathroom to take a shit, and clearly a very sort of either constipated or whatever diarrheal shit. And then for some reason, he pulls the money for the dinner out of his wallet that he's going to use to pay for himself and the woman and not the other guy. And he drops it into his shit, and it fully just shows you like they have this prop like doo-doo that's like,
it's like so like soft and like
green,
like yellow,
mustard
like
colored, and he tries to get it out and it sticks in there even further, and he's like, oh fuck, I don't know what to do. And eventually the other two come, and the woman is like, you dropped it in your poop, and she just picks it up like it's no big deal and washes it off. And this is the incident that creates harmony amongst the three of them, and then they go laugh and frolic in a field of flowers and kiss each other's cheeks. This movie is extremely 70s. The soundtrack is like both like psychedelic
pan
and then
flute,
like
acoustic guitar,
and the obligatory, what'd you call it, sex funk?
Oh yeah, porno. Well, yeah. Like the porno music, sex, the fuck funk.
And it's got balloon foley.
Yeah, classic.
Yeah.
Have we like? I assume that the audience implicitly knows what balloon foley means, but I don't think that's like. I think that's something that we kind of coined in the watching of this film.
That's true.
And by we, I mean you.
Right. Yeah. Just the sound effect that you hear so often. It's in a lot of anime too. Like I'm thinking about Hunter x Hunter 1999.
Yes, you have mentioned it there.
Yeah, constantly they're like, we need to like create a skin on skin sound effect, and if we just kind of like rub a balloon around, that sort of like rubbery like sound, that's not what it sounds like in the slightest, but that's going to be our sound. And so I don't know, it gives productions a certain flavor to me.
Yeah. So when you say it's very 70s, is that a warning to the audience?
Not to use balloon foley?
No, that it's very 70s.
Oh. No, I think in this case it's a charm point.
Yeah,
I think
definitely.
it might be an avoid in certain cases, but
I find really 60s is much more damning than really 70s to me.
Yeah, that's fair. And we'll be able to explore that further because we have coming up in this series, we've got a 66 movie, we've got a 77 movie, we've got an 88 movie, and we've got 299 movies for you.
Yep.
Yeah, in the Pop Secret season of Second Time Virgins coming up next.
It's really funny. I don't know if I've talked to you that much about it, but the podcast I did before Human Insects was called Pop Spirit.
Right.
So now we're on the Pop Secret podcast.
Any teasers you want to give for the next episode?
It's a 1966 film by Koji Wakamatsu. Do we think it's going to be one of the good ones?
Question mark?
This is our very first sit back down in our chairs addendum on this show, the very end of this episode.
Yeah, so I guess it would be remiss, or at least we're going to try and include some slightly accurate information in some of these episodes. But I was speculating earlier on the slapstick portion of this movie and who the vagabond in it is supposed to be kind of caricaturing. And what I couldn't remember off the top of my head was the Keystone Cops, who are British, I believe. I believe it's Keystone with a K. Cops who run around and like do crazy group slapstick together, pile into the car, clown car type shit.
Right. Okay.
And
West Side Story.
Yeah, and this is there's a West Side Story moment where the schoolgirls are all like snapping towards the camera. Yeah, and so I guess that's another point on which this is like Tampopo, where it wants to make a bunch of references to
Western movies.
Yeah. Yep. Bye.
And this predates Tampopo.
Oh, you're right.
Get bent, Juzo Itami. If you did not listen to our previous episode, at least listen to the intro. We're doing a stupid thing with popcorn that we found lots of. Thus far, we've tried home style and
extra butter. This is movie theater butter.
Yeah, I'm rushing right in with this because Zoe did just bring the bowl in. This is movie theater. It is perceptibly more amber.
Yes, visually.
And yet it doesn't quite taste like it.
Yeah, I would say that this one, it's not quite, it's not movie theater popcorn, obviously, because they put the liquid butter on it. So it's a completely different experience. But I would say that this one is a little bit more salty than the extra butter.
Yeah.
And I do feel like they put more of the flavoring, like, smattered throughout. Like,
Right.
So you get some pieces with less and some pieces with more.
Yeah, I was noticing that. There's more heterogeneity.
I see what they're going for.
Yeah. I would say that so far we've been on like an upward trajectory in terms of enjoyment.
Yeah.
All right. So now it's time for the long-winded intro. Well, actually, I guess it's time for our real intro. I decided impromptu on the last episode that I wasn't doing the pre-recorded intro anymore. There's a podcast called Second Time Virgins, hosted by two people who are not virgins. Every now and again, somebody balks at the name. This is a movie about weird sex films from Japan.
This is a podcast about weird
What did I say?
films.
Did I say this is a movie? That's funny. This is a movie podcast about pervert movies. Don't listen to it if that doesn't sound appealing to you. We're going to be talking about transgressive stuff without much warning. So either stop listening or keep listening. I'm Hazel.
I'm Zoe.
We've literally never done that on the show before.
No.
I think it's kind of funny not to make the listener figure it out as they go. Anyway, part of this arc now is that by the end of these episodes, I will have figured out what our intro is.
Okay.
Yeah, just
You're going to
get
say
there
it
once.
every time.
Well, I think the intro is going to be, I'm Hazel, I'm here with Zoe. This is a show about pervert movies. Don't listen if you don't want to hear about that. It's basic shit like that.
Okay.
The listener will know. They'll
I'll
hear
sign off.
in future episodes. Okay, so were you on the side of Tumblr that was on the I like your shoelaces tip? Does that sound familiar to you? That
No.
was the Tumblr code for saying, you look like you might have a Tumblr account. Do you have a Tumblr account, and what is it?
Oh, okay.
Which is weird because, like, this was in, like, the 2010s. So, like, awareness of social media that wasn't Facebook was, like, growing. But I don't think you would look like a crazy person. Well, I guess, like, if you say, it's this website where you reblog things, then you have to share your Tumblr blog to a non-Tumblr user. So I guess I see the utility.
It seems weird, though. I never
It's weird.
lived in a community where you had to, like, do flagging for
Right.
your
Yeah, no. It's
web presence.
So Reddit also had a version of this. I don't know which came first. But, like, Reddit is a nerdy website. So I think people were a little bit more self-conscious at the time when it was more special use.
That makes sense.
To say that they had a Reddit account or to, like, launch into it. So the code that they came up with to, like, in casual conversation, test the waters to see if the other person is a Redditor in, like, a normal social situation, and, like, a situation where you're, like, with your coworkers and you don't really know how into niche internet communities they are, and you want to test it in a way where there's plausible deniability. The phrase is, you ask, what time does the narwhal bacon?
Oh, God. Oh, my God.
And the answer is midnight.
How is that supposed to
I know.
make you not look like a fucking freak?
Psychopath? A fucking psycho! That is why I keep wanting to call this film The Embryo Hunts at Midnight, and not The Embryo Hunts in Secret.
The Embryo hunts in narwhal bacon.
This was released in 1996. That's not true. 1966. It is directed by returning director Koji Wakamatsu, who is he really wants to make sure that he conveys to you in this movie that he just learned about double exposures, artificial insemination, and stalactites. I hated this. Now,
Yeah.
I won't say I hated it.
I liked this better than at least 3 other Koji Wakamatsu affiliated movies we have watched.
Definitely. Yeah, it is for sure better than at least the 2 of those that I saw.
Mm-hmm. So
that is affiliated. It's not better than Wakamatsu's films that we like for example, The Namesake of this podcast.
Yeah. I was lumping like ones that he might have a producer credit on that we also didn't like.
Yeah.
I'm found boring.
Season of Treason.
Yes.
And fucking Inflatable Sex Doll of the Wastelands or
Yes.
whatever. That's another one I keep getting the title wrong on.
It's a litmus for did I end up respecting this movie?
Yeah, I guess so.
Or not?
I guess so, yeah.
So this one was in the middle for me because it's simpler and thus more legible in certain ways. Basically, the premise is that a man kidnaps a woman who happens to look like his deceased wife.
She's not deceased. She just left.
Right. Well, and then he said she hung herself in some of the dialogue.
I thought that was the mom.
Maybe it was the mother.
I don't fucking care.
The mother and the wife are conflated and they're mixed up and it's Freudian. And anyway, he kidnaps this woman that looks like his wife, and he has all these neuroses about not wanting children and how babies are born and shit like that. And he ties her to the bed and tortures her and tries to basically turn her into a subservient, quote unquote, like a dog. And then his plan is to marry her because she will then be the perfect woman.
Yep. I think that this is a film that is... It's one of those poster children for the theory that every artist has one story and they just tell it over and over again.
Yes. They're not only the overarching themes and plot, but also like minor elements.
Yeah.
Such as a woman holding a crying man and singing a lullaby. We see that
twice in this film.
Yes, and in several others.
Yes. There's some of the collage,
collage montage.
Yeah.
Where he's like overlaying images and doing a montage, multiple montages at the same time. We get
so much fucking soliloquizing.
Yes, we get a man in a suit with sunglasses, which is a look he loves, probably because it is very French New Wave.
Yeah.
Also because I think to him that figure is a good representation of like the patriarchy, the capitalist patriarchy or whatever.
Right, because he is the manager of a department store and she's like a low-level employee.
Yeah.
He picks her up from like a work party.
Right.
I think like one of their coworkers is getting married or something.
It was a wedding. Yeah. So he likes to include sort of like ideological/literary references. So this one has choral music. It has a quote from the Bible.
French Revolution.
Invokes the French Revolution and Marie Antoinette's beheading specifically.
Yeah.
And I think he compares his mother, who killed herself after World War II, to Marie Antoinette.
Which is weird because it's kind of the opposite.
I think I have a theory about that, but there's lots of classical music and like sort of Baroque harpsichord and stuff.
I would say that we've kind of said as much as there's really worth saying about the contents of the film, like the nouns and the verbs. So I think we could probably just get right into what do we think the thesis is? What do we think this film is saying? Does it do a good job at that? Yes or no?
Well, so first of all, I do think that this film looks good.
Oh, yeah, totally. Yeah.
It's a nice transfer where you can see the, people's baby hairs and the fine lines on their face in black and white. And there's a lot of very like nice compositions and contrast.
His films, at least the transfers I've seen, have this like really kind of like harsh black and white contrast, but like the range of those tones is squished slightly. So like the darkest image you're seeing isn't pure black still.
Right.
It's not like fully saturated. So it's kind of like it makes it look like a newspaper or something. Yeah, he's really good at coming up with these compositions in like an ultra wide frame that still feel really like vertically claustrophobic. Like there's two people taking up like a small portion of the frame, and then the rest of what you're looking at is like a wall that's covering the room that they're in. Yeah,
or blackness. Yeah, blackness or whatever.
Yeah, there's a lot of times where they cut to one of them and they're in complete... That is something that you see in Violated Angels as well. Yeah, another recurring motif.
I believe he shot it in his apartment, and he shot a lot of movies in his apartment, I'm sure that helped.
Yeah. He uses the space well. I think he kind of knows when to shift the character's focus from one room to another, even though it is such a small apartment.
There's a lot
So
of
I like
people
that about
sitting silhouetted in a fetal position.
Yeah.
The movie also opens with a montage of pictures of fetuses, which is so funny. And so if we're talking about what is he saying about the fetus thing, I don't know.
Yeah, basically
I don't know.
nothing.
His wife tries to artificially inseminate herself at one point because the main guy got a vasectomy because he just really doesn't want to procreate. And
He doesn't really talk that much about why, outside of it just like reminding him of his own birth, I guess.
yeah, I mean, I wouldn't put it past Koji Wakamatsu to be like, no, I'm making a commentary on eugenics or something like that, you know?
Yeah, totally.
But yeah, so what did I take away from this? Basically, I took away that, this male figure is Koji Wakamatsu's like capitalist patriarchal avatar. The woman is the colonized subject. And at one point, kind of earlier on when she's being whipped, etc., I think you said something about like, just like in the last film we talked about, there's just so many movies with the theme of like coming into one's own masochism.
Right.
And I kind of remained silent because I was like, we'll see. And then this one does not.
Does not.
And none of Koji Wakamatsu's do.
Yeah, that is true. That is very true.
I think
yeah.
he has a very hard line on like suffering and subjugation
Yeah.
and violence. That does come from his like ideology.
Definitely.
And so in the end, this woman, she plays along at one point and gets close to escaping and etc. But never does she sort of develop Stockholm syndrome or like discover something within herself, except when at some point she has like maybe she's imagining this or a mental break. It was a little hard to tell.
I think this was the thing that made me observe this.
Yeah, and this was probably my favorite part of the movie.
Which is why it's like immediately like undone and walked back. I was so confused.
Yeah, and well, so I'll tell you my theory is that so what happens is, you know, she's bound, she's been whipped, I don't know, she just tried to escape and so he beat her more or whatever. He's been degrading her and starving her and making her eat like a dog and stuff. And then she's lying in the hallway, maybe because he hit her and he stomped off to go get, I don't know, a knife or something. And suddenly she sits up and she's like, oh, I could just like not be tied up. And the ropes fall off of her and she gets up and she starts to like, she takes out the gag and she just like starts to walk out. He comes back in and she and is kind of like cowering and regressed. And she goes outside. She gets a knife or a scythe. She gets a scythe.
That's what it was?
Yeah, it's a sickle. It's like a little sickle that they would use,
Oh.
which to me I was like, that's a work implement.
Yes.
It's a laborer's tool.
Well, it's the Grim Reaper's implement.
Well, it's one of the
Because
tiny ones that they
she's-
use in agriculture in
Yeah,
Japan.
well, yeah, totally. But you can't
it is
fit a whole
also-
scythe, a whole Grim Reaper scythe into Koji Wakamatsu's apartment.
I don't think he was thinking about the Grim Reaper. I think he was thinking about day laborers
Okay,
and farmers.
Okay.
And he's aligning her with them. But
Right.
anyway, she gets it, and then she hacks away at him and starts like laughing, and then suddenly it reverts to her being tied again. And then she has to do another escape that's a lot more grueling.
Yeah.
And she does eventually stab him to death. And so I was like, oh, I think what he's doing is like she has to be free in her mind first.
Right.
And then, but he does it in this way where she kind of breaks the fourth wall and talks to the camera.
Yeah,
and
which
she,
I liked.
And she sort of like magically can like be unbound.
But what's weird is
and
what
then
she's,
she-
the
and then she's
contents
able
of what
to
she's
escape.
talking about run completely counter to her actions, both in that fantasy and in what she does next.
She says contradictory things because she
Yeah.
says like, why should I even bother to leave? I'm just going to have to put on the same old stockings with runs in them and brush my teeth and whatever.
Stand
but then
all
she
day.
also says, but these arms and legs are mine and they belong to me. And like, I sell
I
them.
wasn't seeing those as contradictory statements. That makes more sense to me.
I think-
I see it the way
yeah.
that you're seeing it now that you put
I
it
kind
that
of
way,
took it
though.
as her being like, like what is worth struggling against this about
Right.
because life is so mundane and
Yeah.
it sucks. But then she's like, but I'm the one who gets to choose to sell my body, basically.
But she's not. like from Wakamatsu's like ideological perspective, shouldn't
she represents the proletariat who needs to realize that we own our own labor if we rise up, and so she has to free herself in her mind,
Right,
and then
okay.
she actually rises up and kills her
I
attacker
see.
and frees herself.
Right. I have to keep like this is why I really like don't fuck with this kind of like symbolic like type of shit. Like it's I always interpret it wrong. So like it is ultimately like a personal like
it is
grudge.
Funny because I think you have a very highly tuned capacity to like analyze themes and everything, but you do take things very literally.
Yeah, I do.
And I've noticed that when we're talking about two things, and I'll be like likening two things based on vibes or like energy or something, and you'll be like, well, no, these two things are alike because this happens in both of them and this happens in both of them.
You're saying I'm a database animal.
Yeah.
Well, it's funny that you say that because I was kind of chuckling to myself thinking like, man, from a podcasting perspective, it would kind of be better if we were like more didactic as human beings. Like you were the ideology one and I was like the touchy-feely one, which I guess is kind of funny because we're describing we can take the one step away from the text and register that what you're saying is you're the autistic one and I'm the normal one. I'm kidding, of course. Well, I guess what I was going to say with that is that you being the one that's more like able to see the theme and logic it out is kind of like opposite to the stereotype.
I wouldn't take anything I say too seriously, though. It's been like 7 years since I read the Communist Manifesto last. So,
well, that's again why we're not like if we were more like caricatures of our like perceived archetype,
right?
You know, we could get there would be so much good podcast drama. Listeners could align themselves with either me or you, and then they decide which one is right in the heated debate.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think what the dynamic really is that you're the filmmaking guy, and I am the film critic guy.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, for sure. Which is funny because I think ultimately I'm supposed to be both.
True. But
I'm no good at the thing that you're good at. So
that's not true.
No, you're right. That's not true. I'm good at criticism. I'm going to condense this part down so
much. And
much.
subscribe and tell us if we're good at criticism in the comments.
Tell us which one you like more. There's still more to say, right?
Oh, that was kind of all I had to say.
Okay, cool.
Unless you want to describe more shots or anything.
Yeah, I guess this episode is done now.
Ta-da!
This is episode 3 of our 5-episode gauntlet. We've got a new flavor of popcorn in front of us that is, in fact, darker than the last.
Yes, holding true.
This is a show about pervert movies with lots of sex and sexual violence in them. I'm Hazel.
I'm Zoe.
This is Second Time Virgins. And what flavor of popcorn is this?
This is a double butter.
Double butter. Okay. I don't...
I'd say it's double butter. And I'm starting to get like a Cheez-It back end, you know?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
What would that be? Probably just MSG.
Yeah.
Yeah. Kernel in my throat.
Popcorn was a terrible idea to pair with a podcast.
No, this is awesome. We watched the 1999 Takehisa Zeze film Anarchy in Japansuke when it was released in America, perhaps other places, by one of those pink labels. I think they might have just been called like Pink Ega or something like that.
Pink
it was
Ega.
given the name Anarchy in Japanti.
The
like parentheses
J-A
J-A
in
Panty.
parentheses.
This film came out in 1999. It's directed by Takehisa Zeze, who is a name that I've heard so many times over, but a filmmaker whose films I've not seen until now. You picked this one up.
I did.
I knew the title and I knew the director's name, but I didn't know anything about the movie.
I think... Okay, so I picked this one out at our beloved Scarecrow Video and rented it. I was mostly looking for something that wasn't 60s, 70s, or 80s, like something that felt contemporary.
Yeah, it's funny that like when we started this show, I expected us to mostly be watching stuff from the 70s, especially because we have that Nikatsu archive at our disposal that you'll never get, listener. Really not, like we kind of immediately like we've been honed in way more on like the 90s and aughts stuff.
Unsurprising, but yeah, I think given the title Anarchy and Japanti, I was like, well, this is bound to be edgy,
right,
and kind of interesting. And I think a lot of the things that I have to say about it are going to sound like derogatory or critical.
I just got the choose it back end.
Yep, there it is. But then I did think it was a very interesting movie, and there were a lot of things in it that I liked, including I think the acting was really good in this film.
I agree.
Why don't you go?
It didn't really make an impression.
I think it presented itself as edgier stylistically and content-wise in certain ways that it wasn't actually hard. Like this movie thinks it's hard, but it's not actually hard.
Yeah, right. Like, well, because the film takes place over about a 20-year span. It opens in 1981 with like a bunch of punks. What that means is like it's like a guy with kind of like a fucked up haircut and like torn clothes, and then there's like 2 posters for punk bands in the background. And
the main woman has rip tights and a big shirt with a leather jacket and a plaid skirt and
the shirt has
hair.
like random spray paint on it and it says fuck.
Yeah.
But that's like the extent of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. It really shows when you click on this guy's filmography and it's just like pretty women wearing white blouses on like all of the posters.
Yeah. This is, to me, a Pink film that had like pretensions to be artsy and maybe literary in the way that it's playing with like the storyline. It kind of wants to be a little bit like Greek tragedy, a little gothic or whatever, but it doesn't go very hard in most respects. But all the same, I think that taking advantage of the funding and the ability to make a film in order to do that is something that I respect.
Totally.
So
yeah, absolutely.
The base story is that this youngish woman, I mean, maybe she's in her 30s, but she, for some reason, can no longer have children. And the reason for that, she blames it on this dude that she's sleeping with who might be her drug dealer,
or was he paying? Because she's like rifling through money as she says, I can't have kids anymore, and it's because of your dick.
Yeah.
Which, we were like, she must have gotten an STD, but then like that doesn't come up anywhere else.
Yeah, it never says exactly why.
This is a movie about a woman who kidnaps a baby.
In the first time period in 1981, she kidnaps a baby that she sees after being upset that she cannot have children herself.
She's wandering around after leaving, at the beginning of the film, she's wandering around after leaving this punk house, and she stumbles across a couple fucking in the woods. And that's the couple that they left their child in like a car seat in the back of their car that they like parked like kind of away.
They had to get one extra breast into the movie somewhere, so
by having her be fucking in that scene, you're saying, or having them be fucking also, yeah maybe. So it is kind of like you really can't help but question how they got there.
Then we time skip to 1989. She gets together with a convenience store worker who has frequented the brothel that she works at because she's now just a sex worker. She was an aspiring actress.
Yeah.
And he gets involved in the child's life.
Voyeurism or exhibitionism does kind of become a theme as well. I think the first time that Tatsutoshi and Mizuki have sex in a non-transactional context, it's in public.
Right.
After he watches her pee. Upon her request.
The scenes of them kind of having fun and opening up to each other and getting together are really cute.
They're really cute, yeah.
So, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, no, like there's a lot of really cute interplay between the two of them and the kid.
Some various things happen with this group of friends he has with like his 2 degenerate friends that they go to brothels together.
Let's roll back a little bit. You do not see any drugs in that opening scene, but you felt very confident that we were seeing kind of like a bad trip type of sex scene. And I was curious if you could kind of like elaborate on what made you feel that way.
The sex scene at the beginning is shot in a kaleidoscopic way. There's like a prism happening with like the image being refracted and there being like sort of like rainbow colors over everything. She's like weeping in the corner while the dude that she's apparently had sex with before fucks another woman.
Yeah.
And then he drags her into it and she's like, no, I don't want to do it. And she's crying and she's like, I can't have kids anymore because of you. And genuinely disturbing scene because, as you noted, we see a lot of scenes where women in pink films are raped and they're like somewhat resistant or they're like sort of yelling or screaming, but not very often that someone is just weeping.
Yeah.
So I thought that was effective.
Yeah.
But
yeah, when we were watching that, it didn't even cross my mind that she could have been weeping over anything else, but the fact that she was being assaulted.
Right. Yeah, I think because it was shot chronologically after she goes to the doctors, so I think she was weeping from that information, but also I was like, this could be a bad trip. I think it was partially the way it was shot that convinced me. I think everybody
He looked like a cartoon drug dealer.
Everyone in that scene looked really strung out.
Yeah.
I think that there was something that I saw that I interpreted as someone taking drugs at some moment in there, but could be wrong.
Well, you said that before drugs came up again multiple times in this film. You clocked that before it became a recurring motif. The other actor, I would say, does like a pretty good job of like being a guy who's on some kind of extreme stimulant. One of the like, what do they say? Class A stimulant.
After the time skip, our main woman, Mizuki is her name.
Yes.
And her kidnapped child, who's now 8 or 9, they go to this convenience store every day for dinner because she doesn't like to cook and order stuff. You have to kind of figure this out through the course of the scene that she actually knows the man who's working there because of coming to the store and because he frequents her brothel. And she's very rude to him. Order dinner and she asks him where the napkins are, and then he tries to get her napkins and she's like, no, I'm on my period. So that becomes a motif in the movie too.
The guy is ambiguous.
Yes.
The suicide chat room pink film. The Applebee's foot job pink film.
Oh.
Do you remember that one that we watched?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the movie that the guy who smokes meth, Tatsutoshi's work friends.
Yeah.
Who we see, they enter the brothel, they decide who they're going to be fucking, and then he rushes to the bathroom, and he's got like a tinfoil and a lighter. Which was, again, like that kind of like drug depiction of drug paraphernalia. It was really surprising to me.
Yeah.
And then once he's good and high, he pulls his pants down and you see that he's wearing a diaper and he shits in it forcefully. And then when they all get into their rooms, you know, they're fucking. And then he's like, all right, it's time for you to change my diaper. We have some diaper situations, some poop touching.
Truly fetish stuff with the diaper because, none of it, anything going on other than that.
You're saying like nothing else happens in this scene that progresses the film,
or
except the poop.
Progresses any kind of like eroticism for anyone other than someone who is specifically there for diaper.
Yes. Yeah. Well, he's kind of like an absurd character, so I imagine there's supposed to be kind of a slapstick element. Because later we see him walk into a crowd of people and strip down to his underwear and then get on a bike and like furiously bike away.
Strip down to his diaper.
That's still his diaper?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I thought it might have just been tidy whities. I wasn't sure if it was a different day or not.
Probably a different day.
Yeah,
different diaper.
Still rocking the diapers. Yeah. Same day, different different. I guess different day, same diaper is kind of brutal.
Different day, different diaper.
Different day, different diaper. Tatsutoshi, the clerk that she's got the rapport with, starts a relationship with her, and he becomes this child's stepfather.
He gets the kid to teach him how to be good at table tennis.
Yep. Yeah, because he's a little table tennis child. Things are happening. You know, one of these 3 guys marries one of the brothel women and then moves away.
They buy a hostel in the country.
Yeah.
They're alcoholics. Those are the relevant details about them.
About the 2 of them that move out.
Diaper guy ups his game by going to a housewife's apartment and pretending to be a door-to-door salesman. And when she lets him in, he
drops trow.
Yeah, and has a poopy diaper and also sexually assaults her.
Yeah. He gets caught and put in jail. So all of these things kind of happen at the back end of this timeline. I think we're in 1989 now, the final year of the Showa era.
Yes. Tatsutoshi, he puts together some relevant details and finds a newspaper clipping about an infant abduction and realizes that Mizuki has abducted her son Yoshitoshi, whatever his name is. She panics, gets the kid in the car, and then drives near where she kidnapped him from, basically, where his family still lives, I guess, because she recognizes the mother as she drives past, standing in a field with a young girl, and then drives the car straight into a big tree that's in the middle of the road, crashes, and dies in the crash. And then we skip forward
10 years.
10 years.
To 1999. Our little boy has grown up into a drinking, pill-popping delinquent, gun-carrying. We never find out where he gets the gun from. In the 10 years, the rapist is let out of jail. The guy who moved away, his hostel shuttered, and his wife took all the money in the divorce. And Tatsutoshi has been struggling so much to wrangle his stepson all by himself, but it just doesn't work out.
Yeah.
He's not able to do it. And
stepson has real Greg Araki vibes, real
big time world's
teen
end.
nihilism.
Yeah. The child we learned became a delinquent upon finding out that he was also finding out that he was abducted as a child. That his parents are not his own.
And then he goes back to where they are and realizes that they've adopted a daughter who's close to his own age, and he consensually kidnaps her. He points a gun at her and says, "You want to fuck?" And she is smoking a cigarette, and she says, like, "You're interesting," or something like that. You're kind of a freak, aren't you? And so the two nihilistic teens get together and stage her kidnapping in order to extort some money from her parents and, do whatever teens do. They get the two friends of his stepdad involved in the kidnapping plot.
Yeah. They're like they wind up becoming the fall guys because they're in the middle of the road. They're like holding onto the girl, and then obviously the police are standing in the bushes. The parents are receiving her, and then the two kids escape. Tatsutoshi's two friends get arrested.
Yes, and the kids are hanging out in the car, and they're doing some sexual stuff, and he puts a gun up her pussy, and then theoretically, we don't see it, but she's lying in the car with blood between her legs, dead looking.
Like a splatter of it.
Yes.
Even.
This causes an altercation between son and stepfather, in which son shoots stepfather, and then son goes back to the tree where his mother died and shoots himself in the head. And that is the end of the movie. So the film opens with a scene in sepia of stepfather and son at the tree, stepfather shooting son at the tree. So this is another part that like makes it kind of like artsy, where it's like what's going on with the timeline and what happened to who, because also the daughter who theoretically got shot in her pussy, at one point she just kind of like wakes up and is like, "Oh, my period started," and gets out of the car, and you're not really sure whether that's real or sort of metaphysical.
He did we specify that the altercation between stepfather and stepson, the boy shoots him like 6 times in the leg? We should have been, we should have been paying attention to how many shots he fired. Because if he fired 6 shots, then we would know that last one is not, like, real.
Well, yeah, we'd be able to be giving you a lot better analysis of this film if we had maybe paid attention to that. But I think the part of the thing is that it's not really like a puzzle box with a solution per se. What do we think about the themes? I mean, I think, again, I think the movie has pretensions to being artsy, but that it's ultimately kind of dumb. Yeah.
The title is interesting. I think, unfortunately, the name Anarchy and Japanti kind of buries the lead a little bit. I might be totally wrong about this interpretation, but, like, the film opens in 1981, which is where the bubble era began. The mother dies in 1989, which is when the Showa era ended. Or, actually, no, I think the Showa era ended in 91, but the bubble burst in 89. I believe. It might be the inverse. Either way, both of these dates are very significant within the broader context of Japan's bubble economy. Throughout the whole 80s, you never see any of the spoils of the bubble economy. Mind you, that's because they couldn't replicate 80s Tokyo. But also, like, you know, you're seeing, like, a shitty mini-mart and, like, a shitty brothel. Mm-hmm. And then we flash forward to 1999, which was the year that the film was either being made or set to release in. And, you know, obviously, as we've talked about a billion times, both on this show and in our collaborations with Scarecrow Video, that the year 1999 is, like, particularly significant with where Japan was at socio-politically and economically at that particular time. Japansuke... it's written out as Japansuke, like Suke is in the male...
End of a name.
End of a name. Like Sasuke from Naruto, dear listener. But then, you know, Japan is technically a loan word in Japan. Like, the title very, like, obviously is sort of personifying the country in the state that it was in at that time inside of this boy who's kidnapped. Presumably. But otherwise, like, the title then becomes very literal. I imagine that that's all of the themes orbit. I'm not going to say it's all allegory, but, like, I was kind of wondering how much of the film, because of the film that we watched previous to this, was aiming for allegory.
I think it's a shame that Mizuki dies halfway through the movie because she's super hot.
She's so good.
And she's great.
Oh, okay. You were objectifying her. I was thinking about what a good character she was.
I was thinking about both.
How good at acting she was, and how much she kind of carried the scene, and
how much she smokes.
And how much she smokes. No, she's
tired.
She's beautiful. Beautiful single mother. She should have just found her way to me. I would have treated her right.
You know, just because no one else is as interesting and charismatic as she is.
I was pretty endeared to Tatsutoshi, honestly. The kind of, like, I feel like you don't see that terribly often.
Yeah.
Especially not in this kind of movie, because they're never spanning decades. But that kind of, like, just like schlubby, like, end of the road.
Receding hairline, long ponytail, bomber jacket, bomber style leather jacket.
Just kind of a, like, not quite sleazy guy, but kind of a sleazy guy.
Tells an anecdote at the beginning about how he's bad at sports, and this one time he hit a home run and he ran the bases and was so excited, but then everyone laughed at him because his penis was out. Yeah. Becoming, like, a regular, fully fledged member of society and not just kind of like a straggler in becoming a father. And you know what he gets for that? He gets shot by his surrogate son many times. I think the moral of this movie is that you probably shouldn't
do not trifle with single women.
Yeah.
Well, with single mothers. Do not trifle with single mothers.
Don't try to be a single parent.
Yes. Yeah, definitely. Well, yeah, that I was thinking also, like, it's also not common in a movie that a child goes from having a single mother to a single father, unless it's like you get shipped across the country and you gotta stay with the other parent. Part
of this movie's dumb guy humor, there's more poop stuff. It's not just the diaper things. At one point when they're showing the arc of him becoming a rebellious teen, Yoshi, what's his face, gets on the kitchen counter and, like, poops on the kitchen counter.
Yes, and it's not necessarily the exact same spot, but it's kind of around where, as a child, Tatsutoshi placed a cup of water that the boy said, if God is real, make him drink this. And over time, you know, you're kind of able to gauge how much time has passed by the amount of water that had evaporated out of the cup. And they're putting these lines almost the way that you would measure a child growing against, like, a door frame. When Tatsutoshi finds the newspaper clipping, the mother returns home and the glass is empty. We don't know if he drank it or just tossed it. Anyway, that is kind of like a recurring image throughout that part of the film.
And then he poops on the counter.
He shits around that same area.
There is no God.
There's no God. There's only poop.
Shitty world.
Just,
I think it's funny that the revolving conflict of this movie is, like, kind of if no one had ever known that he got kidnapped, it probably would have been fine.
Yeah, like, very traumatic for that couple.
Right.
But, like,
they adopted a daughter.
we were talking about how there are a lot of these like cute kind of like vivid specific details in a lot of the movie, you know, like the way that like these two are such regulars in the store, that like she's goofing around with Tatsutoshi just like by the way that they're eating at lunch, you know. And then there's the cup of water, like we mentioned. Even just table tennis being this kid's big thing. Yeah, I don't know. There's something kind of like exacting about those details. It does a lot of work to make Tatsutoshi and Mizuki's relationship cute.
It had me in the first half, and then when all of the back and forth started about people shooting each other and whatever, I got kind of bored, I guess. Yeah, it lost me. And I thought it was setting itself up to be a bit more of a Greek tragedy, but in the end, it kind of just seemed like it was a series of unfortunate events, you know?
Well, like, what's funny, too, is, like, we thought for sure that the two of them didn't know that they were siblings.
Which they're not, because she's adopted, so they're not real siblings.
Yeah, but when it's... when it's introduced, initially, you see the two of them together after having seen her with the mother.
Yes. Assuming you draw the connection.
Yeah. And you go, these are both parents of the same child, and they don't know it. But then it's not that. And like,
which I guess to me is indicative of the rest of the movie trying to be hard, but not being that hard, you know?
Yeah, no, I honestly, like, I really take no pleasure in saying this, and anybody who follows more of my work than this show and my YouTube channel may kind of be able to read between the lines here. I take no pleasure in saying this, but I think the film would have been stronger if that was sibling incest.
Right. The theme, again, it would have made it a Greek tragedy. It would have given them a reason to have this nihilism.
Right. And on kind of if you take one more step back, I think maybe this would have been slightly ahead of its time, and also kind of a different realm. Like 1999 would have been on the precipice at which the sister complex took off full force.
True.
Obviously a totally different connotation, but like cis-cons are, I would argue, like cis-con otaku in particular, it's like the same kind of like late stage capitalist, like like fetish born of like the ways in which we are stunted by late stage capitalism.
I like that. Say more.
In terms of like, that's like a trope that otaku are drawn to because it's a trope that otaku are drawn to. So like already there's that kind of like the feedback loop of being a consumer fan of something in kind of like perpetuity there, but also like, you know, the fantasy is specifically you're living under the same roof, and you stop doing that with your siblings when you become an adult and you move out. So like, and obviously this is something people talk about plenty, but like a lot of men who are cis-cons did not have sisters. So there's kind of like a fantasizing and like romanticizing of having a different kind of childhood. And I think so much of like late stage consumerist capitalism has been forcing all of us into a state of arrested development.
I agree with that. I think it's also kind of a fantasy of alienation. Like, what if I didn't have to go out and find a mate, you know?
Yeah, totally. Exactly. Yes. 100,000% yes. What if my ideal partner was already under the same roof as me, and also she doesn't even have to get to know me and see my like vacuous life and personhood.
Yeah,
because I'm a teenager and I'm supposed to still have that.
Yeah, so I agree. This movie would have been better with incest.
Yeah, definitely.
Actual incest.
Yeah, I agree. Well, because, I mean, already, like, there's such, like, we're already on the precipice of it being, like, an Oedipus story, minus the mom fucking, because of the clash between stepfather and stepson.
Right.
But then it's never quite brought to fruition. What are some other changes that you think could have made the film click, made all of its pieces click together a little better for you?
I think the whole like kidnapping, the second half kidnapping plot line where the teen boy and teen girl fabricate this kidnapping, and then it ends with her potentially being doing this dangerous sex act and then getting shot in the pussy and dying. That whole plot line should have been way tighter, or like
definitely.
and more tense. Like it should have
Right.
driven the story, because they did something very reckless. And like I just watched Doom Generation, for example, which is a Gregor Rocky movie where these 3 people get sucked into like this road trip from hell where they keep accidentally killing people along the way. So at the point at which she like gets shot and dies, their kidnapping plot is already over. The 2 friends of his stepdad kind of got caught and chased by the police. It's like all diffused and stuff.
Right.
And it should have been more like Coen Brothers or whatever, like driving towards that misfortune.
And it is funny because we are
moment.
also describing the entire third act. And it's a 68-minute movie.
Right.
And yet it was... That whole thing felt like the tension was cut partially because it was dragging.
Yeah, that part could have like added so much edge to it too.
Totally,
just through being kind of intense or something.
Yeah, or even just like having them have like either more or kind of less convictions about what they're doing.
Right.
Whatever the film is actually trying to lean into, I think it winds up coming off a little more indistinct, which is funny because there are all of these kind of like bespoke elements in other parts of the film. I wish that they had kind of leaned into the like senselessness of the delinquency that all of these characters are engaging in.
Right.
Or even just like the way that children do things, because children haven't developed like a complete sense of empathy, and so they are capable of incredibly antisocial behavior.
Totally.
I don't know that I necessarily have a lot else to say about this movie. Like, it's like a movie where a lot of stuff happens, but I kind of just felt like unmoved.
Yeah. And there's a lot of experimentation. Like,
Right.
I presume that this is kind of early in his filmmaking career, because I think he's making stuff contemporarily now. And so there's like, we were describing the shots with like sort of a prism effect on them, and I thought that was cool. He does a lot with sepia, and like there's a shot, for example.
Oh, this is actually 10 years into his career.
Okay.
But it's like right at the end of his stint with Pink Films, I think.
Yeah, so maybe, I mean, you can experiment at any point in your career, so I do feel like he's experimenting with a lot of things. There's a really nice shot of the tree at the beginning, and then the stepfather shooting the stepson in the head, and then it suddenly starts to pull away because it's on the back of a truck or something, and that shot just keeps going, and that's a really good shot.
Yeah, if anybody wants to recommend more of his Pink Films for us to cover on the show, I'm interested.
Call out the ones you liked. Yeah.
I think also what I was saying about it being toward the end of his Pink Film stint is also not true, because it seems like he's still kind of dropped into those
dabbling
every now and again. Yeah.
Okay, stay tuned in next time for 4 of 5 movies.
Yep, we're gearing up now to watch Celluloid Nightmares by Hisayasu Sato. More time has been added to the clock. There are now 2 additional popcorn flavors along our journey.
We added 2 to the roster. We're going to watch at least 1 additional movie to pair with the new flavors.
Yes.
This time, we've got Butter Lovers, and we are transitioning away from the brand Pop Secret to the brand Act 2.
Right off the bat, we've now switched to a different brand.
Yes. I think
their packaging is misleading.
I was going to say, this is the first case of false advertising.
Yes. We studied these when all of them were dropped into my home. We studied them. Because, we ordered these in terms of kind of amber color.
Based on the picture on the packaging.
Yes, yeah. And this is Extreme Butter from Act 2.
This is Butter Lovers.
Butter Lovers. The next one is Extreme. Mm-hmm. I'm sure you can forgive me for getting these so horribly mixed up, Zoe. Yeah, no, it was so fucking... It's like piss yellow on the box. Mm-hmm. But this looks like the second one we got.
It's variegated. There's a few kernels with like a more intense color, but it goes all the way from like white to what's advertised. Yeah, this is not the butteriest one we've had, but I like it.
It's much less salty than the like increasing butter stages for Pop Secret. So frankly, I'm kind of into this one.
Yeah, it's a nice change.
This might be the tastiest.
Do you think the formula is different?
The formula?
Of their butter.
Let's look at the facts. Natural flavor, color added. This specifies that the natural flavor is milk. But also on this is rosemary extract for freshness. Rosemary extract is a preservative?
Yeah, I've seen that on a lot of different types of processed foods before, but I've never really known whether it impacts the flavor at all.
Probably not, right? Paprika extract for color. Now, the major difference between these is that the Act 2 one it's way less transparent about its ingredient list, but also Pop Secret uses lactic acid for preservation. Act 2 uses citric acid.
Butter Lovers is an appropriate flavor for this movie and this episode because, well, I mean, I guess we're watching pink films, so people are making love in every film. And in fact, muscle might have been a slightly more appropriate choice for Butter Lovers.
Right.
But...
So you...
Okay, first of all, we've got a fun one for you. It's nice to have a pink film that is just silly and fun. And that's what we've got today, especially to break up some of the drudgery of sexual assault.
I'm really glad that we added this one because our next two films are a Hisayasu Sato movie and perhaps the most infamous Japanese film ever made.
You think?
Well, okay. Among people who know the film, because you have to keep in mind, TikTok brought a lot of extremely transgressive films into the, like, can you challenge yourself to watch this?
Oh, interesting.
Kind of, are you familiar with iceberg charts?
This is the creepypasta iceberg.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So there's like a disturbing films iceberg, probably a couple. And I know for a fact that they have this film on it, kind of like low down there.
You're teasing the title but keeping it secret.
Yes, I am.
And kind of low on an iceberg chart means it's
less
deep.
It's both
more obscure
and it's more transgressive, I assume. It might just be that it's more obscure. I think I should qualify and say that infamousy in this case is not reviled, maybe, because infamy would mean that it's the one that most people know about, and that's definitely Guinea Pig. Which we'll do on this show someday, I'm sure. But people who've seen all the Guinea Pig movies still kind of like recoil at this one. Why are we closing with that one?
Yeah.
I know that was my decision. I know that was my decision. Oh my god.
Well, it's not going to be the last episode of the podcast, so we'll do something.
Of course.
We'll do something after
Real
Terror Lake next time.
Yeah, maybe we'll do another anime or something.
So, the movie that we watched today is about a couple that saves the world by orgasming simultaneously.
Yeah.
And
exactly at the moment, a comet would have destroyed the Earth.
Yes. And that film is the localized title is Deep Contact.
I should have pulled the Letterboxd up. We know the year, but not the... Okay. Who's the director?
This is Deep Contact from 1998. The film is directed by Yukio Kitazawa, who has directed a very respectable amount of pink films, none of which I have marked, I think. So
right.
His most famous other movie is called I Thought About You. I think it might be a gay.
That's also a line in this film. I thought about you,
True.
ellipses, while masturbating.
True.
So this is the story of a man who is being hunted down by the Yakuza and finds himself in a big hospital medical center that is being used by the United Nations to study sexual psychokinesis.
Yes. The power to use psychokinesis while being sexual.
Yeah. And so we see that, well, here's something worth specifying. I don't remember the whole Japanese title, but this is marked as a sequel.
Yes. So
Just not in a...
I wanted you to pull it up so we could read it out, but it's something Hospital 2.
Yeah. Something
Panty-
Hospital 2, no pun, which is no panties.
Girls Heaven.
Girls Heaven, something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so the localization was clearly trying to take advantage of the like sort of sci-fi aspect of it.
Right.
By by associating other titles with the word contact,
the film Contact.
the idea of contact with aliens. So I thought there were going to be aliens in this, and there are none.
No.
Anyway, they're combining a bunch of different things here, which is the idea of the end of the world, sort of Y2K, New Age, unlock the powers of your mind.
Right. Yeah.
And then hospital, obviously. So the entire kink in this is nurses.
Nurses who don't wear panties.
Right.
There's a kind of a famous trope in, I want to say specifically, fan fiction, most often slash of two men. I think the trope is literally called fuck or die. And it's like, the scenario that causes these two characters to have sex is that they're in some kind of state where if they don't, they're in grave danger. So they have no choice.
Mortal peril.
Mortal peril. And that's the name of the game here.
That's the name of the game here, but our protagonist, Wataru, doesn't... He's kind of cynical. He doesn't really want to help. He's like, why should I save the Earth?
He's in money problems. The economy is in the shithole. Doesn't have a lot of prospects going on, presumably. They said that he got fired from his job and then tried to rip off the Yakuza.
Oh, that's what I was going to say. MK Ultra.
Yeah!
Yeah. This is the United Nations MK Ultra.
Definitely.
That's all about peace and love because it's the United Nations.
Yes.
Okay, go on.
That's so funny. Yeah, so he's like clearly been fucked over by the system. And so he's lost his trust in the government. And so he's completely unwilling to engage in all of these experiments. But then he begins to fall in love with the only woman who has as active a sexual psychokinesis as he does.
And somehow, so there's some world building that they decided just not to do. One, he's in debt with the Yakuza. The film opens with him like running down a street, being pursued by the camera that's like a handheld camera, and then getting grabbed by a couple of men who he thinks are the Yakuza, but then they take him to this hospital facility. They don't explain why he knows that the comet is coming. I think they just didn't want to deal with that being a plot point.
Yeah.
Because it's not a sexy plot point. But he knows that a comet's coming. And so he's I think the idea is he kind of gave up on life because he knew the comet was coming, and he gave up his job and he got into debt because he was like, who cares?
I thought nobody knew the comet was coming.
No, he knew.
Oh.
Yeah, there's some early lines of dialogue.
Okay.
A lot of this was done in like one sentence.
Yeah.
And then they never tell you how they picked him as the perfect match for Ikuko, who is the woman who has the most powerful sexual psychokinesis. But they're like, your bodies fit together perfectly. We've somehow determined that your specifications are like going to create the most powerful orgasmic force together.
But they cannot consummate their love until the comet is about to crash into the planet Earth. I almost immediately invoked Wet Hot American Summer.
Right.
This film, I would say, is wetter and hotter.
And less American.
Yeah, not very American at all.
Arguably, it seems to take place in summertime. All of the outside shots are very hazy.
And when I say wet, what do I mean, Zoe?
Listen, there's a sheen of sweat on these people because they're going at it hard. Although it's not your typical like 70s sweatiness where it's kind of like the actors are just perspiring and we're gonna keep shooting. We gotta go, and that adds to the sleaziness. This is more of like everybody's sort of like well groomed at all times, but then when they're going at it hard, they're like, good clean sheen of sweat.
Well, it's admirable, right? They're all working
exactly
to save the world.
Exactly. And then the other wet is that we actually get a scene of 69ing where he comes up with like full like just like face covered in pussy juice. Like there's a string from his face.
Yeah.
Like it's pretty impressive.
Yeah, no, I feel like so far once an episode, if it's a good episode, while we're watching, we tend to say, oh, that's something we haven't seen yet.
Right.
Female masturbation. How about that?
Please remind us if there's one that we forgot about in
Right.
the past episodes.
But I'm saying it is not like female masturbation and then a man comes in.
So let me set the scene. We're at the hospital, and Wataru's being shown around, and they take him to the room with Ikuko in it to show him like what's up with this sexual psychokinesis.
Yeah, he walks into a room and there's a beautiful 27-year-old woman wearing a blindfold.
And nothing
completely
else.
naked, otherwise masturbating.
On a hospital bed, and then there's a pedestal in the room that has this big round silver sphere on it. And he says, watch her. This silver sphere weighs 1,000 pounds. Can you imagine lifting 1,000 pounds? That's like 2 sumo wrestlers.
The doctor says that, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The doctor, Oharu? Ohora.
Because the joke is made that his name is O-Hor- at some
I was trying to
point.
figure out if that was a really, like, if the translation, like, if the stars aligned and the Japanese really teed it up for that. Because I couldn't, like,
Yeah, I was hoping you'd be able to tell.
Yeah, and my Japanese is non-existent, so I wasn't able to discern that. He did put the emphasis on horror.
Yeah.
So,
anyway, this beautiful woman masturbates and levitates the orb with her. Well, I don't know if it's with her mind or if it's with, her orgasmic energy.
Yeah.
But it levitates into the air, and I enjoyed that because clearly there's a string attached to it at a certain point.
I think it's a V effect.
I thought there was a string attached to it. I thought it was a practical effect.
Maybe it is in some scenes, because a lot of the
Yeah.
time you see the orb, it's not reflecting any light.
Yeah, super matte.
Yeah.
She levitates it with her mind.
She
Very
does.
impressive.
Yeah.
And he poo-poos this and is like, yeah, no, why would I save the Earth? And is eventually convinced to do it for $100,000.
Yes. But is it morally appropriate, Zoe, to take $100,000 to consummate your relationship with the love of your life?
Yes, absolutely.
Her virginity is worth it. It's got a price tag on it of $100,000.
Yes, absolutely. Take that money.
Yeah, of fucking course. This is the most frustrating thing about this movie. We'll get to it, but he tears up 2 separate $100,000 checks.
But, that's a proof of his love.
It's the proof of his love and devotion. Buy a house. Make your fucking house your symbol of love and devotion. It's 1998. That buys you a lot.
Good point. Yeah, it's at this hospital. Everybody fucks all the time.
All the
nurses
fucking
don't
time.
wear panties. They wear little, one of that color pink that's like just barely pink.
Right.
The sort of hospital pink, if
Yeah,
you will.
yeah.
Ogenki pink
Yeah.
uniforms. There's at least 4 other patients in this hospital who are there to sort of supplement the sexual psychokinesis. All of the men, for some reason, wear gray tracksuits with black stripes and red baseball hats at all times.
Yeah.
And they have to do a lot of working out to get into physical shape, and then they have to fuck a lot to get good at it. And then they have to do a sexual fast for 5 days in order to prepare for the moment that the comet is going to strike.
Man, it sounds so exhausting.
It sounds exhausting. But you know what? Watching this movie wasn't exhausting, and I really appreciated that because this was a 60
minutes.
And all of the fat was completely trimmed out. There's none
Yeah.
of that like very common in Japanese film insert shots, people wandering around and doing something that doesn't seem to be connected to the plot in particular.
If the film is dawdling, it's dawdling on 2 people fucking. There's a lot of fucking in this movie. I was getting a little bit bored by all the fucking. There's like a 12 to 14 minute sex scene in this film.
But it's in real time because we're counting the 15 minutes down to the comet diversion, I guess.
Yeah. And so we're cutting between the couple consummating their love after he tears up the check and proves to her that she's priceless.
To the orgy.
To the orgy. There's like a fuck room.
Den.
Yeah, there's like a fuck den.
That's what they call it in the subtitles. He says, think of this room as the fuck den.
Yeah. Horrifying.
There's like an underground bunker in this hospital.
Yeah.
When he's trying to convince Wataru to do this, he brings him down there in a straitjacket with all the nurses and the other patients, and puts him in the corner and is like, just watch. And then they have an orgy in there.
I would definitely feel like I was in a straitjacket if I was in that room.
Yeah. And it's sort of it's a little free use hospital vibes. But I do have to say, again, part of the like fun and like easiness of this film, there's never a moment there's never a moment when someone doesn't want to be doing what they're doing.
Right.
Everybody's very gleeful.
Yeah.
Everybody's very present, and there's a lot of actual examples of consent, like, are you ready and stuff. Yeah. There's a lot of enthusiastic bouncing.
Yes. I believe that there was one other Pink film we've seen so far where none of the sex was non-consensual, and I think we might be at 2 right now. We might be at 2 films of the Pink films we've done on the show.
Yeah, I was trying to think of what the other one was, and I couldn't remember.
I think it was Anne's Diary.
Yeah, I guess as far as we know. I think that there was sex that people weren't that happy to be having.
No. There's that scene where the roommate and the boyfriend have like weird hate sex.
Right.
That's Anne's Diary, right?
Yeah.
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 So it wasn't that one. It was a different one. It doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
We're demonstrating that it is exceptionally uncommon
and comment worthy.
Yeah. That whole sex scene with Yuki. No, that's the director's name. Is Yukio. No, Ikuko, and then I almost wanted to say Yukio, but that's the director. Wataru. Thank you.
Thanks, Letterboxd.
That whole scene between the two of them, it's very tender.
Yeah,
there's definitely a lot of foreplay.
Yeah,
there's aftercare.
Yeah, there's finger sucking. There's caressing. There's making out with all of your clothes on for at least a minute.
Right.
Yeah.
So any sensualist. Sensualist. I know. I'm trying to sensual, but for some reason it doesn't work when you add the ist at the end. Perhaps this is a film for you.
I don't know if I would say that, but I did think one other thing that reminds me that I thought was notable. This is Ikuko's first time having sex, and
before I listen. I pivoted away from the whole sentence that I was going to finish initially.
Oh.
I was going to say sensualist sapiosexuals, because we also commented on that earlier in the film, that everyone's a smart scientist or a nurse or something.
True. Yeah, this is a movie for STEM enthusiasts.
Yes, this is a film for STEM enthusiasts. I was trying to come up with like a sexual acronym, but the first thing that came up was sex trafficking entertainment movie. That's not a good abbreviation for STEM.
Yeah, true.
Sex therapy? Yeah. Entertainment movie?
Sure.
Sex therapy entertainment movie.
Sure,
this is a STEM film. Did we specify that Ikuko is not a nurse, but like one of the head scientists? Did we establish that?
I don't think we did. Yeah.
Yeah. She's a career woman.
Yeah. Well, okay. I was joking because she's 27.
Yes. And
there's this sort of culturally pervasive thing that was more of a thing in the past, but this idea in Japan that especially, for women, usually in the workforce, like being an office lady or whatever, if you don't get married at 26, by 26, then you're too old. You're an old maid.
Yeah.
You're no longer sexually viable, etc. Do you want to explain that?
It's they call women who are above that age Christmas cakes because they're no good after the 25th.
Yeah, brutal.
Yeah, really brutal.
Did I say the wrong age then? It's after you're 25 if you're not married?
Well, I thought you said by the time you turn 26.
Ah, okay. Well,
Yeah.
we'll just say I was
That's
accurate
what we mean.
there.
Yeah.
So she's 27 years old. So my joke was basically that she discovered sexual psychokinesis because she became a Christmas cake and did not get married. And so she was spending so much time masturbating.
Right. But it turns out that she actually first had a brush with her sexual psychokinesis when she got her first period, which is a little weird.
It's sort of in keeping with a lot of sort of supernatural pubescent theories or
Right.
things that are presented in theses that are presented in movies. But it seems to be sort of like loose. It's a loose power system, shall we say.
Right.
It's a loose power system, if you get what I putting it
I
down on the table.
I do, and I think that that's really horribly insensitive, and I think we need to stop stigmatizing the loose.
Geez, well, I think we might have to end this podcast.
No, we need to talk about how the film ends.
Oh, right, okay. Anyway, she discovered, so Ikuko discovered her psychic powers during her first menstrual cycle, and then she stayed away from men because she was too worried about what her powers might do, and so she stayed in school and she became a really smart doctor in order to develop this power.
Yeah, and this has made her somewhat naive about the way the world works. So, of course, initially Wataru protests at destroying the $100,000 check. And we kind of see, like, elsewhere, they kind of, like, harp on her being, like, isolated, kind of separate of the rest of society as a result of her powers. So the fact that those powers then allow her to find love is sort of beautiful. Yeah, so they fuck and they save the world.
Everybody else is in the fucked end. They're sort of augmenting with their orgy.
Yeah. They come at just the right time. The Earth is saved. And then we cut to black. And then Wataru wakes up. And he steps outside the room he was just in, the hospital room he was just in. And he looks around. And there's regular patients. There's like a guy in a wheelchair. Regular doctors walking around dressed regular. And he's rushing up to everyone. And it's like, where's Ikuko? Where's this woman? And everyone is saying, a woman with that name never worked here. But then with a little bit of prodding, he finds the doctor who does look like the doctor in the film.
Dr. Ohura.
Dr. Ohura. And he...
the Silver Fox question mark?
Silver.
The Silver Man.
Silver Man. So he then says, well, a doctor did leave this for you. I can't tell you her name. She left this, said to give it to you. And then she went to a research institute in Scandinavia. And so then he leaves, he tears that one up too, and then he
proclaims
resolves
his mission.
that his mission is to go to Scandinavia, find her, and propose to her. Even though the doctor says that she said it was very imperative that Wataru not try to follow her.
So is this movie family planning propaganda?
I was actually thinking about that because there was a scene early on where like some of the side characters fuck, and he afterwards the doctor kind of like pats the guy on like his bare naked back and says like, you know, it's people like you that are gonna make the earth better. Like it wasn't just saving it. There was like a specific way it was phrased.
Good boy for being a breeder. Yeah. Oh, I forgot about that because in that scene they're on the hospital bed, you know, going at it, and Dr. Ohura has this like device that has this like yellow and red spinny ball on it. It starts to spin, and the dude has like one of those metal caps on it with wires coming out of it.
They're clearly RCA cables.
Right.
Yeah. Like the red and white.
That's great.
Yeah. Which does not transmit brain waves.
Yeah. Two things that I appreciated about this film. I appreciated all the nurses were lovely. They had cute personalities, and all of the women, the actresses were like going really hard like when they're having sex in terms of being like really animated.
Yeah, they're
like trying to be really
loving
into it.
They're loving it.
Face contortion.
A couple
there's some
of them
really
have
funny faces in this one.
like extra syndrome or whatever they call it, where like she's kind of like overcompensating a little bit.
Yeah.
But still good.
I appreciate it, each and every one of them.
Yeah.
And then, well, I guess there's two more things, but I think basically the movie makes really, really good use of its locations to augment its sci-fi set, or it like keeps its sort of sci-fi setting really tight and locked down aesthetically. And it's pretty spare and there's not a lot, but what is there works really well.
I realized that it reminded me of something. Tokusatsu.
Yeah.
Interesting.
That's kind of what it was reminding me of. Making so much use of like buildings that are already there.
Right. Yeah, definitely.
Kind of look like sci-fi.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, there's a big building with probably an art installation out front that's just like all these tall, spiky red things with little red things at the top, and there's kind of a forest of them waving in front of this like brutalist white building.
Right, where you can only see like one wall of it. Like we're at an angle, but I swear to God, you're just seeing one wall of it.
Right.
It's really uncanny and really cool looking.
Yeah.
The hallway that all the rooms are connected to has this like the wall opposite of the rooms is like a, how the fuck do I describe this?
It's curved, right?
Yeah, it's curved.
The hallway's curved, yeah.
It's all windows.
Yeah.
And then there's like a sheet of water running down the glass on the outside.
Yeah, and it's probably like a park or another public installation or like a fancy bank or something that they used as an outdoor location and stitched it together with the hospital, but it makes it cool.
Yeah, no.
What does it remind you of? I was wrong.
I was thinking about The Beast.
The minimalist sci-fi aesthetic.
Right, because every single time...
What have I been calling it? IKEA...
IKEA futurism. I don't remember exactly.
Something like that.
So I hate that film, just for the record.
The Beast.
I had to
2023.
Yeah, we saw it in 2024. It came out the previous year at fucking Con or some shit. Probably it's got the 2023 date. So that film. The only time you see the outside and like the real world is when the protagonist is going to and from her house in this research clinic, and it's like completely empty out. There's not a single other soul. Mm-hmm. And everything from after he gets dragged into the room, the hospital, you don't see a single other person outside of the residents of that hospital until the very end when the hospital goes back to normal.
Yeah.
So there are a couple of scenes where they step outside or they look outside and it's just empty. And yeah, because it's all kind of like hazy and weird, it kind of captures that quality. And I think by being so minimal with it, it does what the Beast is trying to do with those scenes kind of more effectively, I might even say, if that's not a little of like a contrarian opinion to have.
In this film, Deep Contact, I think it's interesting because when the film opened, you were immediately like, oh, this is a Dempa Pink movie. And it's not really, but it does have certain evocative elements to it, including, you know, the idea of the world ending right around 1999 or whatever. And then also that emptiness of it, like demarcating this like space that they're in that's separate from like sort of the real world. Like when he wakes up and walks out of the hospital at the end. Sort of being a sort of eternal summer kind of setting. Yeah. Right.
Obviously, the apocalypse narrative is not strictly associated with Denpa, but there's a lot of crossover. I think the kind of like conflation and association between psychokinesis and electricity is kind of present there.
Yeah.
And then
the art has he gone mad? He's woken up. And you know, did that even happen?
Exactly.
Nobody knows. And the sort of paranoia of that, and in this case, it's sort of governmental.
Yes.
You know, paranoia.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oops.
I think as far as truly Denpa Pink films go, I think the only one that really fits it is Splatter, Naked Blood.
Yeah.
That's got almost all the hallmarks. The only thing it's missing is a long shot of power lines.
Yeah, I mean, if anybody who's listening knows some pink film and it feels like there's a Dempa one that we're not thinking of, let us know.
Yeah, sorry, that we've seen.
Recommendations.
That we've seen is Splatter.
Yes.
Yeah, just,
It's the only one we know of.
Yes. I think that's an episode.
I think so.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll catch up next time with Extreme Butter.
Yes, Extreme Butter, and a film by Hisayasu Sato.
It's spelled extreme with only an X.
Yes. As we promised last time, dear listener, we now have Extreme Butter flavored popcorn in front of us.
This is our second Act 2 flavor, and I believe, we'll see if this holds true or not, that we maintain that Act 2 is the better popcorn company.
Right.
This popcorn, I would say, I don't know how much more yellow it is than the last one we tried. There's some variation. It's not all uniformly
I would go so far to say
golden.
that what was true last time is true again this time, which is that the parts that are darker are now about as dark as the darkest color of Pop Secret we had. But again, there's more variety.
Yeah.
I think we are on the exact precipice of saltier than I want it to be. It's more of what the last one was.
Yeah. I'd say that this is a little more closer to theater popcorn.
Yeah.
Closer even than the Pop Secret theater
Movie
pop,
theater.
popcorn.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Well, there's that. And to pair with this extreme butter popcorn, we brought you some extreme cinema.
We did. Today, today for you. That's why I keep wanting to say today.
Yeah.
We watched the 1988 film Celluloid Nightmares, directed by Hisayasu Sato.
This is our fourth or fifth
Third.
Sato film?
Our third Sato film on the podcast.
This man has made a lot of movies.
He's made 67 movies. I was telling Zoe right before we started recording that if we decided to do an episode on his entire filmography, it would take us 3 years straight.
Releasing an episode once every other week.
Yeah.
Is this the earliest of his that we've seen? No.
No, that was Lolita Vibrator Torture.
Okay.
It was 87. Muscle was 89. This is 88. What did you think of this one?
This was probably, I guess it's weird to say least favorite because I think at the very least Sato's always interesting and has some fun in it, fun stuff in it. But I would say this is my least favorite Sato that we've watched so far.
I agree. Yeah, this didn't really work for me.
I think it had a lot to do with the plot and the shots themselves being very disorganized, and so just can't help it. Like, the subtitles weren't enough to compensate for us being like, wait, is this guy that guy, and what's going on again?
Yeah, the combination of being shot in dark locations
and on location in cramped spaces where they're sort of putting the camera wherever it can be.
Yeah, exactly. I think what I can say now, having seen this many of Sato's movies, is that every single movie that he's made is a 90-minute movie he's only shooting an hour of. Like, not literally, but like, I think that's why it feels like there are always fundamental pieces of context and information that we either pick up from the Letterboxd description or someone's review, or we don't pick up.
Right. This movie, Celluloid Nightmare, has a few different other alternative titles listed, including Rewind. And the basic premise has to do with a woman who gets involved with investigating some snuff films that have been distributed ?
And she doesn't say she's doing this until about 2/3 of the way through the film.
Right. And so I do think that the subtitle Rewind, or like the alternate name Rewind, is apt for this movie, both in that it deals a lot with VHS tapes and there's some literal rewinding of footage in it and everything. And in the sense that he structured it as a mystery, both it's a mystery about what is even happening and who the protagonist even is.
Right.
And it's sort of, so it's structured in reverse in that way. So you like learn at the very end how they're connected to each other. So a little form mirroring content there, but I don't think it works very well because again, it's so disorganized, and most things you can pick out who the snuff filmmaker is from the beginning.
Right. The
that kind of thing.
The single biggest reveal in the film is the most like unsurprising reveal, basically. Spoiler alert, the single biggest reveal in this film is that the woman doing the crime scene investigation was actually the subject of... Did I say crime scene investigation?
You did, yeah.
That's pretty funny. The one doing the investigating was herself a victim of this snuff film ring. She was so horribly disfigured that she had to get complete plastic surgery that has completely altered her appearance into a very normal, beautiful-looking woman.
And I think that... So, I guess... Like... All right. So she got kidnapped, raped, and tortured, and didn't quite die, got her plastic surgery, got back on her feet, and then decided, I'm going to be a quote-unquote crime hunter.
Right.
Which is... at that moment, I was like, yeah, this is absolutely the most anime-like of Sato's films that we've seen so far. Just the coining her own job description as crime hunter alone.
That was
if
awesome.
nothing else, I was just like, okay, this is the anime OVA one. But the plot, sort of plays out like that. She sort of gets involved and then ultimately ends up in this showdown in their snuff ring film set studio. And the thing is that all of the reveals are very obvious, but then it's like the little details of how, like the almost, what am I trying to say? The administrative details of the plot are the things that you actually learn over the course of the movie. And then you're like, oh, okay, so he knew her because she knew him. Okay, I see. Rather than being like, oh shit, that was her.
Right.
In the original.
And this is a funny case where, like, again, we're doing a little bit of this bare minimum with every Sato film we've seen so far. But this one is the one that's most structured like a mystery. So it's really asking a lot of the
It's
of
a
the
double
viewer.
mystery because when we watch his films, we're always piecing together who's who and what's going on. So I guess one of the other things that really tipped me off to this being one of his earlier Pink films was that the like sadism and violence and the sex in it are very disconnected from each other, sort of unmelded together, which
there's one moment where you're like, okay, our clever pervert is shining through here.
Yeah. But other than that, the complete sex scenes in it are very vanilla.
Yeah.
And then there's also additionally some torture and some slashings, basically.
Right.
It's not
for most of the movie, the most transgressive sex that we're seeing the characters do, other than what's happening in the snuff films, is brother-sister incest.
Right.
Where they're both really enthusiastic about it.
Right.
Not that changes anything.
To finish that train of thought, I was going to say, basically, that's not necessarily fair of me to just describe this to being one of his earlier films, because Lolita Vibrator Torture, I would say, is very synthesized, which is just before this one. So there's that. Do you want to explain the incest in this movie?
I really take no pleasure in it, but sure I will.
You can lay out the whole scene if you want. Describe who the characters are.
So, have we even explained this like weird jack-off booth establishment?
No.
So basically, this movie hinges on a location that it appears to be some sort of like proto-internet cafe style arrangement, where there's a series of booths that all have CRTs with VCRs stationed in them. and chairs and tissues. And you go in there and you bring some porn in there and you beat off. It's just like a little jack-off capsule.
It does seem like people are bringing their own tapes, doesn't it?
Right, yeah.
They don't seem to have a tape library.
One of the tapes that gets left behind, of course, an establishment like this needs a janitor. And one of our principal characters is the janitor of this establishment. You see him cleaning up after the guys who were there to jack off, not wearing gloves.
No, yeah, just emptying the trash.
Yeah. And then he finds a blank VHS tape and he takes it home and he watches it in his bedroom while his sister
He seems to live in a studio apartment with his sister. I don't even know that there's more than one room. Yeah.
I assumed that it was implied to be a house they just didn't have access to.
I don't think so.
That's crazy. That's so much crazier. Yeah, she's like hanging all over him, desperately vying for his attention. And he's trying to watch this video. And then eventually she's like, come on, let's fuck. Let's commit incest right now.
Don't you want to? And he's like,
don't you want to?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
He switches off the TV and then they 69. That's the only scene of them doing anything together, though. So even though the sex in this was very front-loaded, and there really wasn't a lot, and it wasn't repetitive in any way.
Right.
But, they do some 69ing, they do some through the boxers.
Yeah, there's a lot of that.
Licking. Yeah. If I walked away with any sensation from this movie, it was the taste of flannel just in my mouth.
Yeah. Well, for me, what I walked away from it with the taste of in my mouth was Tabasco, personally. Right. Because on the polar opposite flip side, I think this film's probably single most creative idea, period, is that a woman stabs another woman and then pours Tabasco hot sauce on her open wound and then steps on that open wound with a high-heeled shoe. A stiletto. Which is very silly, very funny.
Yeah, that was pretty awesome. I can't. My mind can't even comprehend what that combination of sensations feels like.
Yeah, I think I can get like most of the way there. It seems really painful.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like at around the halfway point in the film, maybe even a little bit further, we are introduced to this implement. That is
the murder weapon.
The murder weapon is a video camera that has a blade, like I think a retractable blade hidden inside of it. It's very Peeping Tom, almost certainly a direct homage to Peeping Tom, but only in that one realm, because like none of the rest of the film really lines up with that one.
Yeah, and there's a lot of back and forth because I presume that what Sato was trying to do was to cast doubt on the character of Akira, who's the brother and the janitor and that works at this studio, that even though he found a snuff tape in the VCR and then watched it, that somehow he might be the one doing it because he's like wandering the streets at night with his own video camera, and a woman who actually is a victim, he like taps her on the shoulder before she runs away and then actually gets murdered. And then he has this video camera and he says that he just found it in the studio, and then eventually figures out that there's a knife in it. And the woman who works and runs the, what should we call it? The like porn, the jack off cafe. The woman who runs the jack off cafe is like, oh yeah, someone like a patron just left it here. But so presumably the setup was supposed to be like making the audience think that it's possible that he is either doing copycat snuff stuff or is involved somehow. But it's also quite obvious who the actual snuff filmmaker is, because he's just introduced as a mysterious filmmaker who makes transgressive sex films already, and perpetually wears sunglasses, and his name is Cross.
Right. Yeah, this film introduces us to the concept of UVFs.
Yes.
Underground video films?
Yes.
Not a term, I don't think.
Yes.
Outside of this film's world.
Supposedly, our main woman crime hunter protagonist describes, because she runs into Akira on the street at some point in a really funny, like, you know how in a meet cute in a rom-com or whatever, they crash into each other in the hallway, or like whatever, or sometimes even like one person runs over the other with her bicycle or whatever. She's just in a phone booth and she opens the door to the phone booth and just like clotheslines him as he's running, and then immediately they're just kind of hanging out, and he shows her the video in the camera, whatever, they're chilling, but then where was I going with that?
You brought that up because you were going to talk about
UVFs.
Yeah.
Then she gives this description of the idea of Universal Video Films as being
underground video films.
Underground video films as being like American, basically snuff films, but like full of different kinds
Ruffies,
of content.
Stag films, violence,
the KKK. And then she's like, but what about a Japanese UVF? Ergo,
right?
The concept that this movie is exploring.
Yes.
She also wears all like black pleather and like long red coats and stuff, which is very anime
cool
to me.
She's cool. I like her.
Cool. I like her as well. Let's see. Okay, so what else? The final set in their movie studio,
right,
is classic Sato, where, you know, there's some handcuffs in the ceiling to, like, you know, get some women hanging up and prepared for torture, and then there's like 20 CRT TVs around. So you get
it's really
the, like,
funny. There's maybe like
Serial Experiments Lane.
It's like a big room. But when you hear 20, you think that's so many CRTs, and then you see them in this big room.
Yeah.
And they're kind of just like, they're very, very like strategically and artfully placed around that room, but it's not that many TVs.
It's not a ton, but there's some glowing screens and the black cloth backdrop and on the floor and everything. And that's their studio where they film these movies. Akira's sister gets recruited by Cross for one of his films, and she does it and immediately gets killed. And this causes Akira to ultimately jump in and save our heroine at the last moment by stabbing both the owner of the Jack-Off Cafe, who's kind of like a former actress and devotee of Cross, and Cross himself. He stabs them both to death with the camera weapon.
Right.
But then he goes after our heroine because I think the idea is that the VHS tape that he's been watching obsessively of her after he learns that it's her in it, he's like, wow, I want you to go back to being like that.
Yeah.
So he wants to stab her in the eye.
Right.
And then in a completely incomprehensible series of cuts, she kills him instead and survives at the end.
Because we're now, or is that not including the bit of 8mm footage at the end?
I have no idea.
Because I don't know what the fuck that was supposed to convey.
Yeah. You can try and describe that if you want. I ain't gonna try and describe that.
No, there's nothing to say. She's running and then she almost gets attacked, but then she kind of grabs the camera and then she like.
Well, it cuts and she like transports behind him essentially in between cuts, and then bashes him in the head. But then there's other footage of her like just interacting with a random man in a suit on the street, and then a still frame of her face. My lips feel like dry and puckered out. Like this popcorn has so much more salt on it than the others do.
It's really rough.
Not about it.
No.
That one's going in a little free pantry.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah, no. The other one though, so we're kind of at two extremes. I remember the last of the Pop Secret being like kind of unpleasantly salty, but I feel like this might even be a little bit more extreme. So
it is extreme butter.
Next time, it is extreme butter. Next time, we're going to finish this out